इधर उठाना है या इधर उठाना है? इधर इधर उठाना है।
Ich habe 11
शाहजहां में कल 2 कोटे तो मैंने लगवाया किसी को बोल के बिल्कुल गैस नहीं बोला था।
हे वो हेलो हेलो हे वन
Open skies, open skies, I like them as they are. Water's blue, water's blue, they're falling through my heart. But to hold on to everything you see, to hold on to everything you see, you gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. You gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be.
आरिफ आया हाँ आरिफ नहीं है लोकेश तो नहीं आएगा मैंने हरीश बोला हरीश आएगा
वॉकी लगाए थे चार्जिंग पे, कौन लिया?
तुम्हारे आईटी वो वाले हैं, TERI वाले।
History indicates that the Buddha wandered
You know what I think? I think we should move inside
We will,
because when people come and see nobody, then they left.
Yeah, so we'll go as soon as he's mic'd up.
I think I'll have a cup of coffee.
So when did you come?
On Wednesday. During tonight. Tuesday. We have a common workshop with the
talking to your ambassador about.
Have you been to India a number of times?
I will say last year.
Where are who's the organizer?
That's a good student too.
Should we actually go
At
in
the
now?
moment,
Have been to the northeastern part of
No, I think the worry is if we don't turn up,
Okay,
people
I
will
have
leave.
not. Where do you come from?
Have you ever?
northeastern part of the country.
Some people don't. Okay, good.
On the north side of Bangladesh, bordering Bangladesh.
Yeah.
Are we ready to start?
The tail part of the Himalayas.
Yeah.
Who's it?
Must be very beautiful.
It is beautiful. It is different.
Not very far because you
Way
have a
of
direct
life
flight
is
from
different.
Delhi.
I don't want to lose the audience.
The challenges are different.
Can we tell the audience that
Bhutanese
the
Airlines
people are
is
coming?
book gateway.
Okay. They're going to. Yeah, they're going to say that
Almost
we're about to start.
almost every day, except maybe
Two
one
are on the
day.
way.
Good morning, everybody. I hope you got some good sleep, you got a good breakfast. We're just about to begin our panel on what kind of an agreement should Paris reach. We're just going to begin in about 5 minutes. I just wanted to give you a heads up as to where we stand. We'll be starting the session.
नहीं, जैसे गाँवों में सिस्टम ये था कि लाइट का पूरा सही तरीके से नहीं आना, और आना भी तो कोई इसका टाइम टेबल नहीं था कि जो है कि ये लाइट जो है 8 घंटे आएगी या 5 घंटे आएगी या 4 घंटे आएगी। तो कुछ लोग यहाँ पे आए गांव में और बोले कि हमें सोलर लैंटेन का सिस्टम एक लगाना है। तो वो बोले कि हमें ऐसा एक आदमी चाहिए जो ट्रेनिंग ले करके जो है गाँव में जा करके वो लैंटेनों को ठीक कर सके।
you. So are we ready to start? Good morning, everybody. This is your wake-up session, literally a wake-up session. What we're going to discuss today really is important in terms of coming up with an agreement that is effective, not just coming to an agreement on what to do about climate change, but really an agreement that is effective and really addresses the issues. And that is what's going to happen in Paris. Paris has a lot going for it, not least the momentum of the Lima Agreement, where finally all nations, rich and poor, agreed to do something about climate change. However, the fact that the session had to be extended and the breakthrough achieved was very last minute shows how difficult it's going to be just to get an agreement. But today we want to focus on not just getting an agreement, any kind of agreement, but what kind should that agreement be in order to really make change and in order to really stop the worst effects of global warming. So, this is a ministerial session, the agreement that the world needs at COP21. It is going to be chaired by Sir Suma Chakrabarti. He's going to take over from me. He's the president of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. He has extensive experience in what we need today to discuss an effective agreement. He has experience in international development, economics, and policy making. And he was formerly the head of the Department of International Development from the UK. A lot of experience. He's going to take over now from me. It's all in your hands. Good luck.
Thank you very much indeed. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this session.
Kicking off day 2 here at the summit. I'm joined here by a very distinguished group of panelists, and I'll briefly introduce them. I'll set the scene for our discussion. I'll ask each of the panelists to make their comments, hopefully focusing very much on their own country's challenges and policies, but also trying to focus on the sort of agreement that we're all looking for in Paris at the end of the year. Let me start with, on the extreme right here, Ambassador Richard Verma from the United States. Next to him is His Excellency Abdullahi Majid, who is the Minister of State for Environment and Energy from the Maldives. Next to him, Mr. Sushil Kumar, who is the Additional Secretary in the Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change in India. On my right here, very pleased to also have His Excellency Mr. Sergei Donskoy, the Minister of Natural Resources and Environment in the Russian Federation. On my immediate left here we have Juan Jose Guerra, the Minister of Environment and Natural Resources from Mexico. On his left we have Her Excellency Ms. Lienpo Dorji Chodon, Minister of Works and Human Settlements, Royal Government of Bhutan. A special place of affection in my heart for Bhutan, because I was born very near the border, as she and I were talking about there as well. And then on her left, we have His Excellency Mr. Lars Andreas Lunde, State Secretary, which is Deputy Minister in the Climate and Environment Department in Norway. And on the far left, we have Dr. Mukul Sangma, who's Honorable Chief Minister for the State of Meghalaya. So we have a very distinguished panel with us today. So let me just try and set the scene, if I may, very briefly. I think, as we know and was noted very clearly by speakers yesterday, 2015 is a big year for development and for climate change, for those of us who are interested in the subjects, which are so interrelated, of course. The Finance for Development Conference in Addis Ababa in July will take place. The adoption of the Sustainable Development Goals in New York in September at the United Nations, and then the COP21 in Paris at the end of the year. And these events, frankly, will set the course for the sustainability of our planet's development. Now, while there are very clear relationships between each of these events, the focus of the session today is really to outline the key elements that are coming together from national perspectives on the agreement that the world needs at COP21. There are a large number of points for discussion. I hope some of them will come up in the speeches they make, but also in your questions as well. But let me identify 4 important components, I think, that are coming through in the debates yesterday, but also in the last few months. The first big component, I would say, that we need to think about in terms of Paris is the ambition and nature, of course, of the climate objectives that are going to be set. What should we be aiming at in terms of mitigation? Should there be a target based on reaching a zero carbon economy? If so, by when? And in this regard, I think it's particularly meaningful for us to be holding this session here in Delhi, the summit, because of the role that was being played by the IPCC, Dr. Pachauri and TERI. They've played a very important role in establishing the very facts, the evidence base, if you like, relating both to the severity and the urgency of the issues that we're addressing, and also the actions that need to be taken. So that's the first set of issues, the ambition and nature of the objectives. The second is really about adaptation. As adaptation needs are imminent and global, we know that, what sort of actions of mutual assistance, of cooperation, do we need to see coming through in Paris? The third key element is a very important one. It's about tracking results. Results achieved in pursuit of climate preservation objectives, they do need to be tracked. We know that. So we're going to be also having to think about monitoring, about verification, and about reporting. That's really important to just have a very transparent process in understanding what is going on and where are we getting closer to meeting our objectives. And finally, the fourth component, and we mustn't neglect this is really, really important and very important for the coming months, particularly in Addis Ababa, but on the road to Paris, is the question of financing. What is the financial basis upon which climate objectives will be pursued? Climate finance is going to play an increasing role to underpin the implementation of robust mitigation and adaptation measures as the need for results become much more pressing. We know that. So financing matters. So in this context, let me do a very brief commercial for my own organization. Why am I chairing this panel of distinguished people? It's because the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, EBRD for short, has become one of the largest climate finance organizations at a global level. It's got a very strong track record in our regions of operations. These regions now stretch from Casablanca to Vladivostok. We cover Central and Eastern Europe, Central Asia, Turkey, North Africa, and the Middle East. And in the last year, in 2014 alone, EBRD invested $3.5 billion in over 170 energy efficiency and renewable energy projects. And between 2006 and 2014, EBRD's cumulative mitigation and adaptation finance has reached $20 billion, total project value of about $100 million, so you can really see the gearing effect there. And 2/3 of that is in the private sector, and we do need the private sector to engage. We need private sector financing, of course, to achieve our objectives. And these investments are expected now to result in carbon emissions reductions of over 70 million tons a year. So that's why the EBRD is really heavily engaged in this great summit here and very heavily engaged in the road to COP21. Our view is that the agreement at COP21 with a clear climate objective, a defined time frame, and increasingly sharp price signals, we think price signals are very important, will support a significant growth of financing, not just from the EBRD, but also from a broad range of mostly private financing sources. So I have a very personal and a very strong institutional desire and interest in listening to the views of our panelists today. So I'm now going to hand over the floor, without more ado, to our distinguished panelists. I'm going to ask Minister Guerra to kick us off. I think the panelists will use the podiums to start with, to speak from. Minister Guerra has some slides as well, which he'll talk to. And then afterwards, I really hope we can get some time for Q&A. We have to finish sharp at 10:15. Over to you, Mr. Guerra.
Thank you. Good morning. I thank Dr. Pachauri for this kind invitation. And of course, it is an honor to be here, and it is an honor to share this panel with these distinguished colleagues. I have a presentation in PowerPoint because they asked me to share with you what we are doing in Mexico. Of course, I'm confident that in Paris we will reach an agreement, but in the meantime, we believe that each country has to do the homework. And I want to show you what we are doing in Mexico, because I do believe that we are doing our homework. Please, the next chart. Of course, Mexico has a big concern about the climate change, because, the next chart, please, because as you will see, we are a small emitter of greenhouse gases, but still we are one of the most affected countries. Please, the next chart. We have been hit by heat waves. We have had severe rainstorm and 59 tropical cyclones. 31 of them were major hurricanes. In September 2013, we have, for the first time in many years, 2 hurricanes hitting Mexico at the same time. It devastated the state of Guerrero because 2 hurricanes hitting at the same time. And also, this last year, we have a hurricane hitting Baja California in the south, Baja California South in the peninsula. What is strange is that for many years in Baja we didn't have any hurricane, but this year we had one hitting directly the peninsula, and there were another 3 that at the very end, instead of turning east, they turned west and they went away to the Pacific. But still, we have to face the fact that we are going to be facing extreme situations, extreme hurricanes like those we have in the past, in the near past. Next chart, please. This shows the position of Mexico. We are in the middle of the 2 oceans, and that's why that makes us a very vulnerable country. The next chart, please. You see the route of the hurricanes, and that puts Mexico in the middle of hurricane center. Next one, please. Now, as I said, we think we are doing our homework because we are already reducing emissions. We made in 2010 a calculation of total emissions of Mexico that was close to 750 millions of CO2 equivalent of tons. But we made a new calculation last year. We recalculated 2010 with the new technology, with more information, and we figured out that really our emissions were not 750 million tons, but they were 637. But the good news is that we calculated what we have produced in 2013, and the good news is that we are already reducing emissions by 4.5%. Next, please. And this is what the sectors where we are getting emissions. Of course, we in the government are focusing on transportation and in power plants. Maybe, I don't know if you are familiar, but Mexico, President Peña produced an energy bill last year that opened the energy market to private investors. For many years, many years, the energy market in Mexico, the energy sector was closed only to the government. Tanto Petróleos Mexicanos como Comisión Federal de Electricidad had to be owned 100% by the government. Now, thanks to this new bill, the market of energy is open to all kind of private investment. And we are promoting the switching of the fuel in vehicles from diesel and gasoline to natural gas, because Mexico has an abundant quantity of natural gas. Also, in relation with power plants, the energy company Comisión Federal de Electricidad is switching the 100% of its plants from coal and fuel oil to natural gas. This will make a sharp reduction on emissions, and of course that will allow us to reach the goal that the general law on climate change established in Mexico. Also, my country has a tremendous potential for geothermic energy, and this commission is going to build in these next few years new plants to produce geothermic energy, which is by sure one of the best ways to produce this kind of energy. Next one. And the next one, this is the last one. We have a law, we have a general law on climate change in Mexico, and this law allow us to reduce or force us to reduce 30% the emissions in the year 2020 and 50% in the year 2050. I'm sure that with the new policies and the new efforts we're doing in my country, we will reach this target, which is important not only for Mexico, but for the whole world. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Minister Guerra. Very interesting. And of course, Mexico has quite different sort of challenges because from some of the other countries, it's an oil producer. It's actually very well known for the measures it's already taken in the climate change area over many years. So it's seen as a leader in this field. Another leader in this field, I think, very much is Bhutan. Her Excellency, Ms. Leonpo Dorji Chodon, the minister, will talk about Bhutan and the challenges it faces. Of course, very different challenges with glaciers, mountains, the adaptation challenges there, of course. And we were very pleased to hear from her, particularly about her policies in Bhutan. Minister. Yeah, 5.5. It's okay.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm greatly honored and indeed delighted to be among the top green leaders of the world. And I want to congratulate Dr. R.K. Pachauri and his team from TERI for this very timely summit and very important summit on sustainable development. In Bhutan, protecting our environment, even as we pursue economic growth, is a decision made from the very beginning of our development history around 50 years ago under our enlightened monarchs. Our fourth king proclaimed as early as in 1980s that for Bhutan, gross national happiness is more important than gross national product. Today, we continue to be guided by this development philosophy, a people-centered development approach, which embraces inclusive, equitable, and sustainable growth. Although limited by resources, we strive to give free education, free healthcare. We also promote green economy, all for sustainable and inclusive growth. Our forest cover has expanded to 72%, and our constitution mandates that at all times to come, we have to maintain 60% of forest cover. More than half the country is protected as national parks and wildlife sanctuaries. We have also pledged to remain carbon neutral for all time to come. But all these have not spared Bhutan from the impact of climate change. We face harsh realities of extreme weather, flash floods, and also landslides because we are in a mountainous country. And these are quite common and results in disasters affecting many lives and livelihoods, and also have adverse effect on our sustainable development effort. Ladies and gentlemen, I think hopes are very high that every nation, every party, every leader will pledge and commit for action in the COP21 in Paris. And science has spoken, science has proven that climate change is purely man-made. So we are therefore at a critical junction of a crossroad. Whether it will be now or later, whether by the national government, local government, private sector or NGOs or civil society, how much or how little do we commit? On our own terms, being responsible, or under compulsion, legal compulsion? All these forces at play can only be adequately addressed through collective endeavors, setting aside all our differences, all the vested interest and greed. A time has come to set aside all these differences for once and pave a common path for our survival and for our own future generation. Greenhouse gas knows no boundaries. Greenhouse gas emitted in the US, China, or Australia would still melt the snow in the Himalayas. Honorable Chair, taking this great opportunity to be here in this summit, I want to remind and highlight critical messages for the COP21 at Paris, and these are also reflections from our Bhutan context. First, the world needs to adopt a strong agreement in the form of protocol under the UN framework of climate change. This should be applicable to all the parties. Everybody, rich, whether you're rich, not so rich, poor, vulnerable, developed, developing, least developed countries, all have to play their responsible part. Blame game is not the answer. Second, it is no myth that the world temperature is rising. It is real. The world should agree to the temperature goal of limiting it to 1.5 degrees above the pre-industrial level. This will ensure safeguarding many lives and livelihoods, particularly in the fragile mountain ecosystem across the globe, who will be disproportionately affected. And Bhutan is perched in the Himalayas. Third, the agreement should include all elements on mitigation, and not only mitigation, adaptation and finance are equally important if you are looking for sustainable development. Richer countries, and particularly the developed countries, as they have historical responsibilities for climate change, should commit to support the poorer and the vulnerable countries. There should be emphasis on strong compliance regime to implement mitigation and adaptation actions. As many international mechanisms we have seen lack effective implementation and also transparency, this is what we call for. Fourth, the world needs to agree to take concrete action on cutting down emissions based on the national circumstances. Bhutan, as a least developed country and as a responsible global member, we are doing what we can to reduce emission. We have already committed to remaining carbon neutral and ensure that our emissions do not exceed the sink capacity of our forest. Fifth and the last, no matter what, in the end, financial resources matter. At COP21 at Paris, there should be certainty on the flow of funds. Green climate funds should be fully operationalized with clear pathways to mobilize funds as pledged at COP15 in Copenhagen. This is key to realizing any commitment, otherwise they will remain empty promises. Ladies and gentlemen, all these are not impossible. It is ultimately the leadership, political leaders, leaders in the world of science and technology, leaders in business and industries, religious leaders, leaders of various social ethnic groups, civil society, and youth leaders. We have many enthusiastic youth leaders in the summit here. How many of us and how many times have we attended COPs? We are now into 21 COPs and many other climate meetings and forums. Many distinguished leaders are here today. The question we need to ask is, are we still not convinced that our globe is warming up? That mankind alone is responsible? Instead of action, are we still going to have more meetings, leading to other meetings and more paper promises? It is time for leaders to act collectively, called for by science and humanity. So let us use this Delhi Sustainable Development Summit to sharpen and define clearly the framework for advancing the consensual agreement that needs to be reached at COP21 at Paris. To translate, as some of our distinguished speakers said yesterday, the inconvenient truth to convenient solutions, concrete actions, so that we can proudly say, yes, we are there for the future we want. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Minister, thank you very much. I turn now to His Excellency Mr. Abdullahi Majid from the Maldives. I think very important to hear from him because in some ways it's the Maldives, many small island states face the ultimate climate challenge of adaptation given the low-lying nature of the islands. Minister, over to you. Sushil, you're next.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, and ladies and gentlemen. Namaste, good morning, bonjour. First, let me take the opportunity to express my sincere appreciation to Dr. R.K. Pachauri, Director General and President TERI, BCSD, and of course not forgetting, he is also the chairman of the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, for the kind invitation extended to me and the special arrangements he has graciously made for me. For me, it is a privilege and honor to be amongst this esteemed gathering. I have no doubt, as always, this 15th summit will be a stimulating and a progressive event for both policymakers and decision makers to make informed decisions on the most pressing needs of the present day, sustainable development and climate change. I am humbled to make a small contribution under the title, The Agreement the World Needs at COP21. Indeed, climate change is multisectoral and akin to a host of socio-economic issues and challenges ranging from biodiversity loss, food security, rural development, resource availability, livelihood capacity, security, water resources, and human health, to name a few. As such, sustainable development needs to become climate sensitive. Our efforts to reconcile economic development, equity, and environmental protection need to be filtered through the lens of responding to exigencies of climate change impacts. Mr. Chairman and Excellencies, despite the natural difficulties that come along with reaching consensus, particularly on a global scale with nations of diverse interests, cultural diversity, and at varying stages of development, we are confident, looking forward to a comprehensive climate agreement at Paris. What we are expecting is a credible and binding agreement that takes into account the needs of the developing countries and those most vulnerable to climate change in conjunction with exigencies of responding to climate change. Though difficult or painful at times, the momentum we have acquired over the past few years must be maintained. After all, the consequence of failing to act could be catastrophic. The Maldives remains amongst the most vulnerable countries to projected impacts of climate change. As a low-lying small island developing state, our geographic insularity, ecological fragility, and economic vulnerability indeed make climate change the most challenging and ever-looming danger. We are faced with losses that can no longer be mitigated nor adapted to. We are experiencing water scarcity during the dry northeast monsoon, and drinking water has to be transported from the capital to over 100 outlying islands with a price tag of thousands, if not millions, of US dollars annually for the past decades. We are also faced with accelerated island erosion and far too many incidences of flooding, which we attribute as signs of changing climate. Mr. Chairman, science has spoken loud and clear. The last IPCC report, the fifth assessment report, predicts a global sea level rise between 52 to 98 centimeters for high emission scenario and that of the lower one of 26 to 61 centimeters. Correspondingly, global average temperature rise between 3.2 to 5.4 degrees at the highest level and lowest scenario of 0.9 to 2.3 degrees Celsius at the end of the century is being projected. These are grave and devastating projections for many coastal areas and a number of archipelagic states. This is why Maldives and many other low-lying small island states advocate keeping global temperatures rise below 2 degrees Celsius or preferably less than 1.5 degrees Celsius. The warming may increasingly likely to be irreversible, yet it is not too late to make a difference. Yet this is no time to lose heart. That is, of course, if you have a heart. Mr. Chairman, as we look towards Paris this year, we note the urgency of establishing a credible mechanism for loss and damage, a mechanism that provides equal emphasis on both mitigation and adaptation. Concurrently, of critical importance is also the need for accountability and transparency in the new agreement. This must be based on mutual trust, credibility, and understanding. Mr. Chairman, the issue of finance is central to achieve the objectives of UNFCCC. It must constitute a central building block of the new agreement and must contain clear commitment from developed country parties. In this vein, we welcome the recent pledges to the Green Climate Fund as a positive step towards building trust in the run-up to Paris. Our concern is that the current pledges are not adequate given the eminent needs of the most vulnerable countries. Our concern is the time scale that these will materialize. Our concern is whether these are new and additional finances or existing finances repackaged and branded as climate finances. However, significance of these pledges lay the cornerstone to a constructive dialogue that will enable catalyzing and mobilizing of adequate resources. Mr. Chairman, I salute the industries and the private sector for their pioneering leadership and innovative roles. As we have often heard in the past 2 days, many industries have already started to prepare for low-carbon world. Technological innovation, economic impetus, and concern for the environment have been the bedrock for these changes. Companies have started to internalize climate change into their risk management and corporate governance. Time and again, companies have demonstrated that profits and environmental benefits are not necessarily a trade-off, nor are they diametrically opposed goals. Indeed, throughout this summit, we have witnessed this spirit, this creed from the private sector. National governments and the international community must then provide an environment conducive for such change, from strengthening regulatory frameworks to the design of policies targeted at shifting the balance of the energy mix towards renewable energy. Governments have a pivotal role to play in this process of change. At the Conference of Parties in Paris, we can send a strong signal that global governments are committed and united in significantly reducing carbon emissions. Such a signal is inherently important for market reorientations, and we are confident we can send such a strong signal for the agreement that the world needs at this COP. Mr. Chairman, lack of political will, courage, and mutual respect places us and future generations in harm's way and sabotage the agreement that the world needs now. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Minister. Let me call on Sushil Kumar, the Additional Secretary of the Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change here in India, to speak next. Of course, the new government, Sushil, has saying quite a lot about this agenda, has got a much more positive agenda, and India will be a major player to make sure Paris is a success. So over to you.
Thank you, Session Chair, and good morning, distinguished panelists and distinguished delegates. It's a pleasure to present to you our understanding, the Indian understanding of the agreement that the world needs at COP21 Paris. I wish to submit to you just 6 main points. Don't want to give you any data, so that you understand what are the core issues which are important. And at the end, I want to pose 2 questions. The first point I wish to highlight
is that this agreement is going to be evolved under the convention, and that is United Nations Convention, Framework Convention on Climate Change. We must keep in mind that that convention is not being negotiated. What is being done is this new agreement, which is going to evolve and come out in Paris, is going to replace the Kyoto Protocol. Since the convention remains, what India is looking for, and most of the countries, the developing world is looking for, are retention and reiteration of the principles of equity, CBDR, which is common but differentiated responsibility and respective capabilities. These are words very often used by the negotiators, but we already have seen that the differentiated responsibility which was there, which is there in the form of annexes, Annex 1 and non-Annex 1, which divided the world into two blocks. That has in a way been diluted, because now we are looking at universal action. We are looking at contribution of each country in the form of what is being called intended nationally determined contributions. So that the globe has agreed, the world has agreed, all 195 countries have agreed, okay, let's not have action only on the part of some nations, although they created the problem. Let it be universal action, but it cannot be equal action. So the issue of differentiation is very critical, and that has to be resolved. It has to be properly captured so that every country is on board. So this is about the two basic core principles which have to be the guiding principles of the new agreement. That was my point number one. Point number two, India wishes that this agreement in COP21 propels the world on a path of comprehensive climate action. What do we mean by comprehensive climate action? The first point to be highlighted in comprehensive climate action is the balance between mitigation and adaptation. There is a tendency on the part of some nations to focus only on mitigation. Now that is getting corrected, obviously, because mitigation is not the only action which is needed. What we wish to highlight is this balance has to be very carefully established, and that is going to determine the success of Paris. The third point which I wanted to highlight, and that one has to keep in mind, is the harmonious existence of the climate change goals and the sustainable development goals. Now those sustainable development goals are going to be finalized in September 2015, before Paris comes. So that has to coexist as the guiding path for the world and all countries. We can take questions on these, but let me not further go into details. The fourth point which I wanted to highlight from Indian perspective is predictable and substantial availability of finance to enable developing countries to take up ambitious mitigation and adaptation action. That's a prerequisite. Otherwise, in the business as usual, universal action will not gain much. Every country has to do something more, and for doing that, they have to be provided with finances. The fifth point is regarding freer, quicker, and cheaper flow of technology, where the IPR costs are somehow neutralized either through a multilateral fund or any other mechanism which can be negotiated, but each country is able to get new technology to increase their energy efficiency, to increase their adaptation action, to reduce their carbon emissions. And the sixth and the last point was, as the chair mentioned, transparency, which is monitoring, reporting, and verification. The MRV system, yes, there has to be transparency, but that transparency has to be on all pillars. It cannot be only on emissions. It has to be also on finance. Whether what is being committed is adequate, is ambitious, is actually being provided, on technology, on adaptation. So, same level of transparency yardstick has to be applied across the pillars. So these were the 6 basic expectations which India has. Now the 2 questions which I wanted to pose. The first is, should there be a global goal on adaptation? We all know that there is a global goal on mitigation. Keep within 2 degrees. Should there be a global adaptation index on which every country needs to be assessed how vulnerable that country is? If Maldives is very vulnerable, they need to be helped. And the second question is, should there be a clause in the agreement mentioning that the globe needs to change lifestyles? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sushil. Let me call on His Excellency Sergei Donskoy, the Minister of Natural Resources and Environment in the Russian Federation. Sergei, it would be great to hear from you. We, of course, in BRD do quite a lot, have done quite a lot in energy efficiency in Russia, very successfully. So really looking forward to hearing what you say. I think Sergei is going to be speaking in Russian, and then we'll have an interpretation alongside. Over to you, Sergei.
Уважаемый господин председатель, уважаемые участники саммита, я рад принимать участие в мероприятии, основной темой которого является устойчивое развитие и борьба с изменениями климата.
Esteemed Mr. Chairman, distinguished participants of this summit, I'm glad to take part in the event focused on the sustainable development and fighting climate change.
Со своей стороны хотел бы привлечь ваше внимание к такому важному вопросу, как увязка охраны окружающей среды, зеленой экономики в контексте устойчивого развития.
I'd like to use this opportunity to draw your attention to such an important issue as the close connection between the environment and green economy in the context of sustainable development, which is the greening of the economy and policy.
Иными словами, экологизация экономики и политики. Участвуя в 2012 году в конференции ООН по устойчивому развитию Рио+20 в Рио-де-Жанейро, Россия придерживалась позиции о необходимости сформулировать и представить мировому сообществу новую парадигму устойчивого развития, способствующую преодолению вызовов современности – это бедность, ограниченность доступа к основным ресурсам, загрязнение окружающей среды истощения природных ресурсов.
As a participant of the United Nations Conference on Sustainable Development Rio Plus 20 in Rio de Janeiro in 2012, Russia adhered to the position of the need to formulate and present to the world community a new paradigm of sustainable development useful in overcoming such contemporary challenges as poverty, limited access to basic resources, pollution and depletion of natural resources.
Мы твердо убеждены, что новая парадигма должна показать неразрывную взаимосвязь всех трех составляющих концепции устойчивого развития: экономики, экологии и социальных вопросов.
We are firmly convinced that the new paradigm is to show the inextricable connection between all three pillars of sustainable development concept: economics, ecology and social issues.
Подводя итоги реализации целей развития тысячелетия за последующие 20 лет и участие в обсуждении повестки дня за период после 2015 года, следует отметить, что целый перечень задач природоохранного блока требует дальнейших усилий по их решению. Это в первую очередь решение проблем загрязнения атмосферного воздуха, водных ресурсов, деградации экосистем, утилизации отходов и ликвидации накопленного экологического ущерба.
Summing up the results of the Millennium Development Goals implementation over the past 20 years and participating in the discussions on the agenda for the period after the year 2015, we would like to put a stress on a range of environmental tasks which require continuing efforts for their solution. First of all, they address air and water pollution, ecosystems degradation, waste recycling and the environmental damage elimination.
Еще одной глобальной проблемой, с которой сталкиваются все государства, независимо от уровня экономического развития и географического расположения, это, естественно, изменение климата. Последствия этого явления зачастую имеют катастрофические последствия не только для населения стран и состояния окружающей среды, но и наносит ощутимый экономический ущерб.
Another global problem faced by all states, regardless of the level of economic development and geographical location, is the climate change. The implications of this phenomenon often entail disastrous consequences, not only for the population and the environment, but also cause considerable economic damage.
В России число опасных природных явлений с 1990 года по 2010 год возросло почти в 4 раза и продолжает увеличиваться со скоростью 6-7% в год. У нас в стране отмечается более 30 видов опасных гидрометеорологических явлений. За последние годы в несколько раз увеличилось число широкомасштабных природных катастроф, в первую очередь наводнений и лесных пожаров. По данным российских ученых, за последние 10 лет количество опасных природных явлений удвоилось.
From 1990 to 2010, the number of natural phenomena in Russia has increased almost fourfold and continues to grow at the rate of about 6-7% per year. More than 30 types of dangerous hydrometeorological hazards are registered in our country on a regular basis. In recent years, the number of large-scale natural disasters, especially floods and forest fires, has increased several times. According to Russian scientists, the number of natural hazards will double over the next 10 years.
Общее число опасных природных явлений на территории России в 2013 году составило 963 явления. Это немного меньше, чем было в 2012 году. Ставших аномальных по их количеству было зафиксировано 987 явлений, из которых 476 нанесли ущерб в размере более 200 миллиардов рублей и привели к гибели более 190 человек.
The total number of natural hazards in Russia in 2013 amounted to 963. This is slightly fewer than in the year 2012, when the number was abnormal, 987, 476 of which caused deaths of more than 190 people and damage of more than 200 billion rubles.
Исходя из этого, мы считаем, что от эффективности действий государства в сфере защиты охраны окружающей среды зависит как развитие экономического, развитие экономики, так и качество жизни граждан любой страны.
Given this, the effective action of the state in the sphere of environment protection affects the life quality of the citizens of any country.
Кроме того, внедрение зеленых приоритетов в экономику является одним из гарантов его устойчивого и долгосрочного роста.
More than that, the introduction of green priorities in the economy is one of the guarantors of its sustainable long-term growth.
Ориентация на экологизацию в 21 веке очевидно является существенным фактором, влияющим на инвестиционную привлекательность страны в целом. Можно также сказать, что конкуренция по показателям экологической ответственности также становится ведущей тенденцией.
In the 21st century, the focus on the environment is obviously significantly affecting the investment attractiveness of the country. It can be said that competition in environmental responsibility is leading the trend.
Безусловно, Российская Федерация, как один из мировых ресурсных лидеров, не только приветствует, но и полностью разделяет принципы зеленой ответственности в экономике. Более того, для нашей страны это является одним из приоритетных направлений государственной политики.
Of course, the Russian Federation, as one of the world's natural resources leaders, not only welcomes but also fully shares the principles of green responsibility in the economy. Moreover, for our country, it is one of the priorities of state policy.
При этом мы подтверждаем позицию в отношении положения о зеленой экономике в Делийской декларации, принятой по итогам 4-го саммита БРИКС в Дели в 2012 году, где говорится о том, что зеленая экономика должна трактоваться в более широких рамках устойчивого развития и искоренения бедности и представляет собой одно из средств реализации этих приоритетов, не являясь при этом самоцелью.
Thus, we reaffirm the position with regard to the green economy provisions of the Delhi Declaration adopted at the 4th BRICS Summit in New Delhi in 2012, which stated that a green economy must be understood within the broader framework of sustainable development and eradication of poverty, providing a means of implementing these priorities without being a goal in itself.
Okay. About 3 more speakers still.
Okay. Ну и следуя решениям Делийской декларации и последующих решений глав государства, вопросы зеленой экономики, устойчивого развития и изменения климата были выбраны нами в качестве ключевой темы для обсуждения на первой встрече министров окружающей среды стран БРИКС, которая пройдет в апреле этого года в Москве.
Following decisions of the Delhi Declaration and subsequent decisions of the heads of state, the green economy, sustainable development and climate change issues have been chosen by us as a key topic for discussions at the first meeting of the BRICS environment ministers, which will take place in Moscow in April this year.
Развитие зеленой экономики невозможно без усилий со стороны государства. Во-первых, только таким образом можно провести необходимые законодательные изменения, а во-вторых, обеспечить финансовую поддержку перспективным зеленым инициативам.
It is important to say that the commitment of the state is very important in this question, first of all because only in this way the necessary legislature changes can be provided, and secondly, only this way the financial support could be given to these prospective green priorities.
Вопрос, который я затронул в ходе своего выступления: загрязнение атмосферного воздуха, изменение климата, водная проблематика, управление отходами и целый ряд других в равной степени затрагивает экономику всех стран.
Issues mentioned in my speech, such as air pollution, climate change, water issues, waste management, and a number of others, in equal degree affect economies of all states.
И убежден, что совместными усилиями путем обмена накопленным опытом, информацией о национальных усилиях по решению проблем окружающей среды мы сможем достичь большего результата.
I'm fully convinced that by joint efforts and by sharing experiences and information on national efforts addressing the environmental problems, we can achieve more results.
Я благодарю вас за внимание.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Sergey, as well, for that. I'm going to have, we've got really only about 10, 12 minutes left, so I'm going to ask for the last three speakers to be as brief as can be, starting with the Chief Minister from Meghalaya, because in India it's very important to realize that it's a federal country, and a lot of the action is at state level, in fact. So, Chief Minister, over to you. And then I'll bring in the Norwegian Deputy Minister, and then Richard at the end.
Thank you. I thank the Chair, His Excellencies, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's the right time for policymakers to be coming together along with all the experts and put our thoughts together to achieve the common and shared objective to address the climate change issues. It's a privilege for me to be actually being able to share my thoughts as a policymaker, as a political head of a state. We have a strong federal structure in this country, and as far as the stand of the country is concerned, Mr. Sushil Kumarji has already placed before all of you. But as a Chief Minister of our state, I would only share as to what we are doing and what can be probably thought as something which can be replicated, because all our developmental strategies and initiatives have been based on our commitment to address the concerns of climate change. And we as a small state, Meghalaya, I think it should be my privilege to tell where I've come from. This country is a very big country with huge diversity. We come from a small state with 3 million population. It's one of the smallest states with very low population. We are blessed with natural resources and blessed with strong human resources. We are just at the northern part of Bangladesh, sharing long international border with Bangladesh. And therefore, let me also convey the warmest greetings on behalf of my people and my state in the first instance. My state was affected by both drought and unprecedented rainfall, resulting in devastation and loss of precious lives to the extent of 66 loss of lives last year. So you can understand how we are not insulated in spite of being a very tiny state in the midst of this whole large nation. Therefore, as a government, we adopted our whole developmental initiative in such a way that people who continue to think that living in the rural areas are not attractive, therefore they keep on migrating to the urban areas and creating a problem for the policymakers, because all our plans go haywire because of the uncontrolled migration and ultimate congestion, and therefore making the infrastructure that we built for the cities insufficient to accommodate such population. This is linked with sustainable livelihood. And when we talk about livelihood, we often say that we engage in such livelihoods which ultimately destroy the environment. Therefore, our approach has been to rather mitigate the issues of climate change through sustainable livelihood, or to create sustainable ecology through sustainable livelihood, so that all the sustainable livelihood activities that the government plan will ultimately enable us to have sustained ecology. And that is exactly the format which we have initiated. And we have come up with a flagship program of the state government, which is called the Integrated Basin Development and Livelihood Promotion Program. I would leave behind my invitation to all the experts and friends to come and visit my state and see what exactly we are trying to do and how it has brought in the active participation of the stakeholders as a whole, thereby giving us lots of hope that Meghalaya is going to be able to actually show the way as to how livelihood can actually be linked to creating sustainable ecology. And as a policymaker, I think for me, it is only to tell you that we are trying to contribute our humble bit, because little drops of water make a mighty ocean. There are a few things which I'd like to share here is that, okay, if we are talking about low carbon economy, whether it is possible, I will say that it is possible given the kind of hopes that have generated with our new initiative. Because there are lots of answers to all the challenges that we have. What is required is to actually adopt a multi-pronged approach which is in sync with what we are trying to do. When we build roads, I think there are lots of answers. There is a need to ensure that we adopt and induct new technologies which can actually enable us to build green roads. We are also investing on that. If we are talking about providing the Bijli Pani in Indian perspective, the energy and water, then I think we have lots of solutions. We are talking about creating sustainable energy solutions with the involvement of community, which is again linked with sustainable livelihood. So these are a few things which we have initiated, but I think the most important point which I would like to leave behind here is that supporting and incentivizing the states which have embarked upon these initiatives and are capable of making a difference in the lives of the people, and at the same time ensure that livelihood is linked with sustainable ecology. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Minister. Thank you for sticking to the time as well, but also that thread between communities, livelihoods, and environmental action, very important. Lars, I think we should hear from you and then Richard, two countries that have been very significant in the whole climate change debate, and we should finish off with you two, I think. So, Lars, please take the stand. Lars is the State Secretary from Norway, and Norway, of course, has been a really important country in helping to finance a lot of the environmental action in other countries too. Lars.
Thank you very much, Chair, for this opportunity to address the distinguished ministers and delegates present to present Norway's views on the new climate agreement that we will reach in Paris later this year. But first, allow me to say that this is a great pleasure to be back here at the Daily Sustainable Development Summit. The Norwegian government puts emphasis on science-based policy making, and our host TERI is an important contributor to climate science. Since we met here in Delhi 1 year ago, science has become clearer. The fifth assessment report of the IPCC shows us that it is still possible to limit the average global temperature increase to 2 degrees. But science also shows us that we are running out of time. Lack of action will result in widespread changes to the climate system. Continuing our business as usual would put our planet on track of more than 3 degrees warming. This would put ecosystems, people, and societies at great risk. This is not an option. You are all familiar with the warnings from scientists. It is obvious that we need urgent and long-term action on climate change. Therefore, the world is in strong need of an ambitious climate agreement in Paris. When it comes to ambitions, Norway is a champion for the 2-degree target. We want to see an overall objective in agreement based on current goals. But we have also proposed an operational goal for emission reductions. Our suggestion is a global goal to achieve 0 net emissions by 2050. We believe this is a clear and understandable goal. This could trigger the right understanding and the right actions in planning for low-carbon societies. I am very much forward to hearing your views on this. 3 more points on our views on the new agreement. Firstly, we need an agreement which covers the emissions of greenhouse gases worldwide. A new agreement that only covers a small percentage of the world's total emissions would be of little value and ultimately put us all at greater risk. Therefore, reducing emissions is our common responsibility. It is important for us to ensure that all parties to the Climate Convention is part of the new agreement. Secondly, we do recognize that governments and countries have different national circumstances and therefore cannot be expected to contribute to the agreement in exactly the same way. But all countries can do something. It is important to keep in mind that emission reductions also can have many co-benefits from health, environment, and society. Many of the measures we can take will contribute positively to a country's development. Thirdly, and as a result of the need for all parties to contribute and the different national contexts, we need to ensure a fair and just climate agreement. There must be mechanisms in place to ensure that there is finance available for mitigation and adaptation actions in poor countries. Norway is a supporter of the Green Climate Fund and other existing mechanisms, and we will continue to work for a results-based approach. This means that financial support will be provided to partners that can present verified emission reductions. I would also be happy to hear your views on this today. From Lima to Paris, what can we expect? A lot of work remains before the world leaders will be ready to adopt a new agreement in Paris. But the Lima call for climate action is a step in the right direction. We do live in exciting times. At the moment, governments in all corners of the world are preparing their intended national determined contributions, the INDCs. These INDCs will be an important part of the foundation for a new climate agreement. We all know that there is a large gap between current commitments and the actions needed to achieve the 2-degree target. This is also of great concern for us. Therefore, we are glad that the Lima Agreement agreed that the new contributions represent a progression beyond the current commitments by each party. Norway's INDC contribution will be presented by the end of this quarter, but already this week my government presented our suggestion for the Norwegian Parliament, where we suggest that Norway should have the same ambitions as our neighbors in the European Union, which is 40% reduction in 2030 compared to the 1990 level. Norway is not a member of the European Union, but we share the same goal with the European Union on this, and therefore hope also for a strong cooperation with the EU on achieving a goal of 40% reduction in 2030 compared to 1990 level. And we also looking forward to see the INDCs of other countries, as these contributions will indicate how ambitious we can expect the climate agreement to be. The new climate agreement will be in function from 2020, but what we do between now and 2020 is also crucial. REDD+ and other forestry initiatives, energy and short-lived climate pollutants are among areas with great potential. Norway works with multiple partners to strengthen capacity in the forest sector and reduce deforestation and forest degradation. My government has reaffirmed Norway's strong commitment to REDD+ with the same long-term goals. Our intent is to continue to finance REDD+ at least at current levels until 2020. Reducing emissions of short-lived climate pollutants, both at home and abroad, is another priority for Norway. In this way, we can help provide first aid to the climate by reducing the speed of warming while simultaneously improving people's health and agricultural yields. Climate change is a serious threat, but in some regards also represent new opportunities. According to the new climate economy report from this year that former President Calderon so well presented yesterday, we have the opportunity to build lasting economic growth and at the same time reduce the risk of climate change. Obviously, countries that take early action on climate change will also have advantages to the increasing global market for green technology. The Sustainable Development Goals being developed this year are also crucial to the climate agenda. The post-2015 agenda must be designed to build resilient societies and eradicate poverty through sustainable development. The SDGs and the new climate agreement must facilitate the same green transition. A transition with a third important process this year must also support. Norway wants the Conference on Finance for Development in Addis Ababa in July to recommend concrete actions aimed at mobilizing and optimizing all types of financial flows for sustainable development purposes. As I said earlier, we live in exciting times. If the world leaders succeed in Paris in December, the new climate agreement can become the most important international agreement of our time. Norway remains committed to this process, and we look forward to working with all of you to ensure that by the end of this year, we have the climate agreement the world needs. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Lars. And last but certainly not least, Ambassador Richard Verma of the United States. Ambassador, we've all had real positive feelings about what's been happening with the Obama administration over the last few months, within the US, but also in its discussions with China and India. So over to you. We're really looking forward to hearing from you. The organizers have said we've now got till 10:30, so you've got your time.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And I know we're over time, so I'll be relatively brief. Let me just thank you for the invitation to be here, and it's great to be with all these distinguished panelists. I just want to make 4 maybe quick points. First, let me say that the President Obama's visit last week with Prime Minister Modi, climate change and clean energy was a significant component of the visit, of the summit, and of the talks. And there was significant, I'd say, convergence of interests and shared stories about the impact of climate change that's having on both of our countries. The President noted that 2014 is now perhaps going down as the hottest year on record, and the United States has been severely impacted with severe weather, severe storms, and India, of course, has been severely impacted as well. The water shortages, the glacial melting, the severity in the monsoons, the irregularity in the water supplies, the severe droughts, particularly in the north. So it was a significant convergence, but not only just on the challenges, but I think they both agreed and echoed something that Secretary Kerry always says, which is the solution to climate change is energy policy. And so there was a significant discussion on energy policy and clean energy policy. So the first point I would just say, this was really a foundational part of a very historic summit that took place last week. Secondly, I would say that while developing countries are emitting over 60% of global emissions, the United States recognizes its role in contributing to the problem, and so it has taken a leadership role in mitigating greenhouse gases. The U.S. experience is proof that economic growth and emission reductions can go hand in hand. For example, the U.S. economy is 60% larger than it was in 1995, but carbon emissions have returned to 1995 levels, which means we can create jobs for our future by investing in a healthy economy today. We're targeting emissions from the largest sources of pollution, transportation and power plants, which enables us by 2025 to reduce emissions almost 28% from 2005 levels. And this ambitious target doubles the pace of U.S. carbon pollution reduction between 2005 and 2020, and the commitments are consistent with achieving the deep economy-wide reductions that we need to take by 2050, and the trajectory is consistent with the goal of keeping warming below 2 degrees Celsius. And not only at the federal level, but nearly a dozen U.S. states are also implementing their own market-based programs to cut carbon pollution. More than 25 states have energy efficiency targets, more than 35 have clean energy targets, and over 1,000 mayors of U.S. cities have signed agreements to cut carbon pollution. Third, although the U.S. is doing a lot, the U.S. and India can do a lot as well, and we're excited about India's ambitious commitments to renewable energy, including its target of achieving 100 gigawatts of solar capacity by 2020, and the new and existing cooperation our governments have taken. And even before the President's visit last week, we were already cooperating with India on energy access and clean energy, and we added several new initiatives when Prime Minister Modi visited us last September, as well as announcing our intention to open up new pathways for cooperation on areas like air quality and climate resilience. Our U.S.-India partnership for clean energy has already mobilized $2.4 billion. Exim Bank is talking about an additional $1 billion in clean energy financing, and USAID is helping to build the capacity of India's power grid to integrate renewable energy. We've developed a climate fellowship. We came out with a strong statement in our joint statement about what we can do together in Paris, and we reaffirmed our commitment to make concrete progress to phase down HFCs under the Montreal Protocol. And we've moved closer to the day when U.S. companies can begin the construction of modern and clean nuclear power plants. These are just some of the actions we're taking together and to ensure that Paris is undergirded by clear action on the ground. And then fourth and finally, what will the agreement in Paris look like? And let me just articulate some principles. Quite simply, if we do this right, we can conclude a lasting agreement that applies to all countries, that includes ambitious mitigation targets and a strong accountability system to see those targets through, including monitoring, review, and sound rules that promote trust. The agreement should have a lasting structure that regularly brings countries back to the table to commit to stronger and stronger targets. A successful agreement will elevate the importance of adaptation and resilience with a focus on better planning and more support for implementation. It will promote significant support for those countries that need it most. It will create opportunities for countries to take new action to protect their forests and other lands. The agreement must be fair so that every country is spurred to do the must it can do, but none is forced into action it sees as inconsistent with the imperatives of development, growth, and alleviating poverty. Yet it will recognize that without action to address climate change, these vital social goals will become harder and harder to attain. The benefits of a successful agreement for the world and for India are tremendous: better health, energy security, resilience, climate security, food security, ecosystem health, and sustainable economic growth. India and the world will benefit as much, and India, as much as any country, will benefit from a strong and comprehensive agreement this year in Paris. We look forward to working with everyone over the coming year to ensure that we conclude an ambitious climate agreement in Paris in 2015. Thank you very much.
Ambassador Verma, thank you so much for that as well. Well, you've heard from the panelists. Unfortunately, we've run out of time, but I'm going to ask one question from the chair before we close, and I'm going to ask it of my friend here, Minister Gera, and it's about financing, really, and particularly the Green Climate Fund, which has come up from a number of people here. We're all looking forward to that. How do you see that working? What contribution can it make to this challenge?
Yes, of course. Can you hear me? Yes. We think that in all the meetings that I've been participating for climate change negotiations, there are two basic subjects that always arise. One of them is financing, and the other one is technological transfer. I think this Green Global Fund that was proposed by Mexico in Cancun should be, with all these resources, buy technology and then give it on a free basis to developing countries. I mean, this discussion about technology is very important. So with the resources that the fund is getting, I believe we should buy technology and, as I said, give it away for free to developing countries, and this way developing countries will be able to reach the goal of reducing emissions. Let me just take one more minute and tell you this story. Last year, we hosted in Mexico the MEF meeting, the Major Economies Forum, which is 17 countries, the biggest countries that produce emissions. We were having the meeting in Mexico City, and then we heard the earthquake alarm. I don't know, in Mexico we have an earthquake alarm. We can predict in Mexico City earthquakes by about 2 minutes in advance because most earthquakes hit Mexico in the Pacific coast. So the moment we have an earthquake, there is an electronic alarm that sounds in Mexico City, and then we can, in advance, for about 2 minutes, know that an earthquake is going to hit the big city. So we were having this meeting, the MEF meeting, and suddenly we heard the earthquake alarm. Some people, when I told the people that was in the meeting, we are going to have an earthquake, we have to leave the room, nobody believed. Some people say, how come you Mexicans can predict an earthquake? So as we were leaving the room, the earthquake hit Mexico City. And when we came back after the security people checked that the building was okay, when we came back, I told my colleagues, listen, when I told you there is going to be an earthquake, everybody stand up and left. Nobody tell me, wait a minute, let me shut down my computer, or wait a minute, let me ask permission from my government to leave the room. Everybody just stand up and left. And what I see is that this feeling of urgency, we should have it for climate change. I believe, because I've been in many discussions, and I'm sorry to say it, but sometimes we just talk and talk and talk and talk and no action. We should have some action, immediate action. Whatever we do, we should do it in a hurry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Juan Jose. I think you spoke for all of us in what you said there, and I think you've heard from a very different range of situations in different countries, the actions that have been taken, and the hopes for COP21. I don't think I can summarize it better than saying that I think, from what I've heard today, that we're all very broadly behind the framework that the president of COP21, Laurent Fabius, set out here yesterday morning. He said that what we need in the agreement really at COP21 was four things: the need for a universal differentiated agreement on the limit to 2 degrees Celsius. If possible, before Paris, we need to get there to that agreement. Secondly, and you've also mentioned this, all of you, the financing issue, the increased public, and I stress private financing by 2020. And in this respect, I think the important points about signals, price signals, very important. The need for stability and strong price signals. That's our experience in EBRD. That's what drives private investors to really come forward with the funding. That's needed as well. So financing a big part of that. Again, let's try and fix that before we get to Paris. The third thing is the development of a broad agenda of solutions, and there will be national solutions. You've heard of the range of solutions in these countries will be different, and we need to have that broad agenda of solutions. And the fourth and vital thing, every single panelist has said this, growth as well as the green agenda are not in conflict. They can be brought together. So really launching a new cycle of growth, building on the economic benefits of a low-carbon economy. That's what we should all be aspiring to. To get there, of course, we need passion, we need action, we need transformation, as Monsieur Fabius said. But we also need real strong political will. We need leadership from everyone. And I think these colleagues of mine, but also their leaders, have shown that. Let's help them bring a really successful COP21 in Paris. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our distinguished panel. I'd like to ask you to all remain seated for an important awards ceremony, and I'd like to ask Shelley Kadia with TERI Institute to take over the proceedings for the third Nicholas Georgescu-Roegen Awards.
Good morning, everybody. I now have the privilege of announcing the winners of this year's Nicholas Georgescu-Roegen Award. And it is indeed a great honor that these awards are being announced in the presence of such distinguished individuals. Sir, may I please request you to remain seated? The Nicholas Georgescu-Roegen Awards was instituted by TERI on the 106th birth anniversary of Nicholas Georgescu-Roegen, a courageous thinker and an academic genius who emphasized the need to account for inconvenient variables like energy and matter flows and processes such as institutional inertia. The awardees for the award are selected through a nomination and jury process. The 2015 award will be given in the category of unconventional thinking. The unconventional thinking award is presented to individuals whose work reflect bold thinking that Nicholas Georgescu-Roegen exemplified. The awardee for the Unconventional Thinking Award was selected by a jury of distinguished individuals, including Dr. R.K. Pachauri, Professor Hermin Daly, Professor Jaume Martinez-Allier, Professor John Gowdy, Dr. Rajeshwari Rena, Dr. Marina Fisher-Kowaleski, and Dr. Deepak Malkhan. A special Lifetime Achievement Award will also be announced this year. The Lifetime Achievement Award is awarded to individuals who during their lifetime have made exceptional contributions in advancing the work of Nicholas Georgescu-Roegen and sustainable development. Both the awardees have inspired a new generation of thinkers who think beyond. Their ideas have shaped the youth and movements around the world, such as deep ecology, human rights, sharing economy, and collaborative consumption. The winner of Nicholas Georgescu-Roegen Award in the Unconventional Thinking category is Professor Jacques Greenwald, epistemologist and historian at the Graduate Institute, Geneva, who has pioneered in thinking around degrowth, Anthropocene, and bioeconomics. May I now invite Dr. R.K. Pachauri to read the citation for Professor Greenwald.
TERI is proud to honor Professor Jacques Greenwald with the Nicholas Georgescu-Roegen Award 2015 in the Unconventional Thinking category for his important contribution to the décroissance, that's degrowth literature, and for his service in advancing thinking around Anthropocene and bioeconomics. Professor Greenwald, as a transdisciplinary researcher, has made notable contributions as an epistemologist and historian of scientific and technological developments. The award jury in TERI commends Jacques Greenwald for his unconventional thinking and outstanding contributions to knowledge that is relevant to sustainability challenges, and notes the exemplary standards set by his effort for emulation by others in the global community. Back to Shaili.
May I now request for the video, the acceptance speech video to be played, please?
I would like to thank you for the invitation to come to New Delhi. Receiving such Nicholas Georgescu-Roegen Award is for me a peculiar honor, a privilege, a distinction. It is an hopeful haven in a cultural and personal story. In the same line of social anthropological thought of Marcel Mauss, it is a gift which involves a counter-gift, few words of thanks. This social ritual of acknowledgement and gratitude, generally during a solemn ceremony, is part of a paradoxical tradition because it is well known that nobody is a prophet in his own country. Such an honoring prize from TERI is a beautiful award, especially because it is under the unconventional thinking category. In the spiritual, philosophical, and scientific legacy of such an uneasy heterodox genius like Nicholas Georgescu-Roegen, who was a determinate master in my philosophy of living. This award from India, which an international jury, was a big surprise for me, but also, of course, a welcome reward for my countercurrent transdisciplinary approach and my early efforts to promote Georgescu-Roegen bioeconomic perspective, which is still rejected by mainstream economics and westernized development theories. I'm sorry, but I have decided not to fly to this Delhi Sustainable Development Summit for climate and biospheral ethics reasons. As I have already wrote to Dr. Pachauri, I thank you very, very much. My gratitude goes also to the other members of the jury and TERI Institute. Since 1974, as a close friend, translator, collaborator, and disciple of Nicholas Georgescu-Roegen, I developed progressively a personal commitment as a conscientious objector turned degrowth philosopher. I regret not to be physically with you, but I am very present spiritually with all my friendly sympathy, deep gratitude, and acknowledgement. I think Dr. Pachauri is very well situated to understand my uneasy choice according to my own unconventional voluntary simplicity and my moral decision to stop flying and take degrowth seriously. I thank you again for this beautiful award with my humble wishes of peace, non-violence, and enjoyment of living within this planet Earth biosphere for all.
We now come to the next category of the awards. This award is a special award by TERI, the Nicholas Georgescu-Roegen Lifetime Achievement Award. The Lifetime Achievement Award is awarded to Professor Herman Daly, Professor Emeritus, University of Maryland. May I now request Dr. Pachauri to read the citation for Professor Herman Daly.
TERI is proud to honor Professor Herman Daly with the Nicholas Georgescu-Roegen Lifetime Achievement Award for the vision and for taking a courageous stance in swimming upstream against the currents of conventional economic thought. The concept of steady-state economics revolted the mind of the orthodox economist. He has provided an invaluable service in advancing ecological economics, post-growth thinking for understanding human society and planet Earth. TERI commends Herman E. Daly for his outstanding contributions to knowledge that is relevant to sustainability challenges and notes the exemplary standards set by his efforts for emulation by others in the global community. Over to you, Shali.
May I please request for Professor Herman Daly's acceptance speech to be played?
Hello to everyone in New Delhi. Thank you for the generous Lifetime Achievement Award. My congratulations to the winners of this year's prizes, and my gratitude to Dr. Pachauri and others for initiating this effort. We have a great deal of work to do to further the efforts of our common guru. Let's get busy and do it.
Thank you all. May we all derive inspiration in thought and action from these great minds. I thank you all for being present. May I now invite Ralitza to take forward the proceedings of the summit from here. Thank you.
Thanks, Ralitza.
Thank you. So I'd like to make an announcement. We will be now embarking on the 5 thematic tracks, and I just wanted to announce where they're going to be held. We have the Technologies for Communities, Improving Groundwater Management in India thematic track, which is going to be in Mumtaz Hall. Then there's the track, How to Shape India's Sustainable Development Pathways Under Climate Change, that will be in Shah Jahan Hall. And Electric Mobility, Shaping the Future of Sustainable Urban Mobility, that will be in the Durbar Hall. And there are also 2 tracks that are by invitation only. These are going to take place and they'll be facilitated by the facilitators will take the speakers there. One of them is the special session on tackling climate change by legislators, the road to Paris 2015, and the other one, challenges in introducing clean technologies. And I'd like to ask the facilitators to take the speakers to those meeting places. So now it's time for tea, and it will be served at the thematic tracks. So just head to the meeting places and you can have your tea, enjoy your tea there. And I will see you back after lunch, and that's at 1:45 p.m.
Just a little wiser, but are we wise enough? Watching imitations of the real thing, you and I have both been fooled before. But this time we win.
Hello, everybody. May I invite you back to your seats with your tea. We want to start this thematic track. So please, if you could take your seats, bring your tea over to the table. We need to start. Thank you, everybody. Because we have a big hall, and maybe if people take seats in the front, it'll be better instead of being so spread out. Good to talk to you. Thank you, everybody. We now begin the thematic track, Electric Mobility, Shaping the Future of Sustainable Urban Mobility. It's in collaboration with BMW, and now may I invite Mr. S. Sunder, Distinguished Fellow of TERI and former Secretary Minister of Surface Transport, to join me here on the stage to take over the proceedings. Thank you very much. and welcome, Mr. Sundar. And also may I invite Mr. Philip von Zaar, President of BMW India, also to join him on the stage. And Dr. Pachauri will be joining us in just a moment. Welcome. Yes.
Mr. Fonsar, distinguished speakers, panelists, and participants in this session, may I, on behalf of TERI and on my own behalf, welcome you to this session. The BMW i3, which has been parked outside, is not a marketing gimmick. It's parked outside to set us thinking whether the electric vehicle is the solution for the future, and if it is, what needs to be done to make it happen. India is very rapidly urbanizing. It's even more rapidly motorizing. We had about some 5 million vehicles in 1980. We have about 149 million vehicles now. And about 82% of these vehicles are personal vehicles, either cars or largely two-wheelers. Now, this exponential growth in vehicle population and our continuing dependence on fossil fuel raises very important questions regarding energy security and the transport externalities relating to energy and environment. The transport sector in India consumes about 17–18% of the total energy, and that is expected to double by 2040. India currently imports about 73% of the 140 million or 150 million tons of crude oil that it consumes in a year. And in a business as usual scenario, this number is expected to increase to about 93% of 700 and odd million tons of crude oil, something that we can not afford. The global situation, the instability in the Middle East, and our continuing dependence on fossil fuel raises important questions of energy security. Transport also has externalities in terms of emissions, both of criteria pollutants and CO2. The WHO has estimated that about 0.6 million people in India die because of outdoor air pollution, and transport sector is a major contributor to this outdoor air pollution. The transport emissions by way of CO2, by way of ozone, black carbon contribute to climate change. The ozone affects agricultural production, and recent study has estimated that about 36% of India's wheat production is affected by vehicular pollution. Vehicular pollution also affects buildings by way of discoloring them. So all these effects of pollution arising out of the use of fossil fuel need to be addressed. And this is where the question comes, is the electric vehicle the answer? Now, so long as we are producing electricity from the use of coal, perhaps we are only shifting the emissions from the point of consumption to the point of production in the use of electric vehicles. But then we have abundant solar energy in this country, something that nobody can take away from us, and we need to look at measures that would enable us to use the solar energy to charge electric vehicles and run electric vehicles. Charging batteries for solar energy, the life of the batteries, these are important issues And a lot of research needs to be done in this area, and we unfortunately are not doing enough research in solar batteries to drive electric vehicles. So we must also ask ourselves the question, are we just moving away from dependence on imported fossil fuel to dependence on imported batteries? Or should we beef up our capacity to produce the kind of batteries that are necessary to make electric vehicles attractive? So the entire arrangement for solar charging of batteries is something that we need to think about and see how this can be encouraged. The disposal of batteries finally after use will also be a major challenge. That is again something that we need to look at. And then finally, I think we need to look at the kind of incentives that are necessary to encourage research in solar batteries for electric vehicles, and also the kind of incentives that we need to provide to encourage people to buy solar vehicles. I mean, globally, the number of solar vehicles sold has not increased as one had initially expected. The National Electricity Mission Plan envisages that by 2020, we would have about 14 to 16% of our fleet based on electric vehicles. And that is also not happening. So what do we need to do as a government, as the industry, to encourage the penetration of solar vehicles? These are all the kind of questions that we need to address in this session, and I'm sure that the participants, a very distinguished panel of participants that we have, would contribute to discussion. Thank you. Mr. Fonsa.
Thank you, Mr. Sundar. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first congratulate TERI on creating Delhi's Sustainable Development Summit as an excellent platform for stakeholders' dialogue on critical topics of sustainability. Over the past 14 years, this international platform has emerged as a credible and foremost forum on issues related to global sustainability. And also we colleagues here from BMW, in the last 3 years, we saw really the positive development of the summit. It improved and increased from year to year. And so it is our pleasure to partner as BMW with them. The world has recognized the need to include an important dimension to our conventional understanding of growth and development, and that is sustainable development. This has been further endorsed by United Nations agenda shifting to sustainable development goals from the existing Millennium Development Goals. The corporate and the public sector will play an important role in successfully managing this transition. Sustainability has to be embraced in all its forms: ecological, social, and economic. We at BMW Group remain committed to our holistic approach to sustainability. Today's discussion will focus on addressing the ecological challenge of climate change. Engaging with diverse stakeholders and forging collaborations are crucial to find solutions for promoting sustainable development. The BMW Group has been actively engaged in UN climate change conferences for the past 5 years. Last year in Lima, we hosted, together with UNEP and Climate Action, the COP's largest stakeholder side event to discuss, among other things, the future of urban mobility. We expect the climate change conferences in Paris later this year to pave way for sustainable mobility. The BMW Group fully supports the transition to low-carbon economy. BMW Group has been an industry leader in sustainability. We have been highly appreciated for for the continuous improvement achieved in all areas of sustainability. Stakeholders and sustainability ratings have widely acknowledged our success. This global recognition motivates us to reach higher levels of sustainability performance in the future. As an industry leader in sustainability, the BMW Group focuses on continuously reducing its energy requirements as well as increasing use of renewable energy across our operations. We are committed to long-term sustainable goals. By 2020, we endeavor to reduce resource consumptions per vehicle produced by 45% from 2006 levels. We also aim to reduce the CO2 emissions of our vehicles sold in Europe by 50% by 2020 from 1995 levels. Global developments such as climate change, scarcity of raw materials, population growth, and cultural change present us with extensive new challenges. The automotive industry is witnessing structural realignment with focus on energy efficiency and environmental sustainability. At BMW Group, we attribute our success to long-term thinking and responsible action. Ladies and gentlemen, as a leading premium provider of products and services for individual mobility, we believe that sustainability is the key to next level of premium. It's not only fantastic cars and brand and so on, it's also sustainability as a very key factor for the premium definition. We adopt a comprehensive product responsibility with clear commitment to conserving resources. Our efficient dynamics technology has been consistently reducing the CO2 emissions of our vehicles without compromising on the sheer driving pleasure. The clean production concept we practice aims at reducing energy and water consumptions at our planet. We are confident of further driving our sustainability agenda with an innovative and focused approach. Ladies and gentlemen, when we look at future mobility trends, we are convinced that individual mobility combined with mass mobility will be an integral part of our cultures and way of living. This is an era of rapid urbanization. It is expected that by 2030, more than 60% of the world's population would be living in cities and urban settings. Therefore, urban mobility, especially in the context of megacities, would offer a different set of challenges and would need a very unique approach. All over the world, if it's Beijing or London or Mexico City, but also here in India, is it Mumbai or Delhi? We expect electric mobility to strongly influence the future mobility landscape. We launched the sub-brand BMW i to make individual mobility truly sustainable. The focus is on developing visionary vehicles and mobility service to address the new requirements of urban mobility. The manufacturing approach of BMW i family is setting new standards in the use of innovative materials and cautious use of resources along the entire value chain. BMW i production uses 50% less energy, 70% less water, and 100% renewable energy. BMW Group has globally launched its first battery electric vehicle, i3, and plug-in hybrid sports car, i8. Thank you, Mr. Sanders, already mentioning the car. The BMW i3 is standing outside here and is a fantastic car, pure electric car. And the BMW i8 we will launch here in India on the 18th of February in Mumbai. Unlike conventional vehicles converted into electric cars, the BMW i3 is purpose-built for an electric drive system, bringing in a lot of associated efficiencies. Please find time to have a look outside to see the car and maybe also sit in the car and get the feeling of this car. This certainly brings us significantly closer to our core objective of providing society with the possibility of ultra fuel efficient mobility. I'm also pleased to inform you that we launched the BMW i8 here in India. And we don't launch it in every country, but we are very proud that we can launch it also here. It's absolutely a future-oriented car, which we will launch on the 18th of February. Globally, the initial adoption of electric vehicles will need a concerted effort from all stakeholders. The recent crash in global crude prices will also make it even more challenging. The governments will have to play a leadership role in providing the requisite policy support for demand creation, charging infrastructure development, and so on. The key policy intervention should be to incentivize demand. Our global experience tells us that a right combination of monetary and non-monetary incentives can lay the foundation for first wave of adoption. We will have later also my colleague Glenn Schmidt in the panel discussion some good examples from other markets how this could work. In India, the National Electric Mobility Mission Plan is a positive step in that direction. We strongly recommend that government should offer significantly reduced customs duties on imported electric and plug-in hybrid electric vehicles. This should be extended at least for the initial period of 3 years. We believe it is important to create a threshold market size to support local manufacturing of these vehicles. Before I conclude, let me re-emphasize that significant gains can be achieved through sustainable mobility, and electric mobility will play an important role in it. I'm confident that the presentations and the panel discussion will provide an excellent opportunity to share knowledge and exchange learning on various aspects of electric vehicle ecosystems. It will enrich us with important insights that can be integrated into our decision-making and actions for successful adoption of electric mobility. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you. Dr. Pachauri was to deliver the special address. He's stuck somewhere and should be here.
He's there.
Where is he? Okay. I couldn't see you in this.
Professor Sundar, Mr. Fonsar, ladies and gentlemen, let me start by expressing my deep admiration for BMW. I mean, you are clearly innovators, thinking far ahead into the future, and you're doing that while maintaining the outstanding standards that you have set in terms of quality with your products. And I think your commitment to society is also indicated by the fact that we are holding this particular track. I think for India it's absolutely essential that we lift our vision and start thinking about the future. There's been an unprecedented growth in the fleet of transport vehicles in this country, on the roads of this country, both between towns and cities, but within towns and cities as well. And I think it's important for us, for reasons of local environment, energy security, and of course, minimizing the emissions of greenhouse gases, to start looking at a strategy by which we can come up with a sustainable transport system. And I think sustainable urban mobility has to be an important part not only of new cities that are being planned, smart cities, but also in terms of re-equipping existing cities with the kind of infrastructure that's required to make mobility sustainable. In my view, we should also develop our plans based on our resource endowments. I mean, a large part of the world where perhaps electric vehicles would be using electricity that's generated by fossil fuels may not be an applicable model for us, because we have opportunities for much larger exploitation of renewable energy resources. Our endowment of renewable energy resources is significantly different from what you find in most countries of the world, whether you look at solar, wind, biomass. Of course, renewable sources of energy do pose certain challenges in terms of the discontinuity of production, but on the other hand, if you can match that with the timings that would suit in terms of charging electric vehicles, then I think you have a very different set of circumstances from what you would find in most countries of the world. So I think it's time that we come up with a roadmap by which India can move towards sustainable urban mobility. And it seems to me that this is something that would require collaboration between a research organization like TERI and possibly a manufacturer like BMW. Because I can tell you, when it comes to technology, academics know the broad sort of outlines of technology, but they are not necessarily experts on technology. I remember during the fourth assessment report of the IPCC, there was a debate that we had within the organization on how to come up with an understanding of technology, because we brought out a special report on technology during that particular cycle. And I told my colleagues, I said, look, let us not prepare this report without consulting industry on it. So I remember, in fact, we held a meeting with industry in Tokyo, where, of course, we had industry representatives from all over the world. And it's always an illuminating experience to get the practical perspective from representatives and leaders of industry, because that provides you with a reality check. Otherwise, one might be theorizing, one might be looking at hypothetical solutions. What we need now are solutions that, of course, require original thinking, but they have to be rooted in reality. And that rooting of reality comes only by bringing in the perspectives and the experience of industry. So I'm particularly happy that this track is being carried out with the full participation of an industry leader like BMW, and I hope we can build on this debate and discussion that's going to take place over here through a practical exercise by which perhaps we could develop a roadmap for India, which in my view would not only be useful for India, but could also act as a model for other countries in the world. So let me end here, and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Good to see you. You're disappearing. You're disappearing. Yeah. Mr. Martin Wright to take over as the Master of Ceremonies and conduct the rest of the session. Thank you. Martin? Can't see it. Pardon?
Thanks very much, Dr. Sundar. Thank you, everybody. I think while we're just waiting for the scene changes to happen here, I'll just say a few words about the general theme of electric mobility shaping the future of sustainable urban mobility. I think we had the scene set very well for us by our three speakers. And I think it's worth saying that, in theory at least, these are promising times for electric mobility in India. As has been referred to, you've got the government's National Electric Mobility Mission with a very ambitious target to have 6 or 7 million electric vehicles on the road by 2020. That's up from around 60,000 today. That's a sort of target which a worried civil servant might well tell his minister was somewhat courageous. But you can't fault the ambition in it. We saw the Railways Minister, Suresh Prabhu, yesterday leading the drive for electric trains, and we've even got the electric autos coming back onto the streets of Delhi. There's obviously still a mountain to climb. The speakers referred to the financial obstacles and the need to find ways to try to make electric cars affordable for the consumer. And of course, there's the big question which Dr. Pachauri put his finger on, just how green is an electric car if the energy going into it comes from dirty, polluting fossil fuels. But in that regard, I think, and as Dr. Pachauri alluded to, India's got this most fantastic opportunity because it's got the best solar reserve in the world, bar none, and it's got the opportunity now to integrate the drive for solar electricity with the drive for clean electricity to power genuinely clean electric cars. And I think we're going to be hearing more on that from our speakers and our panelists this morning. So we've got two speakers to kick us off. I'm peering in because we were due to have three, but one of them, with supreme irony, I'm told, is stuck in a traffic jam. But I'll invite the two speakers to start us off first, and then we're going to have a panel discussion to follow up. Our first speaker will be Mr. Glenn Schmidt, who's Director of Steering of Government and External Affairs, Sustainability Communications at the BMW Group. Glenn.
Mr. Wright, thank you very much for those words of introduction. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, distinguished panelists, I'm honored to have this opportunity to speak to you today. What I'd like to do today is very briefly give you some insight into the motivation behind the BMW Group to take this pathway of electric mobility. Then I'd like to also sort of build on some of the points that were made by Mr. von Saar and tell you a little bit more about the BMW i story with some concrete examples. And now that we've also launched these vehicles in numerous markets, I'd also like to share some of our experience. How is electric mobility picking up? In which markets is it particularly successful? And what are some of the ingredients for the market success? What are some of the key reasons for pursuing electric mobility? The BMW Group has a very clear outside-in approach to developing strategy and to developing our business model. So in the year 2007, our strategy was reworked and realigned with a strategy called Strategy Number 1. And part of this process really involved taking a close look at how the world is changing. What we did, for example, is went to mega cities around the world, mega cities in Asia, in the Americas, in Europe, and took a look at some of the drivers behind our business model. And I think there's a great deal of consensus around the world about what needs to be done. So I don't want to spend too much time on these points, but we have environmental challenges. The automotive industry is highly regulated. We have fuel economy regulation and CO2 regulation in over 90% of the markets where we operate. We have the rising cost of resources, as well as changing customer perception, changing customer needs as well. And all of these things need to be addressed. And what was really at the heart of our strategic considerations is the need for change. And you may be familiar with this concept. It's the so-called S-curve of how technologies are adapted, how they penetrate markets, and how they eventually mature. And this S-curve not only applies to the automotive industry, it really applies to any technology. And the dark line that you see, the black line, is the S-curve. We call it the S-curve of evolution for the internal combustion engine. The internal combustion engine still being the most predominant form of drivetrain in the automotive industry, which has been immensely successful over the many decades, which has penetrated the market, and we would argue is at some point in time going to be at the top end of this S-curve, flattening off. At the same time, and that's our conviction, there's another S-curve out there, the blue line, revolution, which is electric mobility. And it's difficult to gauge exactly where we are on this S-curve in terms of the path for adoption, but you'll see that initially in these S-curves, it's not very steep, but eventually it picks up and replaces another technology. And I think what makes the automotive industry so interesting right now is that we're at a period of crossroads, this gray area between the S-curves, a period of technological change where we have the internal combustion engine, hybrids, plug-in hybrids, as well as pure electric vehicles competing against each other. Efficient dynamics has already been mentioned, and I think it's important to sort of distinguish between evolution on the one hand and revolution on the other. The BMW Group is successful with the internal combustion engine, which we have optimized, which we have approved, and the profit from our success in that area helps us to finance innovations in the area of electric mobility. And if we think of efficient dynamics, which was introduced in 2007 across all of our models, it's really not one single technology, but a whole series of technologies that have been introduced to all of our vehicles, from the 1 Series to the 7 Series, across the whole range of X models that we have, to radically reduce the CO2 output, reduce the fuel consumption of our vehicle fleet. And here you see just a number of examples in the BMW 3 Series of these technologies that helped to reduce fuel consumption. But like any technology, you have to invest more and more to get those gains. It's the old 80-20 rule. With 20% of the effort, you get about 80% of the improvement. And for the last 20% of the improvement, you have to invest another 80%. And that's exactly the point that we're at right now in terms of the internal combustion engine. So to make that big jump, to make that big leap, we need to be investing in electric mobility. Now, I'm often asked the question, what's the right technology? Is it actually still the internal combustion engine? Are you just doing a little bit of electric mobility? Is it actually the plug-in hybrid? Is it something beyond that, like hybrid technology or fuel cell technology? And the answer is, in the future, we're going to have a multitude of different technologies, each of which needs to be efficient, each of which needs to be reducing and lowering CO2 emissions. So we have efficient dynamics for the conventional vehicles. We have hybrid and plug-in hybrids as a bridging technology where you have electric motors as well as the internal combustion engine. And this is really our conviction, in urban areas. Most people, as we've learned, live in urban areas. The distances that you commute in an urban environment are not that very far. We have electric mobility, and looking beyond that, hydrogen and fuel cell technology as well. And all of these are really gauged around lowering CO2 emissions, electric mobility being a zero-emission tailpipe technology. I'd like to talk a little bit about BMW i. And when we sort of set out on the journey to develop these vehicles, we started completely from scratch, which is something that does not happen very often in the industry. Normally, you're taking a technology and refining it. But with BMW i, we started off with a white sheet of paper with the ability to really redesign not just the car, but the entire value chain. And the one driving mission, or the one driving goal behind that, was to get CO2 out of the entire value chain and to make a very sustainable concept. And I'll give you some examples across the value chain in just a second. And these are the final products, the BMW i3. We call it internally the mega city vehicle, which is a 100% battery electric vehicle with a range of up to 160 kilometers, which is sufficient in over 90% of all driving conditions in an urban environment. On average, irrespective of what market you're in, the average driving distance is somewhere between 40 to 60 kilometers. So the daily driving range is well within the range of this vehicle. And then on the other hand, the BMW i8, which is a plug-in hybrid electric vehicle with 35 kilometers of electric range and another 500 kilometers with the internal combustion engine, which is a very sporty concept. So these two models, the BMW i3 and i8, are kind of bookends of our new sub-brand, BMW i. And these cars are radically new. We've never done anything like this. The automotive industry is specialized in creating steel body frames. These vehicles don't have steel bodies. They have bodies that are made of carbon fiber reinforced plastic, which is extremely light, which is extremely resilient. It's the first time in the industry that a carbon fiber reinforced plastic frame has been used in this amount. And the architecture has been designed from scratch for electric driving. I'd like to give you some examples of the innovations that we have along the value chain. One of them is the whole area of production. And through innovations, we've been able to reduce the energy requirement by 50%, the water by 70%, and we use 100% renewable energy during the production process. So the carbon fiber, for example, is made using 100% hydroelectric energy, and we assemble the cars in our final plant using wind energy. And this takes CO2 out of the value chain completely. And these figures have nothing to do with the vehicle. These figures are relevant to the life cycle and relevant to the value chain, and we use these as marketing arguments. Another point I'd like to make further down the value chain is that we're also taking responsibility for installing the infrastructure, for making sure that customers not just have the cars, but they're able to charge them, and that they have adequate service packages based around these products. And this package that we offer is called 360-degree electric, because it's very holistic and very, very complete. And going beyond that, and I think during the discussion we may touch on some of these points, BMW also stands for mobility services, because there's an increasing group of customers worldwide that don't want to own a car, but want to have access to a car. And one point that I made yesterday during one of the panel discussions is the youngest group of customers that the BMW Group currently has does not actually own a car. And how is that possible? It's because our youngest customer set currently use Drive Now, which is a car sharing scheme. I'd like to conclude the presentation now with a very brief glimpse of how electric mobility is taking up worldwide. And we find that markets that offer the right framework conditions, not just monetary incentives, but framework conditions involving some incentives in form of tax breaks, in the form of financial incentives, non-monetary incentives in terms of privileges, parking privileges, access to infrastructure, as well as demonstration projects, that these markets really provide the right ecosystem for electric mobility so that it can pick up. And exactly those markets are the ones that have the highest penetration rates of electric mobility. Norway with an astounding almost 15% penetration. The Netherlands very successful with 4% market share of electric vehicles. And an example that's been raised every now and then over the discussion the last 2 days, California, where we see on the one hand that we have stringent emissions regulations, but we also have incentives so that the Californian average of electric mobility is well above the average in the United States, which shows that also regional governments can be making a very strong contribution. And now I'd like to close with the S-curve electric mobility. As mentioned at the outset, it's very difficult to say where we are on the curve or how the curve will develop. But if we look at one indicator, and that is the number of new electric vehicles that have been registered worldwide, I think we have a good argument for the fact that this S-curve is becoming steeper. In the month of January in 2010, worldwide there were 315 electric vehicles registered. Currently, it's well over 10,000 new electric vehicles that are being registered on a monthly basis. And if we look at the period 2010 to 2014, we have close to 400,000 new electric vehicles that have been registered and have entered the market. This is still a very small share of the entire world passenger car population, but the curve is getting steeper, so I think we have a good case for that development very quickly. Thank you very much for your attention. I look forward to the discussion with our panelists later on.
Glenn. And I'd like to call on Dr. Sajid Mubashir. If you are with us, Dr. Mubashir. I hope he might be with us. I don't think he is. In that case, is Dr. Bhattacharjee arrived with us? Not as yet. I'm sure they're both stuck in traffic with supreme irony for the purposes of this discussion. So while we are waiting for them, I think the most straightforward thing we can do is move straight to the panel discussion. So I think our scene changes to move the chairs around are required briefly at this point so that we can invite the panel up onto the stage, but we'd love to have some chairs for them to sit on first. I can't see if I'm triggering a flurry of action over there. Perhaps I can trigger a flurry of action. I think there's something going to be happening now. So we're going to move to the panel discussion. We need the chairs for the panelists, please. And Glenn, just while we're waiting for them, perhaps I can just ask you a couple of questions.
Sure.
One thing I was actually quite intrigued at was the idea of shifting to 100% renewable energy supply for your production capacity. You had a figure on the screen there about 100% wind. Just out of curiosity, we all know the wind doesn't blow the whole time. Presumably you don't have a huge battery bank. What do you do for the backup power?
Right. Okay. We do the final assembly and production of our BMW i3 and i8 models in our plant in Leipzig, and on the plant grounds we have 4 very large wind turbines. And this plant is located in northern Germany, so the wind is actually always blowing. So there's always a good source of renewable energy. And in fact, the amount of renewable wind energy that we produce on site in this plant exceeds the amount of energy that we need to produce these vehicles. So we're actually producing in excess of renewable energy.
You're actually exporting into the grid.
That's right. Yeah. So we're actually producing more than that.
Excellent.
What we've also done is we've taken a look at the entire life cycle of the BMW i3 in terms of its CO2 footprint, which involves suppliers, which involves the production process, which involves the usage as well as the recycling. And an electric vehicle doesn't have a zero CO2 carbon footprint, obviously, but we benchmarked it against a BMW 1 Series diesel, which is the best that we have in conventional terms, and we found that it hasn't just been done by BMW, but it's also been certified by an external agency. We found that if the user is using 100% renewable energy during the driving phase, the usage phase, you're able to take out 50% of the CO2 through the entire life cycle. If you're not using green energy and you're using the average European mix, then you're able to take out 1/3 compared to a conventional vehicle. So you are making an impact through the entire life cycle.
And are you finding that the work on the electric cars is feeding back innovations into your more conventional vehicles as well?
Absolutely. BMW i is the spearhead movement of the BMW Group. And the technologies that have been tested there and applied for the first time, these are getting rolled out to the rest of the BMW Group. The best example is the electric drivetrain. We are electrifying, if you will, the rest of our conventional portfolio. So we're offering plug-in hybrid electric vehicles, starting off with the 2 Series, starting off with the X5, and we're going to be rolling that across the entire board of our vehicles. And we also are looking at applying carbon fiber reinforced plastic into other models as well to reduce the weight, because weight is really of the essence with cars in terms of improving their fuel efficiency.
Excellent. Thanks very much. Right, I think our scene is set now, so I'd like to invite the remaining panelists onto the stage, if I may. So we've got Mr. Ahuja, we've got Glenn Schmidt here. If I can invite Dr. Pavan Sakdeva onto the stage, and Dr. Jabez Dinagar, and Mr. Vernon Naronha, please. And you've all got your little name plates there, so you know where to sit. I would love Mr. Mubashir to give a presentation. So join me on the stage, panelists. And while you're joining me on the stage, may I also welcome Mr. Dr. Sajid Mubashir, who has now joined us and is going to give us a short presentation, and then we will move to the panel discussion. Yeah, I think you're sitting in Dr. Mubashir's seat. That's you. Marvelous. Do you want to go ahead and give us either from here or from the podium, as you wish? Excellent.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I have a difficult task in the sense that this is a forum by BMW, and in fact, the kind of a conversation I need to have. I'm not here to talk about things which we have done here so far. It's more like a campaign on what we are planning. And it's not a talk where, obviously, I don't have anything to present as having done here. So it's more of a conversation. So you don't get a polished presentation here. It's a lot of questions I'm trying to address with you. So I'll put the questions out there first. Like, for example, how is this mission driven? So our concept is there are these 4 wheels which can drive it. Now, we don't have a very original model. What's going on across the world is what we need to do. People have figured out how to kind of carry on with national electric mobility initiatives. One of the better ones is from Germany, where surprisingly, the electromobility plan, I searched through the entire document, I didn't see there is a charging infrastructure. At least from our perspective, these 2 things have to come in place to get things going. But then, without the motive force provided by the technology platform, which we are planning to initiate, and that's my conversation today, and about the supply chain development, this is not going to go much far. So these 4 points, is what I want to introduce you. So that's really my presentation. Now, my slides may be a little crowded, and I don't intend to present all of that. I'm leaving them behind, you can see. The objectives. This is the way it has to be. It has to be an all-India scheme. We are not launching kind of niche areas, niche activities, and all vehicle segments, full range of options, and any label, which is not written here, but any label. We don't really kind of do, completely WTO compatible and all that kind of a thing. What do we require to do here? We need to catalyze the manufacture and the sale of affordable XEVs is the word we like to call. And early on in this little, I think about 10 minutes I have, I'd like to characterize this initiative as being certainly different from what is being offered, or pursued outside, in the sense we are looking at the bottom of the pyramid. And that's where the Indian market is, and that's what we're going to support. So 6 to 7 millions, don't be surprised if most of it is 2-wheelers, 3-wheelers, or the small car. That's what people are buying, and that's what's to be supported. So and obviously, coming from where we are, we need to have a very strong collaboration between the government and the industry to pull this off. And industry is not just automotive industry, any others with the ability to kind of address these issues or get into the supply chain. So we are not very clear who are these clientele. We are talking to the automotive industry, we are trying to talk to others. Now, we are very near the launch of the mission. We've been talking for a very long time, and this is not idle talk. We've done a lot of work trying to comprehend the situation, trying to analyze, trying to see what kind of incentive is what we can afford. That's our conversation. Not really what we can give, what is required out there. What can we afford to provide payout? It is not a tax, incentive or any such kind of thing. It's a very simple instrument. The consumer gets about 20% taken off the vehicle in all categories, which we estimate is the battery, not the full extent of the battery, but since the consumer is going to gain from the transition, it's about taking over part of the battery cost. That's all we can kind of support. And the rest of it is the argument. People have to be convinced. People have to buy that. But certainly, any kind of vehicle you go to buy, there's a lot of variety in the country, some unusual ones also, all of that. The idea is to take off at least 20% of the cost. And that will be in place for 5 years. And that is the 5 years we have to do whatever we want to do. So we have this collaboration where the Department of Heavy Industry and the National Automotive Board, which I'm representing, which will be the front end of the initiative from the heavy industries, plus a science and technology, and my conversation is about that anyway. So if we do this project for 5 years, well, probably this is what we can get during the project period, by the end of the project period. Is this our goal? This is not our goal. Goal is much beyond that. This is what should happen during the project period to say that this can happen. So all these numbers you can see. One is the employment potential. What does the government need to do? Government needs to do three things. They need to look at creating employment, creating skilled manpower, and an activity of this kind, to engage people, engage industry, modify the behavior to the way you want to go. So three things, and I think broadly that's what the mission will do. This numbers here, whether we achieve or we surpass it, this is not a target. Because target is something which is beyond the mission period. So just that, and how we would progress, since there are just a few vehicles which are available currently in the country, there would be pilot operations initially to start with. We look at retrofits, and along the way people would gear up and expect vehicles to happen. But right on early in 2 years, first 2 years, we should have a structure. Considering that we're looking at the low cost, bottom of the pyramid, maybe we need a way to have charging infrastructure across the place, every street corner. So it may not be one of those expensive solutions you have out there with very strange situation looking from India. You consider the standards bodies to be the place where people all agreed that this is what we need to do. But what do we do when 3 standard agencies come to us and say they're competing with each other? International standard agencies like SAE or the IEC or with some things with Japanese flavor, Chinese flavor, they tell us they are these international standard agencies and they say they're competing with each other. So if there is competition, then we have a choice. We would like to exert a choice to say we would choose the simplest possible thing. For example, I don't think it's a very bold thing to say that even the standard industrial plug has got an IEC number. That's a standard. Why wouldn't we look at that? If the two-wheeler is requiring that, we might look at that. We might look at adding the communications and safety things in a wireless manner. But if that thing is going to cost 400 rupees versus a system which would $3,000-4,000, we would like to look at this and come to a paradigm where when you buy a laptop, you get the wire free. When you buy a two-wheeler and a three-wheeler, the wire should come free. So that's our paradigm. I actually have communicated most of my message. Now the rest is detail. So do tell me when I kind of reach my time limit. So what does this project intend to deliver? This is what it is. On the outside, this is what is to happen. Now these numbers must happen in this very thin margin market of this bottom of the pyramid. And for that to happen, it will not happen with the kind of vehicles you see anywhere as the electric vehicle, whether you look at vehicles constructed for its performance or its durability or its range, they will not sell in the country unless you do something serious about getting the right product here, maybe some expectation management, some behavioral change in the consumer, which will have to be. You have to be patient. You need to charge your vehicle and go. You have to think about it, So it's not like filling your tank in 20 minutes and going. Well, that would be there, but that's certainly the premium segment. So because of that, we also need to look at very seriously a way of getting that done and also a way of exiting out of this subsidy scheme. So we are very serious that this subsidy scheme would be there for 5 years. We'll do all we can, and we have this exit strategy, which is a shared technology platform, and try to get out of it. Both for the industry and the government, serious investments are envisaged. So this is what the whole program is about. Very briefly, I'll run through what it is like. How much time do I have? For 2 minutes, 5 minutes? 3 minutes? Okay, sure. I think we'll just run through this. These things I can leave with you. We did an elaborate demand analysis. The consumers has voted. Number one vote is very obviously you can see what it is. It is a cash incentive directly, straight on, right in the beginning. Then, so if this is the consideration, this table there kind of tells you what are the things people are looking at is important. So we have this program which looks at all these 4 things. This survey, people talk about it. I don't need to speak for them. They would be presenting out here large incentives. And you can see the left side of the table remains constant, whichever country you take. These are the items people are working on. There is, of course, major supply side incentives, big numbers, but there is major investment in the charging infrastructure and R&D and big pilot things. Look at these areas. I've only brought up 3 here. But China is also a big spender. I have not put it out here. I'm just going to make it brief. Talking about the Indian industry, a lot of things you can say. All mostly the mechanical IC engine vehicle, but we do have strengths. In the academic research community, we produce the 7th largest number of papers in the world, and obviously they're all peer-reviewed, so there is a lot of people out there. So putting that all together, now I'll just come to what I want to say, but though I have only 2 minutes, I think I can give you the flavor of what we want to do. The broad themes are this. This is what the technology platform is about. Now the word platform, of course it has a very specific context, but it also allows a lot of people to do things what they want to do. So that's what it is, and the broad constituents of the platform would be these 2 government departments, the Department of Heavy Industry where I am now, and the Science and Technology where I came from, a large set of industries, research institutions, and associated bodies, people, and all that. The green thing in the middle is really the thing which they will all sit together and do. The consortia projects, which we expect many of them would be led by industry, and consortia of institutions, people, a lot of research institutions should be there, and the mission will create centers of excellence. So that's a government-funded initiative from that side, and this should be more of the talent pool coming in there. So what is new in what we are talking? There's not really nothing much new. In the sense, there have been serious advice from the high levels of the government saying that how we want to do industrial R&D. In the last, I think, 3 to 4 years, good documents have come out. The technology platform is a term found in the Planning Commission's 12 plan document. We are almost running through the 12 plan, but still, I think we will be one of the first ones really taking it seriously, this recommendation. The PPP in R&D is also a high-level recommendation. Then there was a very interesting committee in which the CII had, it was led by Muthuraman, Tata Steel, and our Secretary Ramaswamy. They looked at how can industry investments come in, and of course it must come in. How can we take the GDP percentage of R&D to 2%, that kind of a thing, and there is a recommendation. And then I was fortunately involved in this consortia model of work Dr. Chidambaram had initiated, so we know how to do this actually. We've done it at least in 10 projects. So broadly, this mission R&D, the mainstay would be the PPP R&D. What we understand by that is, and the centers of excellence, their interaction, people finding avenue within that, around that, sometimes doing their own stuff without even, like for example, the BHEL tells us they're doing these things, they don't need any support. Good, but they're saying they'll still take the label. Some we may have to push. Now, the first, I will just kind of very briefly, I hope in a minute I can describe the first initiatives we are taking, but these are just the first initiatives. The 3 things, I said the charging infrastructure, there is a thing called battery module, and this is a very right forum to talk about battery module because BMW has done it. And I think they can support what I'm saying within the company context, and I'm talking about for the entire sector. Now, 2 consortia. Now, these 3 initiatives are the low-lying fruit, the lowest ones, and we're targeting the 3-wheelers. Similar thing can happen elsewhere. But the whole work, if you look at it, falls in these 4 areas. And if you look at it from TRL whatever to TRL 7. Can you start at TRL 1, 2, 3? I'm not sure. But 3 onwards, 4 onwards, technology readiness levels, this well-accepted definition across the world, 40-year-old. So these 3 initiatives I'll come back to tell you what the initial flavor of things would be. Charging infrastructure, I have already mentioned it. We need what I call as a normal power charger. I'm not using those standard definitions, type 1, type 2, all of that. I'm saying a normal power charger. People can access free, take it home along with the vehicle. Medium power is something which you go somewhere special in a parking place and you have an hour or 2 of charging to get your vehicle filled up. But often we are looking at a situation where probably there is scope for like a small entrepreneur would buy a Xerox machine, a photocopy machine and set it up. There could be a machine like that which does everything what we want, including time of day metering and all of that. We could fabricate a machine like that with a very simple plug for 2-wheelers, and they could be in business. If that can be catalyzed, the result is we could have people designing vehicles with much less battery because it's just around the street corner. If you miss that one, you get another one. So this is something we want to influence. We want to have ubiquitous charging facilities. If the standard bodies are fighting with each other, good for us. We're going to kind of choose from among them what's good. So rapid charging station, we would look for high current charging situation, which is not typically what is being recommended, CHAdeMO or else, because our vehicle platforms don't really match. So we need to really look at how can a 48 volt vehicle be charged fast. And we'll choose a standard appropriate for that, So don't blame me, we are kind of making a choice because standard bodies are fighting. So these activities we need to do, the last ones, and we are inviting anybody from anywhere who would like to partner with the label doesn't matter, origin doesn't matter. Just come along and we are there kind of talking anyway, we are creating these platforms. Look very briefly about this very, very important component. Typically 3 batteries are there, people all here know. Just be careful that cost doesn't mean anything else that favorable cost. It's not more cost. Otherwise, this thing, you can look at it. The battery things, options we looked at are in the early growth stage. So again, the appropriateness of doing that, and there is no going away from lithium-ion battery. Please don't talk about any other battery in the short term, not in this 5 years. We of course need to seed research, but that's not really an option out there. And the battery contains a lot of other stuff out here. So can you be competitive? Can be addressed by, do you know how to do plastics and steel? Well, if you do it right, maybe you can get competitive. Lithium-ion module is a very, very important concept. My understanding is BMW i3 uses the same module as a BMW motorcycle. Now, they have done it for some particular reason. We are looking at it as a strategy for low costing, or not really as a low costing, providing an opportunity for a vendor. No one is willing to come to India and start a battery plant, particularly when China is out there, and a little bit beyond that, immediate neighbor, the Korea is there and Japan is there, who would want to start a battery plant in India? So we are thinking that if it can be offered, if the market of 6-7 million vehicles, we can potentially keep it unfragmented by saying that, look, everybody can use a module and build their battery. If not one module, maybe 2 different kind of modules, or even up to 3, because we see that. Maybe 2-wheeler, 3-wheeler module could be different, but potentially all the rest of them, maybe trucks need a bigger one. There is a possibility that within 3 modules, you can cover the whole of it. This conversation has interestingly got a lot of attention. People are sitting with us, and we're talking very seriously about it, about designing it. And we haven't still come to a spec of what it will look like. It's not a very easy job to do, but we are committed that we're going to kind of create that kind of module. And it is not a standard, it is not a tariff, or it is not a non-tariff barrier we're trying to create. This program will have none of those kind of activities. It is just finding a common thing to keep the market unfragmented so that any vendor who wants to kind of build a module here and sell, he can get into the business of modules. And if this catches on, it might transform what happens across the world where the battery is ridiculously priced, partly because of this business interest which they think they need to hold on to the battery, because otherwise the component sector might kind of overtake the OEM sector. I don't know, I think something of that kind is there. The way the OEMs are holding on to the battery designs and not willing to kind of look at a common thing. Okay, so this is what it is. There is need, of course. I think I can leave it at this. We have a roadmap, and I'm very happy that TERI talked about a roadmap, and when TERI is talking, I'm sure it will be a research roadmap they're talking, not about a market roadmap. So our document can be accessed. You can write to me on this address. We'll be willing to share, and this is just a conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm very glad we were able to hear that. That was very interesting. We're lucky enough that Dr. Bhattacharjee has managed to make his way through the traffic, so I'm going to invite him up to make his brief presentation, if we may. Dr. Bhattacharjee is the Senior Fellow at TERI, specializing in these matters. Thank you. Well done. Thank you. I just didn't want to get into too much of the detail. People still to come, but that was really interesting. Thank you. Very useful.
Very good afternoon to everyone, and sorry I got delayed and got caught up in a massive traffic jam. That's how Delhi is, and that is really a good beginning for this session, like the electromobility and how we can make it more fuel efficient and as well as traffic efficient. So this presentation is a sort of gives you a background of the clean vehicles for Indian cities, and we are trying to do a feasibility study for Ahmedabad city in India. So just to give you a perspective that why there is a need to migrate towards cleaner vehicles, that the transport sector in India is going to see a significant increase in energy consumption in next 15 years or so. And the transport sector is, the share of oil for transport sector is likely to go up to 73% from 2011-12 to 2031-32. And the transport sector oil consumption is about 93%, so which is going to remain the same now and later. So this bodes well for migrating towards a cleaner vehicles for public transport as well as more fuel efficient ones. So in terms of the plug-in hybrid vehicles, it bodes well in several aspects like fuel economy, tailpipe CO2 emissions reduction, noise pollution, operating costs, and of course not the initial cost. At times the initial cost becomes the most bearing one. So there are certain pilots which has been going on for the electric vehicles, the regenerative hybrid vehicles, and the PHEVs, or which is plug-in hybrid vehicles. So this slide gives you some of the snapshots of the cities around the world where these vehicles are being piloted, and in some cities these vehicles have now entered into a commercial operation stage, such as Madrid and in London, which is for the HEVs, and now for the battery electric vehicles as well. So in India also there was a short duration pilot done on the BEVs, which is battery electric vehicles. So in terms of the drive technologies, PHEVs, which is plug-in hybrid electric vehicles, is better in terms of the fuel economy benefits and also the operating and the running costs as compared to the other electric vehicle technologies that we have scanned. The HEVs, which is hybrid electric vehicles, which generally run on the regenerative braking technology. And plug-in hybrid takes the source from the electricity, or it's plugged in. So the benefits are increasing towards the PHEVs as we see in terms of the fuel economy and operating costs. Now, since the PHEVs and HEVs rely on, or BEVs rely on the battery technology, the battery needs to be durable, powerful, and dense. And lithium-ion batteries have turned out to be the one of the options for the PHEVs because of very high energy density, low discharge rates, high sustained performance, and longer life. One new kind of technology that has come up recently is what is called LTO, which is lithium titanate batteries. It has very long life, and it's about, say, at least around 10,000 cycles. And after life, it has still about 90% retention capacity. And we also did a scan of the costs of the batteries, and these are also likely to fall in next 5-6 years. That by 2020, the battery costs are likely to be very attractive. We also scanned some of the pilots on the PHEVs that has been going on. And Gothenburg city in Sweden, that's one. And the trials have been completed, or the pilot stage have been completed. And it shows some interesting results that the total energy consumption is 60% lower with the PHEVs. And the PHEVs can do about 70% of the electric distance. I mean, by electric distance, it's that the PHEVs can run on both two fuels. One is the diesel or petrol or gas, and the other is the electricity. So the idea is to maximize the electricity run so as to reduce the tailpipe emissions. as well as better fuel economy. So the PHEVs can do a little better on the fuel economy as well as tailpipe emissions to up to 70%. And CO2 emissions are lower by 75%. So Travel for London, TfL, has also embarked on ambitious plans for HEVs, and they are now going in for more on the commercial uptake for the HEVs. Similarly, TfL has also done some runs with the battery electric vehicles, or BEVs, and in that case also they are now considering extending that program. Similarly, London Transport has introduced the PHEV for one route recently, and the idea is to do at least about 70% electric distance. So this gives us some of the background of what's going on around the world and what are these technologies, what are the batteries. Now we go to a specific case study in India, which we have been looking for, the Ahmedabad in Gujarat. And so Ahmedabad Municipal Transport Service, which is AMTS, has a fleet of about 950 vehicles or buses, and out of which those buses run on around 156 routes, and of these routes, around 32% routes are less than 15 kilometers, and 20% routes combined, or 60% routes are less than 20 kilometers. So that is where the PHEVs or the BEVs or HEVs can make an end. And so we do a lot of logistic analysis that which kind of a technology or at what charging as well as this distance, the kind of technology makes sense. So we do that at least we also do it for the short, the in-city and the longer distance. And for the longer distance, we see that at least the charging station should be 40 kilometers apart, because the average speed is about 40 kilometers in India for a bus. So we thought that at least 1 hour distance should be there for one charging to the other charging. And the intra-city charging is at the end stations only, because the routes are around 15-20 kilometers. So it makes better sense to have it only at the end stations. So with this, the two variables that we see is what is the charging time and the total journey time, and what is the distance between charging. And for the longer hauls, like the intercity journey, what we see that the electromobility, or the amount of time by which the buses can run on electricity as a fuel, is around 30% or less. So the PHEVs, if they run 30% or less on electricity on long routes, which is say 250 kilometers or up, then it makes sense. Based on the distance between the charging stations and the charging time and the total journey time. On the other hand, PHEVs can do electromobility of 100 to 60% in the cities. Which bodes well for the PHEVs or the electric vehicles to be introduced in cities rather than for the long haul, based on what is the distance between the charging stations and how much time it takes cumulative in charging. And it's favorable that the idea is to maximize the distance on electricity rather than on diesel, because the idea would be to reduce the diesel consumption and reduce the tailpipe emissions. Here we show some of the net diesel savings as well as electricity consumption. The diesel savings is more important. For instance, we do it for 4 variants here. One is the battery electric vehicles, and the other is the PHEV. 70 means 70% electromobility. Okay, and PHEV 40 is 40% electromobility, and HEVs is hybrid electric vehicles. So there is a substantial, with fleet substitution from what is existing now to what we can do with the newer generation of these vehicles with 20%, 40%, 60%, and so forth, there is a substantial savings in diesel. Similarly, the emissions, there is a significant reduction in the emissions at PHEV 70, I believe, which is 70% electromobility. So this gives you some idea that although the cost may be higher at this point, but there are some other benefits as well. To just take key takeaways or to conclude it, because I'm getting some feelers from Mr. Chairman to wrap it up as soon as possible. So the transport energy use in India is likely to go fourfold in next about say 15 years or so. There is a heavy reliance on the imported oil, and the transport sector, the share of oil consumption is very high. And so it's a good time to migrate towards cleaner and the energy efficient, fuel efficient vehicles. PHEVs are favorable for intracity transport. 60% to 100% electromobility can be achieved. And there is a lot of diesel saving, which this saving can be used for developing better infrastructure. So, and of course, the CO2 emission benefits. Thank you very much. Thanks, and thanks for these opportunities, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Dr. Bhattacharjee. Thank you so much. Now we're going to move on swiftly to the panel discussion. We've got an excellent panel joining me here. We have Mr. Vernon Naranha, who's Vice President, Defense and Government Business at Tata Motors. On his left, we have Mr. Pawan Sakdeva, who's Senior General Manager, Public Affairs at Mahindra & Mahindra. I believe that Dr. Mubashir, you're staying with us. We've heard from you already. We missed introducing you because you were stuck behind a wee bit. You're a member of R&D of the National Automotive Board at the Ministry, the Department of Heavy Industries, and I think something of a guiding hand on the National Electric Mobility Mission, so I've been told. Ah, indeed, okay. Right, and then we have Glenn Schmidt, who we've heard from already, and then we're joined by Mr. Dr. Jabez Dinagar, who's Vice President at TVS Motor Company, and last but not least, Mr. Akshay Ahuja, Analyst at the India Smart Grid Forum. So I'm going to, in an effort to make sure we have some time for discussion, I'm going to invite our panelists who've not had the opportunity to speak yet, just to say a very brief little presentation, or a brief few remarks rather, to introduce their own perspective, and then we'll move through to a discussion. So I think we'll start off from over here. We'll start off with Mr. Naranha from Tata Motors, and I think you're particularly involved in the bus business and looking at developing electric buses. So a few words from you, sir.
Yeah, I heard in the morning one of the speakers saying that there is an urgency to introduce electric hybrid buses. And if we wait for infrastructure to come up, especially in India, and especially in Indian cities, then we are going to be drastically delayed in introducing electric hybrid vehicles in India. So Tata Motors is spearheading a program where we have developed the hybrid electric bus that does not need infrastructure. So you can start off, from day one. If we get orders, we are ready to supply buses. And these buses can be put on the road. It doesn't need infrastructure because the onboard engine will charge the batteries that run the electric transmission system. I think this is very important for India because putting in infrastructure is not only expensive, but it takes a lot of time to get government clearances, to put up overhead wires and grids and what have you to support it. So that's why we thought of putting an onboard engine to charge the batteries, and we started from day one. Another speaker very rightly pointed out that if we have to put electric hybrid buses on the road, then government has to do its bit and sort of subsidize the initial high cost of this technology, especially for public transportation. And why I say this is because we need electric hybrid concept to hit the common man in India. I mean, everybody has to experience. And if he has to experience electric hybrid, it must be, the government has to, in a very, very large way, subsidize public transportation. And as of now, the thinking in the government is to do bridge financing between the normal bus and the electric hybrid bus. That's not enough, because our major nationalized fleet operators aren't very sure of the technology, so they take into account the risk of introducing this technology in large numbers, and so they are wanting, or they are saying that if the government is serious about introducing hybrid electric buses, then they must give us much more than just bridge financing. And I agree with them, because this demand cannot come from private operators and fleets. It has to be strongly supported by the government by full funding, and so that the public transport system is able to introduce hybrid electric buses immediately. These are the two important points I wanted to make. The third one was, if you have a full battery operated bus, you must be aware of the amount of weight taken by the batteries towards the actual payload, which is the number of passengers sitting in the bus. There was a company that did a trial run of full battery operated buses in one of the cities in India, and we found that out of the 4-ton payload that is available, almost 3.8 tons went towards the battery. So the bus is not meant to carry batteries, the bus is meant to carry people. So there was only a couple of 100 kilos left for the people to be carried. Well, what we have done is we've just reversed that, and we've put the batteries at minimum weight in our hybrid electric buses. The batteries weigh hardly 400 kilos, so you have a full contingent of 50 to 60 people traveling in a bus. This is more so in India, because in India we have restrictions on the gross vehicle weight of the vehicle. So, just to sum up, 3 points: technology, free of infrastructure, and 2, government needs to fund it much more than what it's planning to do. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Mr. Ronha. We'll move on straight away to Mr. Sakdeva, if I may. Of course, Mahindra have been experimenting with electric vehicles to some extent. You launched your E2O, I think. How's that going?
Yeah, thank you, Martin, and a very good afternoon to everybody. Yeah, we have been the pioneers in electric mobility in the country, and maybe I would even say that we are the lone rangers globally which have been working on electric mobility consistently for the last decade and a half. And you can truly say we are EV evangelists. Okay, so the product has been pretty well received in the country, but however, we feel there's a lot of intervention required from the government in terms of mandates and stimulants to incentivize demand per se in the country. Having said that, I would like to just put a few more points across to the audience, that when we talk about sustainable urbanization, I think one of the challenges which are there right now is rapid urbanization which is taking place. And if we have to look at from an India context, about 590 million people are going to be living in cities by 2020, which is twice the population of US today. 68 cities will have maybe more than 1 million population by 2020, which is maybe 50% more than what it is today in the next 5 years. And at the same time, we have been, or human beings have been, not using our resources very efficiently if we look at it. And there has been a huge degradation in the environment, and especially with transportation, that with tailpipe emissions, and even not forgetting noise pollution. If we look at India today, we have only 15 cars per 1,000, and if we look at some of the developed countries, which is almost 500 per 1,000. So the challenges are huge when we look at India, and I think there are no other ways but to go forward is to look at something which is much more smarter in terms of living, where we are able to utilize our resources more efficiently and optimally. So we need to have something which is a win-win situation for all stakeholders, whether it's citizens, government, and I will even call the environment a stakeholder in it. So it's a win-win situation. And this is where electric vehicles really fit in beautifully because of low emissions, or maybe even zero emissions if we talk about solar-powered vehicles. We just talked about the Mahindra E2O. We have also done, just initiated a pilot last month with 4 electric minivans, standalone electric vehicles at Agra at the Taj Mahal corridor, and we're trying to take learnings and insights from that also. So there's no denying the fact that electric vehicles are much more efficient than internal combustion engines, which is a fact which everybody's aware. But I think the point which should come forth that they are almost 7 to 10 times more efficient. To give an example, the car we talked about, Mahindra E2O, has a battery which is 9.6 kilowatt. And if you look at ICE engine vehicle, for 1 liter of petrol in a congested city like Delhi does about 12 kilometers. So which is 1 liter of petrol is about 9.1 kilowatt. So 9.1 kilowatt over there giving 12 kilometers, and our E2O with 9.6 giving almost 120 kilometers. So I think it's pretty apparent to all of us what it can do for sustainable urbanization. Going forward, I think electric vehicles are a solution for our power generating companies too. There's a myth in terms of people saying that where is the power? Like what is the, when electric vehicles come in, where are we going to get that energy? But I think it's more of a myth. Because if you look at it, if a 24-hour cycle of energy demand, at night time it falls down by almost 50%. And if we look at it, the government is talking about putting 6 to 7 million electric vehicles per annum every year on the road. It only requires about 830 megawatts, which is 0.33% of our total generation. And if we look at the off-peak demand, it can take care of much, much more. Even if you look at transmission and distribution losses, if they come down by 1.4%, it can take care of 6 to 7 million electric vehicles. So that's truly a myth about, where's the energy. For example, if you look at air conditioners in India in 2012, there were 3.4 million electric air conditioners which were sold. Now, an air conditioner uses almost 1 kilowatt of energy per hour for a 3-star one. And if we look at 4 hours operation over 6 months in a year, that is good enough for almost 2 million electric vehicles. So these are certain things which I like to point out. And when we talk about urbanization, sustainable urbanization, it's talking about smart cities. And this is where, again, electric vehicles have a huge advantage because there's a convergence of technologies which is happening in it, whether it is electronics, whether it's IT, whether it's telecom, whether you talk about computing or other technologies, and the cars are becoming smarter, so they're connected to the consumer. They're connected to the grid. Now, talking about the grid, when we talk about off-peak demand, that is a time when cars can be charged, and during peak hours, it can give back to the grid, and that can be a huge solution. Even consumers can take advantage of it in terms of having almost free mobility. And finally, I would like to touch on the point that at Mahindra, we have worked out an option or a necessary with the electric car that is a solar charging unit, which is a 3 meter by 3 meter unit, which costs about lakh something and gives you free energy to do about 50 kilometers per day for life. So what we are talking about is 0 grams per kilometer vis-a-vis 140 grams or 120 to 40 grams per kilometer for conventional cars. So we at Mahindra Group is committed to low carbon commuting. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Very encouraging stuff. I'll pass across, if I may, to Dr. Dinagar from TVS Motor Company. A few thoughts from you, sir.
Yeah. I talk from the other end of the spectrum on electric mobility. I represent the two-wheeler industry. We produce, this year expected to produce about 15 million vehicles. And by 2020, we expect to produce about 35 million vehicles. And this forms the largest chunk of transportation in India. And if anyone to start electric mobility, this is the place to start. As Mr. Sajid presented the target of 7 million electric vehicles, most of it is going to be two-wheelers and some of them going to be three-wheelers. And still farther less is going to be the rest of the vehicles. So the technology requirements for this segment is very different. These vehicles are sold and marketed in India for $600 to $800. And bringing in electric mobility within that package, within the price point, is a huge challenge for all of us. And this industry is primarily run by companies which are homegrown Indian, and the technology base need to be developed locally. And we do have a technology roadmap, part of the IPP technology plan. We have plans to develop low-cost solutions which meets the consumer needs. And the consumers are very specific to Indian continent and or Asia in general. If you look at their needs, they drive between 15 to 20 kilometers a day in average for almost 80% of our consumers. And they take these vehicles as personal possessions. And most of the vehicles are kept inside the house. They are not kept outside. And they are maintained very well. And these vehicles get reused end of 3 years in smaller cities and in villages. So there's an extended life cycle of all the way up to 10 years before they are disposed of. So there is a challenge to build the technologies which goes with this. As a company, we have a roadmap for initially hybridization and later on going into electric mobility. There's a huge challenge to make it electric because of the cost of lithium being so high. Bringing in the cost down to a level which is affordable to this segment of customers will be a challenge, even with the incentive package which is expected soon. But as a roadmap, this target and this mass of vehicles will be the real beneficiary of electrification of the transport sector. And they don't need intensive charging system. They can be accommodated in domestic charging sockets that are available widely. They're easy to move to a solar-based rural electrification programs that are in place. They can form the centerpiece of a smart city initiative that is pioneered by the government of today. So as a company, we have strategies to make our fleet at least 50% of them by 2020 into a mild hybrid, and beyond at least 10% of them into electric. So we have initiatives that build this capability to have them completely green and completely electrified.
Thanks very much. And finally, going to pass over to Akshay Ahuja, and I think the chance to bring it all together in terms of where the electricity is going to come from and how electric vehicles might also help balance the grid as well, I imagine. So share some thoughts on that with us.
Yeah, so we are talking about electric vehicles, so I'd like to talk about the electric part of electric vehicles and let these gentlemen talk about the vehicle part. So we are coming up with the 6 million electric vehicles by 2020, so we require a lot of electricity for it. So, and I'm happy to hear that we are working on the charging infrastructure also for these electric vehicles, because moving on to the vehicles, and we have lithium-ion batteries which needs to be charged fast and all, so we require a good charging infrastructure. If you talk about the petrol or diesel vehicles, so they require only 5 minutes at the fueling station to get the fuel, and they are ready to run. But if you talk about the electric vehicles, they require some hours to get it charged. So we require good charging infrastructure in order to promote these electric vehicles. Secondly, sir talked about the charger, the standards for the charging stations also. There are many companies which are fighting for the charging standards and all. So, obviously there are many countries coming out with the charging standards. So we cannot directly adopt their standards because the requirements are different, needs are different. So obviously we need to study those standards and maybe tailor-made it according to the Indian situation and work with the BIS on making the standards, because standards are important. If we talk about electric rickshaws in Delhi, which are using local chargers to charge the batteries, and even they are using lead-acid batteries, which are not compatible with the fast chargers. So which is sending some harmonics to the grid. So chargers are required. We require these charging infrastructure. If I talk about the countries like Norway, Denmark and all, so they use these charging infrastructure. The government is investing in the charging infrastructure. They have around one fast charger for every 20 slow chargers or so. So these charging infrastructure is required if you want these electric vehicles to come up. And there we require some new business models also. If we have to deploy these electric vehicles, we need some business models to come up, like maybe, I don't know, I'm throwing some challenge on the R&D department of these companies or not, but maybe if we can have some prepaid meter sort of thing fitted in the car, which can, I mean, as a consumer, I don't have to pay every time at the charging station. It is directly connected to my meter, and it is at the end of the month I get billed or something like that. But I'm sure these are the gentlemen. They have worked a lot in this field, so they'll be able to find the solution for it. These are some of the models which we require. And secondly, we require the distribution companies to come into the plan, because if these distribution companies are not there working with this electric infrastructure, they'll see this electric infrastructure, electric vehicles as a liability rather than looking at them as an asset. So we are talking about virtual power plants. We are using these electric vehicles as a virtual power plant. Maybe they can use as a storage component to be storing electricity during the off-peak time, and maybe feeding back the electricity to the grid during the peak time. So these type of models are required if you are having electric infrastructure at every point of time without having a consensus of, or without synchronizing with the distribution company. So they'll look these electric vehicles as a liability more than as an asset. So these are some of the things which are required to be done before we go with the rollout.
Okay, thanks very much indeed. We're going to move to a discussion now. And as I think you know, this summit is being live webcast. And we've had a couple of questions that have come through on the webcast, which I'm going to take first. Make sure we get those done. And then we're going to throw it open to the floor for contributions from the floor. And the couple of questions, they're both for the gentleman from BMW, for Glenn. We've got R. Ramnath from Pune, and he's talking about the Detroit Car Show, the recent Detroit Car Show. And he says that the vehicles there, the whole accent on them was on range, acceleration, and speed, and not on green technology. Now, I'm sure you're going to hit this one out of the park, Glenn, but he's saying, are we really walking the talk or merely talking while traveling?
Okay, I don't think there's a contradiction in that, and I think electric mobility is the best example of that. If we think of the BMW i3, it has 170 horsepower. It has 250 Newton meters of torque. The BMW i8, which is coming to India, has 362 horsepower. But at the same time, these vehicles offer zero emission in the case of BMW i3, and in the case of BMW i8 in the European test cycle, just over 2 liters of consumption per 100 kilometers. So that's really kind of, let's say, the heart of what efficient dynamics is about. On the one hand, improving efficiency, radically reducing fuel consumption down to electric vehicles that consume no fuel, but at the same time making sure that driving is still lots of fun. And that's really the heart of BMW, and there's no contradiction in there. And I think there may be a common perception out there that electric vehicles have to look strange, they don't have sufficient range, they're not that interesting, they're boring, they're not. But if you get into an electric vehicle, you realize that it's actually the opposite. You have incredible torque, you have incredible acceleration. The first EV users that we had in California, they coined the phrase EV smile. If you've never been in an electric vehicle before, try it out, and when you leave the vehicle, you will have a big smile on your face.
Do you think in a way it's almost a perception problem that could be related to the way that EVs were marketed, at least to start off with, that they were sold as green, and people assume green is a little bit worthy and boring. And actually, if they'd been sold as real, testosterone-fueled dream machines, they might have gone a bit better.
I mean, that's sort of the key approach of BMW and the sub-brand BMW i to make electric driving an emotional experience, because that's really what BMW is all about, sheer driving pleasure, and that applies to conventional vehicles, which are becoming more and more efficient due to improvements of conventional technology, but also to radical new approaches such as electric mobility. There's no contradiction there. It's possible to combine both of the best worlds. Yeah.
And then we have one more question from the webcast, from Kishore Gupta from Gurgaon, who's asking what's the time frame for BMW to introduce EVs in India?
Okay. As already mentioned, the week after next, the BMW i8, which is a plug-in hybrid electric vehicle, will be coming to India. So this is a vehicle with two drivetrains. It has an electric drivetrain as well as a very efficient 3-cylinder gasoline engine. So it's a plug-in. You need to charge it with electricity from the grid. So BMW i is coming to India. I think in terms of market introduction, and this is the experience that we've made globally, there are really three phases. One is a phase of market preparation. The other is a phase of gradual market ramp up. And then finally a phase of mass market. And what's often been done, I think, is that you've maybe offered the wrong instruments that really don't apply to that market phase that you're in right now. Several markets, for example, offered very, very high monetary incentives for electric vehicles, but the industry wasn't available and the cars weren't there. So I think in the Indian context, we're somewhere, and this is, I think, maybe a point of debate as well for the panelists, we're somewhere between the period of market preparation and slow market ramp up. And we have an approach that's called 360-degree electric, which means we're not only introducing the car, we want to offer the domestic charging infrastructure, access to public infrastructure, offer appropriate service packages. So we have what we call a cookbook to introduce electric mobility, but that also involves getting local players involved as well. And that's something that we're doing right now for the other BMW i models in India.
Okay, thanks very much. I'd like to throw it open to the floor. We're dazzled by the stage lights here, but I can see we've got two hands over there. And we've got a couple more over here. So if we can get the mics over there to start with. And if you can, because we're running fairly tight on time,
yeah, hello, I'm Megha.
keep the questions brief and say who you are. Thank you.
I'm Megha from TERI. Dr. Mubashir, though you've already stated that lithium is going to be the technology for at least next 5 years, but I would like to know that in India, are we doing any parallel research on batteries which utilize locally available resources?
Okay, batteries going on locally?
Lithium is the currently acknowledged resource before us. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
But there could be other things emerging. There is movement in the lead-acid battery, things which originated in the US, one called the Firefly, now it's Indian ownership. Dark horses, maybe they can emerge. But can I make a comment?
Please, sir.
Now in this forum, I have come to TERI and I want to take something back. So my conversation is basically with TERI and the audience which represents TERI is brought here. One, I must say that I'm a short time, so I may have to, whatever I speak may appear odd and blunt, but see, I'm kind of disappointed with the presentation because, one has to look at the important thing about any of these electric drive vehicle is the regeneration. So when an analyst looks at it, it's very critical to look at it, and that's the difference. It is not just a transition from a fossil fuel, which is mined and brought in here, to what we really want is something which can be perennially generated. All that is fine. But the difference happened in question of efficiency and all, it's about regeneration. Second is, be aware of a little bit of cost structure. PHEV is the last thing for the country. There are 3 vehicles in one. There is a big battery and the 2 vehicles, the hybrid and the electric powertrain. So you need to look at that. So having said that, there's a little bit a critical note on TERI, but what we would like TERI to do is to see that Dr. Pachauri set the tone for it. We have different resources. And not just that, When you want to feed in DC power coming in from solar or mainly solar generation to a DC battery, it's not at all complicated. You reduce the complexity. It's very easy actually, Mahindra shows it. They have just this little pole and 4 things and you don't find much electron in a little box hanging there. That's the way to go. We want TERI to look at it. We want TERI to kind of help us, partner with us about the transportation grid issue. Can we generate electricity on the road or on the road assets and have a transportation grid, DC grid maybe even, if you want to stretch the concept, separated or maybe, maybe locally generated, distributed there through, there is a lot of things possible. So I just want to mention there, just to kind of also say, there can be very interesting solutions happening here. Tata Motors here didn't highlight it. There is a hub and spoke model they've come up with, hybrid buses and electric car. So Reva talks about, in addition to all this, as the last mile connectivity, ideal vehicles for that. And Dr. Dinagar, there's a variety of stuff happening here. Hybrid scooters, did you hear what he said? It's an amazing thing, and he can deliver a 20% extra cost. So a lot of things can happen here. And the last, just one more thing I want to say here is, just one word here, slow market in India, it depends. MNRE ran a 2-year program, just 2 years they gave subsidy. It wasn't a big subsidy, 100,000 vehicles sold per year. So that doesn't appear very slow to me. There were 2-wheelers, but still, that's not a really slow ramp up for. So if you hit the right strategy, maybe things would be, can get triggered. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Mubashir. I'm going to leave that challenge to TERI hanging out in the air for them to pick up, because I know we've seen quite a few hands out there. I want to make sure you get your say. Gentleman over there, please. You have a mic already, I think? No, I don't. Oh. If the mic warriors can be on the lookout for hands that are up, so the
Thank you, Mr.
speakers
Chair.
are ready.
I was struck by the Mahindra presentation, about the efficiency of the electric motor versus the oil engine. But so the issue really, about electrifying private transportation, as this session seems to be about, is really that you can avoid us choking to death on the roads of Delhi and Mumbai, but we will still not be able to get to where we are on time because of private vehicle congestion on the road. So in the context of the subject, that we are addressing, particularly in the context of the SDGs, right, which are different from, addressing climate change or addressing development separately, how does this fit into the subject of this conference, which is sustainable development goals? Because we're doing good things, I presume, for the climate if we're feeding an electricity from renewable energy and not from coal in Bihar, right? But what about urban congestion?
Okay, thank you very much. A nice point. No point having as green a car as you like, but if you're stuck in a traffic jam, what's the use? Anybody want to take that one up?
Take that.
Public transport.
I think the point which you mentioned is very, very apt, and I'm happy that you brought it up. I think I'll leave the rest of the things aside and just go to that particular part about congestion and about urbanization, which you're talking about. When we talk about public transport, which Mr. Narona has just mentioned, I think public transport can't come to your door. You have to go to the public transport. And that is where the first mile and last mile connectivity can be done by small vehicles. And that is where we are talking about zero carbon mobility, with solar charged vehicles. So I think you've been able to bring it a point which is very apt, and this is the solution for it.
You want to come in?
Yeah. I think you have a green car and you come 2 hours late for a function is not going to help. So the whole idea of the government, especially in urban areas, is to take private cars off the road and introduce buses. So you have many more buses, and if those buses are green, and those buses can be put tomorrow morning, then we have an immediate solution.
Okay, thank you. Gentleman here, and then lady over there.
Yeah, I'm Yoshi Hayashi. I'm president of World Conference on Transport Research Society. I really appreciated today's talk, and I'm very glad to hear about very rapid innovation speed of technology. At the same time, we do need to discuss about what kind of e-vehicles are more important and for what purposes, in particular megacities. As the colleague told, whole transport system should be imagined. So depending on that, for what use, then the technology development may be very different. So smart city, it's easy to say, but don't do parts by parts, but how to be integrated and then roll off each body.
Okay.
I hope to do that.
So a call for a more integrated transport approach. Does anybody particularly want to come back on that? I think we'd all agree it was necessary and important. I'll just take Glenn and then Sajid briefly.
Yeah, that's a very good question. Maybe I'll start off by answering that. I mean, from our perspective, an electric vehicle has the largest potential in an urban area because of the range. And an electric vehicle these days will have a range of about up to 160, maybe 200 kilometers. And that's well within the daily commuting range in an urban environment. And I think one issue that was always raised is, do we need to have 100% renewable energy in order to make electric vehicles purely effective? And I think ultimately, yes, but there's also a lot of potential in an electric vehicle with the existing grid. For example, you have zero tailpipe emissions, which means you don't have zero emissions in an urban environment where people are living. You have less noise, something that has not been mentioned as well, which is a cause of a lot of ailment in an urban environment. And at the same time, people who are driving electric vehicles are becoming more and more conscious of where the electricity is coming from as well. So that helps the transition as well into renewable energies. And the final point I want to make is I think there's a lot of potential in urban environments in linking different forms of transportation. Because these days, you know, you have people who drive cars, you have people who drive buses, you have people who take public transportation, but you have very little interlinking. Yeah? And in dense urban environments, you'll always have a certain set of the population that decides to have the freedom of individual mobility. But I think we really need to kind of break those barriers. And the BMW i3, for example, in those markets where we have that information, has a navigation system where if you want to go from A to B, the recommendation that you may be getting from the car is not to take the entire trip with the vehicle, but to drive it to the next available public charging station or park and ride facility and continue on with another form of transportation. Okay. So that's part of the development.
Briefly, Sajid.
Very briefly. I'm very happy this TERI forum provides it raises such questions, and there is a freedom to answer it at a larger level. And I notice you're from transportation studies, so I'll address it that way. Now, one issue is that you cannot reduce travel. In fact, the problem in our country is that we are not traveling enough. There is a direct correlation between the GDP growth in abstract, but let's very simply say, market is created by the ability to make things somewhere and transport it to where it can be sold. And the growth in market is what you call. So without getting into all that, I'm saying there is just no way you can reduce transportation.
Okay.
In fact, there is just no way you can reduce people coming to cities, because cities is what creates a market. So you can't do that. Then what is this issue about congestion? It's your problem, partly the transportation problem. And I would very firmly say there is a scope for every single identified means of transportation today. What the metro can do, please don't think BRT can handle that. Similarly, reverse. What the BRT can do, the metro may not be able to address it. It's different. The line I come by metro every day. The line I get into, it takes 1 lakh people, 100,000 people a day across comfortably, no problem. Now, you can't do that, but it doesn't take you to the door, like you said. There is, the entire system has to come into place. It has to be better networked. Now, one thing, for example, I can see that about 50% or more of the surface area of the road is stationary objects standing there. It doesn't allow things to move. There are issues to be addressed out there. There is, of course, a different thing to understand whether widening of a road leads to better transportation or more accidents. All those issues are there. But then, the inefficiencies that the traffic calming, the way you can control things electronically and allow what is naturally has to happen, increase transportation, increase urbanization. You cannot go back, you cannot roll back the thing. So,
thank you very much. Two more questions. We've got one here and we've got one over there.
Good morning. My name is Lidet. My question is for BMW. Do you have a global initiative that helps initiate countries to give or to make available tax exemptions for buyers?
Okay, interesting one for you.
Okay. If a technology is superior and ultimately should be able to exist in the mid to long term without any type of incentives, but this is the point that was made in the presentation and also in the discussions, what we see worldwide is in order to kickstart electric mobility, it helps to have the right mix of, on the one hand, some tax advantages, some monetary incentives, but also non-monetary incentives such as parking privileges or a free toll, as well as availability to charging infrastructure. So if you have that right blend, then that really helps to kickstart electric mobility. And according to your question, if you have a tax scheme or tax incentives that encourage the uptake of low-emission vehicles or electric vehicles, obviously it helps in the beginning to kickstart, because there are some inhibitions from customers in the initial phase, and that helps to kind of move things forward.
Gentleman there.
Good afternoon, my name is Theo Groothuizen. I'm from the Ministry of Economic Affairs from the Netherlands, and I just want to propose something else. In Amsterdam, which is an old city, 50%, more than 50% of all transport is by bicycle. And you're all talking cars, metros, expensive solutions, which can only be afforded by a small part of this society, which I love. I lived here for 6 years, I know exactly the situation. Interesting is that in the Netherlands, we don't have hills or mountains, but we have a lot of headwind. So we developed electric bicycles, and those electric bicycles is in a steep growth, not only because it gives you an action radius of 120 kilometers, but a speed of over 30 kilometers per hour. But for elderly people, it's fantastic because you keep them moving and you keep them healthy. So 65 plus is using the bicycle in Holland. So I would love to collaborate, and I'd like to see your reactions, to work with one of the Indian companies to work on a low-cost electric bicycle, which can be charged in half an hour everywhere.
Very briefly. Anybody here working on an electric bicycle? Not an electric two-wheeler, electric bicycle, human-powered, electric-powered. If not, why not? Okay, there's a nice challenge to the panel. It's time to wrap up. I'm amazed that nobody said anything about the low oil price. So I'm reassured that we regard the low oil price perhaps as merely a blip that will soon pass, or even if it doesn't, it won't get in the way of the rise of EVs. That's an interesting one to leave hanging. I must thank the panel. I think we've had a really, really interesting discussion. I've learned a lot myself. And I must thank in particular BMW, who've sponsored the whole session, for making this possible. I have to tell a cheeky anecdote that about 25 years ago, when I was first writing about electric vehicles, when they were a bit of a pipe dream, and I went to a party in New York, and I was talking to a guy who worked as a BMW dealer. And I said, and he was very scornful of EVs, and I said to him, do you think BMW will ever make an electric vehicle? And he said, dude, we're a premium car company, we're not a toy company. So it's a great shame he's not here today. You can go outside and see your new toy, and very impressive it is too. So thanks to BMW, thanks for a very enlightening discussion. Thanks to all of you. Now, one brief notice for delegates, lunch is in Ranibagh in the garden. For other colleagues, it's also in the garden in Rajabagh on the other side. Thank you so much for bearing with us. See you after lunch. Thank you.
History indicates that the Buddha wandered in these floodplains of India somewhere in the 6th and 5th centuries BC. A few millennia later, in a renewed world, this is one of the largest cities in the mid-Gangetic plains of India, Gorakhpur. Located in the foothills of the Himalayas, the city falls in the basins of the Rohini and Rapti rivers. Its bowl-like shape makes it naturally prone to floods. But now, things are getting worse. Climate data over the last 3 decades shows that Gorakhpur has been shifting towards a muggy climate, meaning there is more temperature and moisture in the atmosphere. Climate projections indicate that this trend is likely to become more intense in the future, resulting in more rains and more floods. Is the city prepared for such a future? But wait, before we delve into the future, it's worth spending some time on Gorakhpur's present and not so old past. In an earlier time, this was a city of over 100 lakes. Today, 2/3 of these lakes are dead. They are either sites for illegal construction or dumping grounds for solid waste. As there is no organized solid waste management system, waste is disposed of wherever possible. Open drains carry sewage from homes, as most parts of the city are not covered by an underground sewage system. This raw, untreated sewage is then pumped straight into the already stifled lakes of the city. The housing needs of a burgeoning population are being met through rampant construction in the city's green belt. So the big question is that when every inch of Gorakhpur is encroached upon, including its water bodies, its green belt, and its peri-urban land, what does it mean for the city? It means that when a regular monsoon comes calling, the rainwater finds no drainage and leaves every nook and corner flooded and waterlogged. Some areas like Bodhi bear the blame for several months after the monsoon. They live in a toxic island of rainwater, waste and sewage. Where does all this lead to? Beginning in July, the pediatric ward of BRD Medical College in Gorakhpur faces a severe manpower crunch. Hapless parents scramble to get their children treated for various water and vector-borne diseases. But the most shocking tragedy unfolds in the pediatric encephalitis ward, where nearly 500 children succumb to the epidemic every year. Such are the tales of today's Gorakhpur. Science predicts that tomorrow's Gorakhpur may be worse off due to an unfamiliar, unfriendlier climate. But is anyone listening? In 2008, an initiative by the Rockefeller Foundation called the Asian Cities Climate Change Resilience Network brought together 10 cities in Asia to demonstrate practical strategies for responding to climate change. Gorakhpur was one such city. It took a couple of years and a vigorous engagement among local experts, climate scientists, the city government, and the citizens, particularly the poor, before Gorakhpur got its very own climate change resilience strategy. The task of implementing this strategy began in the bylanes of Maheva, an urban slum devoid of every basic amenity. Come monsoons, and the ward submerged. Change was triggered by the Gorakhpur Environment Action Group, which involved every household in the ward in microplanning and built community groups around health, waste and sanitation. And then the community members themselves led the action on ground zero. Waste that was thrown on the streets got collected from every doorstep. Drains were fixed through community participation. New tap connections were put in place. Quite clearly, Maheva was reborn in a new avatar and became a learning model of an urban, climate-resilient community. But the question still remained on how to take this learning beyond the confines of Maheva.
We found it very useful and important to look at the regulations and policies that are impacting or that are steering urban development process in cities like Gorakhpur. And a detailed recommendation strategy was prepared by TERI for Gorakhpur city, of course at a state level and the city level, to see how they can climate-proof their city through resilience options, integrating them within their regular urban development process.
TERI's recommendations have given Gorakhpur a clear roadmap to transform into a climate.
Had a good lunch, and you're now ready with renewed energy to take over our next panel on adaptation and mitigation. We'll be beginning shortly in just a few minutes, so if you can take your seats, we will be moving ahead shortly. Just wanted to let you know where we stand. We're a little bit late, just a few minutes, but we'll be getting started. So if you could take your seats, we'll be starting in a few minutes. So welcome back everybody from lunch. We're just about to start our next panel discussion, important topic, and that is climate change adaptation and mitigation. Why do we need both? is because there's certain processes that are already taking place that we can do nothing about. We need to adapt to them, learn how to live with them, and find solutions. Specific impacts have been outlined in the 5th report of the IPCC. And welcome, this is our panel. Everybody is joining us here on the stage to talk about these important topics. And while we need to adapt to certain impacts that will happen anyway, there are certain impacts that we cannot adapt to. They will be crossing too many dangerous thresholds and causing too much damage to the planet that we just cannot allow to happen. We need to mitigate. We need to take measures to cut carbon emissions. So this is what we're going to discuss, this mix of adaptation and mitigation. And there are some opportunities, economic opportunities, that could help with mitigation and finding good solutions. So I'd like to introduce now the chair of this discussion, Professor Achim Steiner, who is the UN Undersecretary General and Executive Director of the UN Environmental Program. Professor Steiner was previously Director General of the UN office at Nairobi. And before joining UNEP, he served as Director General of the International Union for the Conservation of Nature. He has worked with both grassroots and also the highest levels of international policy making to address the interface between environmental sustainability, social equity, and economic development. And I'd like to invite him here on the stage to take over the discussion. Professor Steiner.
Thank you very much, Ralita. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to be up here with a very eminent panel with the unenviable task of trying to facilitate and moderate a group of people who could speak to you for hours from their experience, their knowledge, their scars in terms of climate negotiations and processes. But above all, the idea this afternoon is, and that was my appeal also to all our distinguished speakers, is to tie and pull some of the threads together that surround the climate process, be it in terms of the mitigation and adaptation agenda, be it also in terms of the logic of acting on climate change in terms of the development agenda, and how actions not only in terms of linking mitigation and adaptation make sense, but also how the climate response is part of a development response. 2015 is a dramatic year for climate change, but actually also a dramatic year for development. It's also a dramatic year in the sense of recalibrating some of the climate discussions and hopefully outcomes ultimately when it comes to mitigation adaptation. We saw some of that in Lima. The call to action made it very clear that while mitigation is a key element of the response to carbon emissions, adaptation is increasingly a critical part of countries' ability to even be in a position to respond. Some of you may be aware of the adaptation gap report that UNEP released in the margins of Lima, a first as yet rough attempt to try and begin to get an order of magnitude of what it actually means to countries to begin to adapt to global warming and its consequences to climate change. The numbers are mind-boggling in many ways. For any finance minister, they would be nothing short of an alarm bell. And yet, the discussion about climate change, and this is my last opening remark before I invite Naoko in a moment to give us the first keynote, is at a point where we have to interpret the response to climate change not only in terms of the threat, but increasingly to interpret our actions in terms of choices we make in understanding the risks, but also the opportunities of acting. And herein perhaps lies the greatest hope for 2015, to be understood as a year in which we focus less and less on that which divides us as nations, as communities, as sectors, as industries, as economies, and focus more on the benefits of a collective response to climate change. With these introductory remarks, let me now turn to Naoko Ishii, who is the GEF Chief Executive and Chairperson, known to many of you also from her years with the World Bank and before that with the government of Japan. Naoko, it is my great pleasure to invite you to address the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Very good afternoon to everybody. I'm very happy to be here.
Akim has asked me to talk about transformational change. It's a great start because transformational change is absolutely required to mitigate the climate change challenges. And the good news is that as far as mitigation is concerned, we come to know more about where the fundamental transformation is required, and even we have started to catalyze some transformational actions on the ground in some of the key systems. As former President Calderon, who addressed to us yesterday, argued in the new climate economy report, we need fundamental transformations in 3 key economic systems. We need to change the world urban systems, we need to change the world land use system, and we need to change the world energy systems. And one of the key messages from that report is that achieving sustainable growth is possible while addressing climate change challenges. So the growth and climate change mitigation are not either or. If we do it right, we can have both. This is a very positive message from that report. Let me maybe share with you what I see, what's going on in each of those 3 key economic systems the report identified. As for cities, there is increasing recognition of the role played by cities. Here in India, Prime Minister Modi announced 100 Smart Cities initiative, and there are emerging number of sustainable city programs, including ours too, that know how to help mayors or the city managers to design their cities in a much more comprehensive, integrated way so that the city can be more livable in the longer future. As for the land use change, one of the big ticket items is to take the deforestation out of supply chain of global commodity such as palm oil, beef, and soy. As maybe Peter can confirm, production of these commodities are responsible for about 80% of tropical deforestation. We have been working together, as mentioned yesterday, also Unilever, that the Chief Sustainable Officer, to bring all stakeholders together along the entire supply chain, from smallholder farmers to manufacturers to wholesalers and consumers. The third area of key systems we need a transformational change is the energy. And here I see maybe the most advanced area and a very good innovative program to support both energy efficiency and renewable energy. For example, that our program in China has helped leverage more than 1 billion through grant financing to reduce the risk of private sector investment in energy, in utilities, and also through support for the policy framework in renewable energy, which is conducive for low carbon investment. So all in all, we have lots of good examples in those key areas. Our challenge ahead of us is to how to scale up those good examples so that we can have a systemic impact on the ground. A story looks somehow different in adaptation. In some sense, adaptation is more complex than mitigation. It's more complex because adaptation is fundamentally more localized than mitigation. Appropriate adaptation measures are very specific to the geography, to the sector, and to the ecosystem which is being targeted. So when it comes to adaptation, there is not one single price, like the price of carbon in the case of mitigation, which can drive the systemic change. But still, adaptation is so critical for sustainable development. So there is no clear-cut analytical or policy framework for adaptation yet, which in my view is kind of established in case of mitigation. However, just in the experience of the GEF of investing more than 1 billion for the last couple of years in adaptation, I think there may be few factors which could help and critical for solid adaptation response. Let me just briefly mention 4 factors. The first is adequate data and information. It is vital that we produce a best possible mapping of risk exposure and carefully analyze likely options. Recent release of spatial information from NASA, high-resolution spatial data from NASA can be absolutely helpful. Second, planning and budgeting. We must support the governments to assign the cost of various adaptation options. City and state planners need to know where to put a development, where to select the industrial site, and which are the critical natural resources to be conserved, to be protected, and restored. Third, the private sector investment is vital. In order to strengthen the resilience of our economy, it's necessary that private sector factor in the need of adaptation in their decision-making. In recent project in Morocco, for instance, we have helped that the private sector investment in port against the storm flood. The last point, lastly, that we need to strengthen disaster risk preparedness. This involves both improving the public sector, its ability to respond to natural disasters, including budgeting adequately for contingent liability, but also insurance companies have to be increasingly prepared to take the fair share of the cost of climate-related disasters. We will hear more from Mr. Dormici about the conference. So in closing, let me just repeat, in the coming decades, both strong mitigation and solid adaptation are absolutely critical to ensure that development can live up to its potential in a sustainable manner. Thank you so much.
Naoko, thank you very much. I know it is always challenging to try and compress a whole theory and also reflection in practice into a few minutes, but thank you for kicking us off. I immediately turn to somebody who finds himself now as Secretary in the Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change at the center of perhaps one of the most substantive and far-reaching rethinks of India's approach to dealing with both climate change, but also the acceleration of development, of access to energy, and at the same time maintaining the environmental sustainability dimension of India's future economy and natural resources. Ashok, we spent also this morning some time talking about the full spectrum of climate change issues, perhaps also given that we have an international audience from all over the world here, through your eyes and lens, both from the ministry specifically, but also India's approach to the issue of climate change, mitigation, adaptation. Some of your reflections, please. You have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, let me say that I'm extremely conscious that the clock is ticking. And in more sense than one, because the IPCC report does say that the clock is ticking for the whole world. And I also find that somebody else has consumed my 1 minute. So I will bear the indulgence. I will bear the indulgence of the chair and the audience. But what we've been hearing since yesterday, probably more than 100 times, is that 2015 is an extremely critical year. And it is a critical year because either by design or by default, the world is charged with the responsibility of finalizing the Sustainable Development Goals as also the Climate Change Agreement. But I think it's a very fortuitous coincidence, and it provides the world a very powerful opportunity to demonstrate the resolve to balance the need for development and the need to have a clean environment. Indeed, recognize that how the right to development and how the right to environment can coexist. It is in this sense that I think the outcome of the Lima call for action is welcome, because it restores some of the fundamental issues that concerns climate change and which are indeed a source of major action in developing countries. India has played a very proactive role, and I think we are determined to continue to play a proactive role so that we have a positive and pragmatic agreement in Lima. Now, the action which India is taking, and I'm focusing on the two subjects, adaptation and mitigation. Incidentally, as I said, adaptation has been restored and it has been given a prime place in the Lima call for action. We have about 8 missions which we have already launched for several years. 2 of them are very clearly directed towards mitigation, and the others are missions which are directed towards adaptation. The water mission, the agriculture mission for sustainable agriculture, and the mission for sustainable habitat. These are important missions which we have launched and which will address both the adaptation needs and in some sense the need for mitigation also. But the other 2 important missions, that is the solar mission and the mission on enhanced energy efficiency, I think are 2 unique missions. We have already heard several times that the target which India has very boldly announced of scaling up significantly our dependence on renewable energy is indeed a laudable effort. And apart from changing considerably the profile of our energy consumption, it will also lead to a lot of mitigation action. Similarly, the National Mission on Enhanced Energy Efficiency, I think, is an important mission which will lead to many industrial sectors, 8 of them already identified, many more to be identified, where the specific energy consumption in these industries has to be brought down. Apart from this, many new initiatives and new areas have already been identified. And I'm saying all this because we are not waiting for 2020 when the INDCs will become operative. We are acting right now, and we do want that many of these programs have meaningful and effective outcomes even before 2020. Now, in terms of preparing the INDCs, we have launched a major consultation process with all stakeholders, because this, we believe, is an exercise in which all stakeholders are involved, the private sector is involved. We have 29 states who have already prepared their state action plans on climate change. They have to be taken on board, and we have to now see how the actions which they have proposed can actually be translated into targets, which can be reflected in INDC. And we are very confident that we would be declaring our targets well before the expected time, that is before the Paris Agreement. With reference to INDC, I find that my clock has been reset, so I don't know how much time.
2.5.
Well, the point I think which we must recognize about INDCs, and I'm drawing upon a phrase which has been used in the Lima Agreement, and that is that the expectation is that INDC should be fair and ambitious. So the point is what is fair, and the point is what is ambitious. According to our understanding, equitable is fair. And according to the dictionary, ambitious means something which you're determined to succeed. So we are determined to succeed. But ambitious also means something which is difficult to achieve. and we must recognize where the difficulty arises from. And that is where I think the world together will have to deepen its understanding, recognize the difficulties which developing countries have, whether it is in terms of achieving the Human Development Index, whether it is in terms of achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. It is meant to bridge the huge development deficit which exists in the country, the right to energy, the right to clean drinking water. These are all basic necessities which the country is striving for and for which we need to deploy our resources. So whether the difficulty arises on account of balancing the need for development and balancing the need for maintaining a clean environment, for which you need finances, for which you need technology, I think these are things which we need to recognize and address. I think the time for debate is over. The time for action is on, and the way I look at it is that this is a tremendous opportunity for the global community to demonstrate its resolve, that together we will make this happen, and we see the INDCs not as a tabulation of targets. I think INDC is an instrument of trust. We can make the INDCs comprehensive and do away with a lot of apprehensions which exist in the mind of different parties who have been wedded to their positions. And they should take a step forward and understand that how we can, in a very harmonious manner, address the issues of climate change. I would like to draw the attention of everybody that both the SDG and the climate change INDCs also contain in them the essential issue of means of implementation. And I think we would do well to recognize that and address that. Finally, since I have to stop here, I would just like to remind everybody and myself that in the 1919 declaration of the ILO, I think a very powerful expression was used, that poverty anywhere is a threat to prosperity everywhere. And I think this spirit should always be at the back of our mind when we chart our path for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ashok. Since we have the benefit of having you here, and a question that is perhaps also intriguing in terms of beginning to deepen our understanding on the adaptation imperative that is coming, can I ask you a question? Has India, for example, been able to undertake an assessment of coastal erosion and sea level rise for its very, very long coastlines that it has, or perhaps on another level in terms of an enormous nation, what actually is an adaptation horizon? Just in 1 minute, perhaps an example of, are we still at the beginning of this kind of work, or is there already a level of, let's say, consolidation?
Excellent, because this is an area which we have already identified. We have 3 projects which are going on in different states, coastal states. These projects were launched as a pilot, both for adaptation and taking some mitigation measures because of the vulnerability being faced by the coastal states. But as you say, that we have a almost 8,000 kilometer coastal line, and one of the new initiatives that have been identified in the last meeting of the Prime Minister's Council is indeed to take this project forward and cover all the states.
Thank you very much, Ashok. Let me now turn and invite our other speakers, and perhaps I will briefly introduce the panel as a whole. And don't worry, Naoko is not running away because of anything we have said. She has to unfortunately go to another meeting. Naoko, thank you very much for joining us. I will invite in the following order now our other panelists to add some of their perspectives with their particular vantage point or also experience, beginning with Mr. Hideaki Domichi, Senior Vice President of the Japan International Cooperation Agency, then followed by Dr. Peter Holmgren, who is the Director General of the Center for International Forestry Research, CIFOR, and then followed by Professor Nebojša Nakicinovic, the Deputy Director of the International Institute for Applied Systems Analysis, and amongst many of his other functions, also Professor of Energy Economics at Vienna University of Technology. And last, but as always, not at all least, His Excellency, Mr. Michel Rentenaar, who is the Netherlands Climate Ambassador, and in many ways, I think, will provide an excellent pulling the threads together, as you are supposed to in Paris this September. So let me now turn to Mr. Domici. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Kim. Allow me to speak looking at this memo, because I'm under very, very heavy pressure to speak and address this huge issue in 4 or 5 minutes. We, I think Japan, also take seriously the fifth report of IPCC. The agreement we are looking for in Paris is the agreement under the convention applicable to all parties with legal force, one way or another. Submission of intended nationally determined contributions by all countries is regarded, therefore, as an essential element leading to the agreement. Japan will submit the INDC as early as possible and is prepared to assist developing countries to formulate their own INDC. We should aim at the realization of low-carbon society and are willing to cooperate with the developing countries, introducing the Japanese various related technologies. For this purpose, we hosted for the first time what we called Innovation for Cool Earth Forum, a kind of Davos economic forum in the field of energy and the environment, and will continue to host this forum every year to accelerate the innovation. We are also promoting to conclude a joint crediting mechanism, and forest preservation is another important contribution we can make. National adaptation plan is also very important, and we will promote to convene a global adaptation network forum in Panama this March. At the same time, we host the third UN conference on disaster risk reduction in Sendai. With regard to the financial contributions, besides our bilateral cooperation, we will make a contribution of $1.5 billion to Green Climate Fund, subject to the approval of the Japanese Parliament. Then, what will or can JICA do and will do? First of all, we would like to improve our capacity to forecast the climate change for future and its impact, utilizing Earth observation technologies and in cooperation with various international or regional initiatives, such as Asian Water Cycle Initiative, or Global Agriculture Monitoring Initiatives, or the Global Adaptation Network. The degree of the preciseness of the forecast is already credible, but can be improved and downscaled. And if we can incorporate the result of these forecasts into the national development policy, such as land use plan, water management, selection of more climate adaptive seas, or various master plans, we believe that we can greatly enhance adaptation capabilities. We are already working together with the developing countries and are committed to further capacity development. Incidentally, Japan will launch a satellite to observe the global emission of greenhouse gas in 2017. This satellite will measure the emissions from the countries in Asia, especially from the big cities, and based upon these observations, we are in a better position to make proposal of how to reduce it. Secondly, in implementing various development projects that will cooperate, we are trying as much as possible to introduce the best Japanese technologies that will make a difference. Finally, incidentally, we recognize that there are tendencies that compared with mitigation, adaptation is given lower priorities in allocating global resources. Therefore, in the drawing of master plans for the city in particular, we are encouraging to promote the project that will bring comfort to the city dwellers and at the same time has an effect of adaptation. We expect that urbanization will accelerate fast, but most big cities in Asia are located along the coastline and vulnerable to climate change. Therefore, it is especially important for the cities to make the pre-disaster investment for adaptation. But in reality, we know that this is not so easy. Therefore, we are promoting the concept of build back better in the disaster risk reduction. Finally, importance of global partnership. We welcome the establishment of GCF. GCF is supposed to engage with the national implementing entities of the developing countries with whom we are already working together. By enhancing the coordination, centering the national implementing entities, we hope that we can scale up our own project. Thank you.
A very significant commitment by Japan, both through its government and its people, but also through JICA, and I'm sure in the discussion maybe some very specific questions will come back in a moment. Thank you, Mr. Domenici. Peter Holmgren, you have the floor.
Thank you, Akim. Excellencies, colleagues, one key message is becoming clear, and that is that we cannot expect climate change mitigation and adaptation to be done in isolation. They need to be fully integrated with the social and economic development. And in other words, climate and sustainable development efforts must be combined. That's why 2015 is so important and exciting. I was asked to comment on forests and landscapes. And first on forestry, the main opportunity. You asked for opportunities. And first opportunity I see is to take forests out of the environment corner where it has been throughout the MDG period. Instead, we must realize contributions of forestry across all sustainable development goals: poverty, health, food security, water, trade, energy. CIFO research has shown that as much as a quarter of livelihoods of rural people depend on forests. And of course, we must realize that forests are securing our environment way beyond keeping carbon away from the atmosphere. For example, in regional climate regulation, and an excellent example of that is the droughts in Brazil that many are connecting to the loss of forest cover. This is an interesting example where mitigation and adaptation efforts can be combined. So in other words, we must not only see forests as carbon sinks. This may easily also become a money sink. Instead, consider forestry an economic sector with great potential to contribute both to development and climate needs. So let me then put forests into landscapes together with agriculture and other land uses. How can we bridge artificial boundaries between sectors and artificial boundaries between international processes and find better combined solutions on the ground? This is what the landscape approach is about. And if it's appropriate to talk about elephants in the room when you're here, it seems to me that agriculture and the food system, as well as the broader contributions of forestry, continue to be underrepresented, both in the development and in the climate talks. And still, so much of our future depends on landscapes and the people in them. Without sustainable landscapes, there will be no sustainable development. Now, the opportunity for landscapes that I want to talk about is to scale up affordable, fair, and long-term finance for investments in sustainable production systems. Systems that both deliver economic return as well as enhanced ecosystem services, puts more carbon in vegetation and soils, and also uses less energy. These systems exist, but they have not always been promoted by policies, science, or the finance sector. Everyone talks about finance these days. We heard it through the past couple of days too. We put our hope in the private finance sector to steer investments in the right direction, and that much smaller volumes of public finance can help leverage this. But scaling up sustainable development finance into the trillions that we need for the land use sectors cannot happen unless attractive financial products are there. Products that provide, first of all, good return on investments, have acceptable transaction costs, and cost-effective verification of sustainability outcomes. I'm optimistic that we can find these solutions and connect large-scale investors in the cloud with smallholder producers on the ground. But we need to keep it simple and focused. At CIFOR, we're taking these opportunities into what we call a landscape fund concept, a new focus of our research. And to me, this topic is possibly one of the better shots we have to move fast enough, both on climate change adaptation and mitigation in an integrated way. Thank you.
Since you were so efficient, let me just take 30 seconds in a quick question. In a sense, in trying to make forests be recognized as so much more, can all of these benefits really be viewed in an additive sense? I mean, you can get a lot of cubic meters of wood out of a forest, but then you don't necessarily have the ecosystem services, you don't necessarily have some of the other benefits. How far have we come in being able to make the theoretical values that you have just described also become real in a management sense?
Well, in one way, forestry has always been about multiple benefits. It's nothing new. What we have to look at now is how to incorporate a wider range of needs of ecosystem services, of climate change mitigation and adaptation benefits from the forest. I think we need to be realistic and say that, no, we can't get it all. But on the other hand, we shouldn't also say that it's only one thing at a time, because we always have a combined interest in what the forest can deliver. The example of Brazil is very interesting. You could have more carbon in the forest, and that would also probably have helped to adapt to the drought situations.
Thank you. Just a very brief, perhaps, spotlight on where some of the debate will have to happen. So from one of the world's leading experts on forests to one of the world's leading experts on energy and many other things, Naki, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm really delighted to be back at the Delhi Summit. It has been a pleasure previous times as well, and I think this summit is going really well. I would like to first join those who have said that 2015 will be a critical year. I truly believe it's going to be a critical year for climate mitigation, adaptation, for sustainable development, for energy for all, access to energy. And but the challenge is probably a century-scale challenge. I think this year will be hopefully a beginning of the big transformation, but I do believe that we need a deep social transformation to achieve the necessary decarbonization and adaptation. So perhaps one could say even a revolution will be required. Maybe the right metaphor might be industrial revolution that we have behind us. I think one of the great achievements there was the replacement of human and animal labor by fossil energy, but it came at a cost. With a huge development, we have a 100 trillion economy, but also the big environmental cost, increasing planetary pressures. So I hope what's ahead of us could be called sustainability transformation or revolution, the one that will liberate the planet from our intrusion. And for that, deep decarbonization is required. So I would just like to first comment on that. Most of the studies, including the global energy assessment that we concluded with 300 authors, IPCC fifth assessment report just finished, or the GAP report of UNEP, I think they all report in unison that to achieve stabilization of climate at 2 degrees above the pre-industrial level, we need to drive the emissions down to 0 in 50 years. Which corresponds to cumulative emissions of about 1,000 billion tons that we still have as a budget, as an allowance. To put that in perspective, we have emitted so far twice as much. So we have only 1/3 to go, and we have to use it really well. And One of the important things that I wanted to address is the question of efficiency. Efficiency is the key for achieving both decarbonization and more equity and access to services, including forestry, ecosystem services, and energy services in the world. The efficiency, I think many of the studies that look at the 2-degree stabilization indicate that efficiency could bring about 40% of the emissions reductions. But not only that, it's also catalytic to other goals, for achieving universal access to energy, for increasing the non-fossil shares, and so on. However, one of the challenges of efficiency improvement is that it's not only, at least in the energy area, but I would be surprised if it were different in forestry, it's not only a technical issue within the energy system, how to improve individual technology. It has a lot to do with the end use. It's actually what we do with the energy services to provide mobility, to provide comfortable buildings, industrial products that we need. And this is the challenge, because that means that we need to change behavior to achieve those challenges. And so technology, institutions, behavior, that all goes together, and this is why I'm calling for a really fundamental social transformation. But it has to be said that efficiency is one of the cheapest measures in general, and this is why it's so important. So let me just conclude by observing why I think 2015 is challenging. You can even consider it perhaps to be a game changer. The US recent announcement, I think, is almost equally ambitious, or perhaps equally ambitious as the European one, and inconsistent, according at least to my assessment, consistent with the future of stabilizing climate to 2 degrees. Then we had the Chinese pledge to reach peak of emissions in 2030. Together, I think this is already a beginning of a game changer, and I hope that Paris, there will be more forthcoming. Then at least we'll be nudging ourselves in the right direction of achieving 2 degrees, and thereby also reducing the need for adaptation. Just in conclusion, I think if Paris is really as successful as I hope, then the work will still be ahead. And I think at least for us in science, for example, for YASA, for IPCC, for UNEP GAP report, we will need to assess what those bottom-up pledges really mean, because they'll be all different. What does that mean for the world? What still needs to be done in the way of implementing those strategies? But I look forward to a successful agreement in Paris, and more mitigation and less adaptation, but we need both.
Thank you, Naki. Also to you, a very brief question with a very brief answer. You have outlined all these areas where action is possible and could be happening. You spent much of your life articulating, researching, presenting the factual imperative. What is the most likely bet you would place on why these things could actually move in 2015?
Yeah, I think that's a very good question, but just to be brief, I'm hopeful not only because there is energy behind it, and one could almost argue that Paris might be the last chance to have a proper agreement, but I think what is really changing is a better understanding that the co-benefits of that are huge. The whole co-benefits of human health for reducing air pollution, co-benefits also in the area of water, if you do that right, in the food production, and I think that can be the game changer as well. So I think until now we focused quite a lot on costs, but we did focus too little on actually benefits that also can catapult the humanity maybe in the next revolution.
Very interesting way of summarizing what has changed perhaps between Copenhagen. It's not the front lines, it's not the negotiating parameters, maybe it is the core benefits that will shift the ambition. And what you just said is interesting, and some of you might know UNEP is headquartered in Kenya. Kenya has just published an analysis of its energy prices over the last 30 years. And being an economy that today has 90% renewables in terms of generating its electricity, precisely because of the renewables, the price of electricity to consumers is coming down and access to energy is increasing. The core benefits alive and in action and documented in an economy such as Kenya. Michel, you heard just now also, target is, in some ways, if we take the science seriously and the progression that we see right now, 50 years, plus 10, maybe a few less, to reach a world in which we essentially have zero net carbon emissions. What makes you go into the negotiating cycle this year and work towards an outcome in Paris that we all know, as Christiana put it, will not turn on a dime the entire climate ambition, but is sufficient to actually make us progress towards an ability to say, yes, that target remains a real prospect.
Sure. Well, in the interest of time, let's run through a few things that where we came from, and it was mentioned by others as well. Let's leave the science behind us. That is the one we've won. There's no serious negotiator in the world anymore who would be a climate skeptic. That's one. The new climate economy report by President Calderon, massive breakthrough, I think. The proof that climate action and economic growth don't bite each other, but in fact you need both. You need climate action in order to retain economic growth. So we're now basically moving into what I would call the period of opportunities. Opportunities, of course, in terms of development cooperation. We can do this in a very different way. Growth can be green and doesn't have to be black and lock us in to emission patterns, let's say, that will keep us tortured for a century to come. But also in terms of health and in security, there are many co-benefits, let's say. So that is the period of possibilities. It is also an economic possibility in trying to rebuild our societies in a much more resilient way. For instance, just look at New York. The Hurricane Sandy there cost $60 billion US. It would have cost them a fraction to prepare themselves a little better. And then as a Dutchman who lives in a country which is 70% below water, I think we can say something about dikes. It would have cost them a fraction to prepare a little better. So the cost of prepare is much less than the cost of repair. So all of that leads to a certain state of mind, let's say, and perhaps since I am one of those negotiators that will have to somehow come up with a deal later on in the year in Paris, as you so kindly said, let me just give you 5 points that I see are crucial in terms of these negotiations. First of all, we need to get out of that, sorry for any disrespect to those who did Copenhagen, but we need to get out of this Copenhagen state of mind. Copenhagen was somewhat of a zero-sum game, let's say, where we're playing cards and you say, you do this percentage, you do that percentage. That is not going to get us a deal. So we somehow need to get together behind a long-term goal that could have, of course, percentages in it, but most importantly, it needs to have a long-term goal. Where are we moving towards? In my view, and many others, that would be an end goal of climate neutrality. Secondly, we need to somehow get out of this debate of what legal form this thing should take. I believe, and many with me in the negotiating world think it needs to be hybrid, a little bit top-down, legally binding, a lot of it bottom-up, and where countries can decide themselves what is their way of dealing with this nationally. That's the second issue. Thirdly, we need to get rid of, and this is a Western perspective, but I'm going to mention it anyway, we need to get rid of the firewall that was created in 1992. The world, of course, has common but differentiated responsibilities. There's no discussion there. We definitely support that, but they are not static. They are changing. There are already 28 countries, let's say, on the list that was then called the developing countries, who have a higher GDP per capita than, for instance, a country like Romania in the European Union, and they have to abide by all the strict laws that there are. Fourthly, and this I think is crucial, I usually call it a triangle. We obviously need to mitigate. We need to somehow get the emissions of greenhouse gases down. But there is also a very obvious need, even within the 2-degree scenario, of adaptation. Even now today already there is a need for adaptation. So that political parity needs to be recognized, and I think it is essential to have that in the agreement as well. And then I come to the third leg of the triangle, and that is means of implementation. That is, of course, money. That has to do with capabilities, that has to do with technologies, and at the moment that triangle isn't closed. And it is up to the negotiators, but not just the negotiators, the entire world around, and that's why a summit like this is so important, to have all these side discussions, let's say. We need to close that triangle between these three things. We need to ensure that the developing world trusts us, that we will deliver, of course, in terms of climate finance, but we also need to find the trust back on the other side that emissions will go down. And that's the only way to close the triangle. And finally, and I see the red light, we can't do this alone. Governments cannot do this alone. We need to have the involvement of what I call non-state actors. the ambition of companies, cities, subnational authorities is absolutely crucial. They are the ones out there already changing a lot. Some of the other speakers spoke about this as well. But there's one very seriously thing missing. They are not in the room where it matters when the negotiating texts are made. Lima was a change, I think, in a little bit the first time in COP history, where there, at least in the plenary, there was discussion between ministers and some of those non-state actors, CEOs, mayors, etc. And we need to do this in Paris as well, and towards Paris as well. We need to know how to bind in their ambition and their action, and then I think we will get an agreement that will make a difference.
Thank you very much. If I can just alert the panel, because I'll turn now to the audience. We'll take 4 or 5 interventions, maximum 1 minute. Please, if you can raise your hands. And to the panel, I will turn one more time at the end, 1 minute each. Perhaps with a practical illustration out of your careers of where you have seen some of what we have just described in analytical, hypothetical, or possibility terms actually happen. Would be very useful, be it at the global or at the national level, speaking to this ambition of transformation with which we began with Naoko, and then reflecting perhaps on some of the arenas in which we have just talked. Can I just turn to the room? Is there anybody who would like to react, to comment? I'll start here, second hand there, third here. Democracy goes to the right. 4, 5, thank you. Madam. Have you got a microphone? Yes, it's coming. And please, if you make my job easy and much more polite, if you can stick to 1 minute, that would be great. Thank you.
I'm Ananya Dasgupta from All India Women's Conference. It's an NGO set up way before in 1927. I was just, we are working with grassroots level people and children. So to the distinguished panelists, my question, how do we define mitigation and adaptation, not to the policymakers, but to the grassroots level people, so that they can really want to change in the society?
Very tough question. Thank you. The gentleman there, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is to the ambassador from Netherlands.
And a bit louder, please.
My question is to the environment ambassador from Netherlands, or anybody else who wishes to take it up. I heard you say, sir, that the strategy going forward should be a little bit top-down and a lot of bottom-up. The problem with this top-down approach is that I hope we are not creating another situation like Southern Europe, whereby lumping the sustainable development, financing for sustainable development, together, the climate financing, which is poor, and the economic and social development financing, which is also poor, but not that poor. But by clubbing it all together in one single black box, I think people in developing countries are anxious that you may actually be pushing us into a situation like Southern Europe. And that is not useful for anybody, I would imagine.
Thank you very much. The third hand was somewhere over here. Here, yes, thank you very much. Microphone over here, please. Yes, thank you. And then the fourth and fifth hands were around there, yes.
Thank you, Hakim. My name is Pavel Kabatiasa, Director. I would like to respond and challenge maybe Michael Rentenar and Naki to start discussion about the statement, Michel, you made, let's leave science behind, it's done. Let's have action on the agreement. I agree, we have the action, but I believe that the notion of partnership needs to be taken also to the science and policy and implementation. We have seen how everything is changing as we speak. Boundary condition change. I think science is ready to step up and to be partners to the implementation process. I would like you to address that, to maybe with Naki together, what you think of that partnership. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pavel. Then, yes, gentleman over there.
Hi. My name is Anindya Bhattacharya. I'm the senior manager with Ernst & Young, and I'm also working in climate change for last maybe 10 years. So my question is to the distinguished panelists that the world has seen that from Copenhagen and last 20 years, actually the world took to understand now that the climate change and sustainable development should be linked together, and this is indispensable part. So I would just like to ask this distinguished panel that what measures the world has taken to ensure that we are not going to lose this last opportunity in Paris. What the world had a lot of hope in last Copenhagen, but how the world is taking initiative to make sure that this is not going to miss in Paris. So this is one question. And the second one is that in the context of the declining fuel price, the international crude price, how this energy efficiency is going to be looked into in next couple of years, whether this falling price has any implication on Paris.
Thank you very much. I think it was somebody near you who had the fifth hand up. Yes, the lady behind you. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, my name is Jay Sargent, and I'm here with UNAPCTT. And my question is for Peter Holgram. And I found his concept of landscape fund concepts very interesting, and I was wondering if he could elaborate further on it. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a dangerous invitation with only 5 minutes left, but I know Peter has been extremely disciplined in it.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes?
I have a question.
Who?
Yeah, the second.
30 seconds because you're number 6 now, and I'm going to get into trouble.
Yeah, I'm Radhika Agarwal from Indian Institute of Remote Sensing. I have a question. It's like every country aims to reduce the carbon emissions. So the one approach would be to go to increase the area of forest. So that would be, I would like to know how do we ensure food security for the projected 9.6 billion world population by 2050, that is project.
Thank you very much. Let me this time start from Naki. You have a couple of curveballs, including from your boss. But you have 60 seconds if you can squeeze it into that, please.
Okay, see what I can squeeze in. I would actually like to address two issues. One is the bottom-up deal, and then the question what role science has to play, and perhaps also on the oil price. So first on the bottom-up deal, I think that's connected with science, because if we are going to have voluntary pledges in the deal, which I think that's the direction where it's going, then there will have to be a type of assessment and analysis to really understand what is achieved by that and what still needs to be done. So it's an iterative process. I think we are at the beginning, as I said before, and not at the end. For example, we will need roadmaps, both regional, global roadmaps that are based on the national pledges. And so I think this is a big role for the international community and the analytic community to provide the information. And in the few more seconds that are left, let me just comment on the oil price, because this is really an important development. One can almost argue that if you look at Europe, United States, that the shale gas revolution has generated a bifurcation between the strategies in Europe and US. Even though we all have a portfolio of energy, US gas has replaced coal. In our case, in case of Europe, we have renewables coming into the market, reducing the emissions. Now, the low oil price will, of course, reshuffle that landscape. There is no doubt about it. But my expectation is that the low oil price will lead to a huge cost pressure of reducing the costs and might affect, like the high oil price, all of the energy carriers. So I'm quite hopeful that the long-term strategy will not be fundamentally affected by that.
Thank you, Naki. Peter.
60 seconds?
If you can.
Thank you. People on the ground are in charge. Of course, the adaptation happens from there and not from the top. So I think it's the aspiration and drive from the ground that we need to focus on. That comes back to the landscape fund. Science will not be left behind, but maybe the decision makers need to put science on the side and actually make decisions instead of waiting for science to come up with the solutions. Paris will maybe be the last opportunity for the trust in the multilateral system, but I don't think it will be the last chance to fix climate change, to be honest. Landscape fund. Let me put it like this. We need three things to turn the huge opportunities of land use as an economic activity into an economic activity that delivers wealth as well as mitigates and adapts to climate change. One is much improved financial infrastructure that connects smallholders with big investors. Secondly, we need to know more science, more research, more about what practices on the ground deliver sustainability outcomes. And third, we need to have cost-efficient verification systems of those sustainability outcomes. that are simple enough to be understood and accepted by everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Ashok.
Well, first, top-down. I think the fact that we are all recognizing that we need to act is top-down enough. How much you have to act, I think that will have to be nationally determined. It has to come out of the circumstances which prevail in the country. It has to come out of the resources which can be allocated. So that is one. The second is that I do see a great role for the private sector in this, but the $100 billion that we are talking about is too small a pool in which the huge private sector resource should be merged. So the $100 billion, I think, is a promise to be kept, and it is more or less like a seed capital which will catalyze the private sector investment. And on the issue of common but differentiated responsibility and the fact that differentiation is a dynamic concept, yes, I think the world has changed in the last 20 years and it will continue to change. But we need to also at the same time recognize the burden of development which many countries have to bear. And while they may have grown, but the huge unaccomplished task and the resources required for that, I think will have to be kept in view, and that is where the principle of common but differentiated responsibility will continue to be relevant. Thank you.
The question from Pavel on science, I think Peter answered it perfectly, so I totally agree with that answer. On the question from the sir about top-down and leaving anyone behind, it is quite the opposite, actually. If you look at the Kyoto Protocol, I often call that perfect is the enemy of good. Lawyers love that treaty. It is a very rigid treaty, however. It only covers about 40% of the emissions in the world. Countries that signed it stepped out of it. So it's like a nice little perfect thing, but that does not necessarily give us what we're going to need. What we need in Paris is an agreement that includes everyone, the broadest possible participation. And in that, climate neutrality is actually a crucial one. And then I get to your question. I have a 14-year-old daughter, and she asked me, what do you do? And when I talk to her, she lives in the Netherlands, rather cold country. When I talk to her about 2 degrees more, she says, great, I want that. So it's not necessarily so easy to explain these kind of things, or a 40% target. What is that? You know, it's not easy to do. But when I tell her, we're aiming to create a deal for the entire world where we agree that we're all on the same path towards climate neutrality, towards stopping hurting our climate with our economic activities, then her eyes lit up and she says, I understand that. That is something that I can sell. That is something that I can tell to anyone, whether she's 14 or 48, any age, doesn't matter. So I think that is the answer to your question.
Thank you, Michelle. Jakob.
Well, actually, I agree with all the previous speakers. And so therefore, I'm going to speak our own experience, what we're doing in India, or what we are trying to do in India. I think India, in terms of the energy consumption, probably India will outpace that of China as early as 2020. That means and also towards 2050, we expect that India will become the 3rd largest economy in the world. So that means not only India, but also most of the Asian countries have to grow. And in order to grow, they need a lot of energy. And therefore, as I said, in the national plan, it is very important to take into account what is the best energy mix, for your country. And this is what we are doing in Japan, because after the devastation of nuclear, I think that the government has, we have to shut down all the nuclear. And we have to, because of this, we have to import a lot of the natural gas and oil, and that costs us heavily, and that affects our own economy. So all of these, are taken into account. But what we are aiming for is the low carbon society. And actually, beyond that, what we are trying to do is hydrogen society. That is actually zero emission. We don't know, when we'll be able to complete it, but we are already starting it in the automobile industries. But the importance of this, this subject is not only for the growth for the country, but for the people. For instance, in India, the reason why solar panel or solars promoting that is because of renewable, but at the same time for the people, in order to bring electricity off grid to the villages. This is we maybe renewable energy would be a key. So I think there are lots of questions interlinked, but the I think what we're trying to do is to come to an agreement, come to a framework where all the parties would be applicable.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it in 55 minutes, a quick journey across the spectrum of climate change mitigation adaptation. If I may just offer one parting thought, I think what you have heard here this afternoon is that the world has not failed to act on climate change. And I would also say, Peter, yes, processes are difficult. Many describe Copenhagen as a failure. I actually don't describe it at all as a failure. I think it just didn't meet its very ambitious target, but what actually happened after Copenhagen proves how important it is to bring the world together around the table year after year after year with the latest science, the latest analysis, the latest recognition of co-benefits and other drivers that will allow us to move forward. And I think the price of oil is going to be a very interesting experience this time around. The world has spent the last 50 to 100 years being held hostage literally to the price of a single commodity in terms of its economy. And yet here we are, living through a period of just 1 decade in which the oil price shoots up from around $30 to over $100 and back down to 50 again. And the world is beginning to say, this is crazy, this is not real, and we're not going to let our future economic strategy and our future be determined by this price volatility. From there emerges some very interesting thinking also on the climate change front. 30 years or 20 years from now, the debate in India will no longer be about coal versus renewables. Coal will have left the center stage of India's energy economy, one outlook. Shale gas will have been a passing fad in 1 or 2 or 3 particular markets around the world. We have seen the coming and going of technologies not because we have run out of stuff, but because better options arose. We didn't stop using stone wheels because we ran out of rocks, as the analogy goes, but because better things came along. And I think this is where it gets very interesting. Are the co-benefits, are the economic, social, and developmental imperatives of a nature that will actually make the world take these big steps forward? And in that sense, let us look to Paris, as I think Christiana said, not as the one final attempt at trying to get the world onto a 2-degree path, but as the next vital, important, and ambitious step towards enabling the world to accelerate action towards a climate neutral or zero net emissions reality somewhere in the second half of the century. And God forbid if the world is not able to give that signal in Paris, because then adaptation doesn't become something that we discuss as a necessity, it becomes an impossible challenge. With this thought, may I thank all the panelists, invite you with a round of applause to thank them for being here. Thank you for this afternoon. If I may just ask you for a moment, oh, Ranita, you're already there. We have something else planned for you.
Yes, I have something else, and you'll be involved in that too. I'd like to make an announcement here that TERI and TERI University has been recognized as the Capacity Building Hub Center, Sustainable Energy for All, or SE4All initiative. And the hub, it engages with stakeholders across the energy value chain on the one hand, and also works through collaborative approach on the other. The web-based portal of the hub is a global platform to deliver online training programs as well as curated knowledge products. And we'd like to show you just a brief video to explain a little bit what this initiative looks like. Let's watch. So there you have it. The brief video explained to us what it's like, and I want to ask Professor Achim Steiner to help us launch this capacity building hub portal.
But I have no idea where it'll appear. Presumably behind us, or let's try?
It's a surprise.
Okay, here we go. Ah, there we are.
All right, so it's here.
Click again. No, somebody, you see, this is...
You did it. So this is the official launch of the capacity building hub portal. We were all part of history, I guess. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank
you very much for a great job launching it.
Thank you.
I just wanted to announce now what happens next. We have the parallel sessions. Tea will be served there. You can take your tea there. And I just wanted to tell you what tracks are available. There's the Safe and Clean Transport for Sustainable Cities track, which will be in Mumtaz Hall. The Challenges in Introducing Clean Technologies track, which is in Jehangir Hall. And how can reduction of SLCPs contribute to achieving SDGs and a successful outcome in Paris? That's in the Sheesh Mahal Hall. And then Asia Smart Future Cities in Shah Jahan Hall. And then Martin will be back. He will see you back here at 5:15 for the keynote address. Thank you very much.
Open skies, I like them as they are. Water's blue, they're falling through my heart. but to hold on to everything you see, to hold on to everything you see. You gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. You gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. Open skies, open skies, I like them as they are. Water's blue, water's blue, they're falling through my heart. But to hold on to everything you see, to hold on to everything you see, you gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. You gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. Open skies, open skies, I like them as they are. Water's blue, water's blue, they're falling through my heart. But to hold on to everything you see, to hold on to everything you see, you gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. You gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. Open skies, open skies, I like them as they are. Water's blue, water's blue, they're falling through my heart. But to hold on to everything you see, to hold on to everything you see, you gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. You gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. promise. You gotta promise. A promise to be. You gotta promise. You gotta promise. A promise to be. Open skies, open skies, I like them as they are. Water's blue, water's blue, they're falling through my heart. But to hold on to everything you see, to hold on to everything you see, you gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. You gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. Open skies, open skies, I like them as they are. Water's blue, water's blue, they're falling through my heart. But to hold on to everything you see, to hold on to everything you see, you gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. You gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. hold on to everything you see, to hold on to everything you see. You gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. You gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. Open skies, open skies, I like them as they are. Water's blue, water's blue, they're falling through my heart. But to hold on to everything you see, to hold on to everything you see, you gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. You gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. Open skies, open skies, I like them as they are. Water's blue, water's blue, they're falling through my heart. But to hold on to everything you see, to hold on to everything you see, you gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. You gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. Open skies, open skies, I like them as they are. Water's blue, water's blue, they're falling through my heart. But to hold on to everything you see, to hold on to everything you see, you gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. You gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. Open skies, open skies, I like them as they are. Water's blue, water's blue, they're falling through my heart. But to hold on to everything you see, to hold on to everything you see, you gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. You gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. Open skies, open skies, I like them as they are. Water's blue, water's blue, they're falling through my heart. But to hold on to everything you see, to hold on to everything you see, you gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. You gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. Open skies, open skies, I like them as they are. Water's blue, water's blue, they're falling through my heart. But to hold on to everything you see, to hold on to everything you see, you gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. You gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. Open skies, open skies, I like them as they are. Water's blue, water's blue, they're falling through my heart. But to hold on to everything you see, to hold on to everything you see, you gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. You gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. Open skies, open skies, I like them as they are. Water's blue, water's blue, they're falling through my heart. But to hold on to everything you see, to hold on. You gotta promise, a promise to be. You gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. Open skies, open skies, I like them as they are. Water's blue, water's blue, they're falling through my heart. But to hold on to everything you see, to hold on to everything you see, you gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. You gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. Open skies, open skies, I like them as they are. Water's blue, water's blue, they're falling through my heart. But to hold on to everything you see, to hold on to everything you see, you gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. You gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. skies, I like them as they are. Water's blue, water's blue, they're falling through my heart. But to hold on to everything you see, to hold on to everything you see, you gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. You gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. Open skies, open skies, I like them as they are. Water's blue, water's blue, they're falling through my heart. But to hold on to everything you see, to hold on to everything you see, you gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. You gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. Open skies, open skies, I like them as they are. Water's blue, water's blue, they're falling through my heart. But to hold on to everything you see, to hold on to everything you see, you gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. You gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. to hold on to everything you see, to hold on to everything you see. You gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. You gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. Open skies, open skies, I like them as they are. Water's blue, water's blue, they're falling through my heart. But to hold on to everything you see, to hold on to everything you see, you gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. You gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. Open skies, open skies, I like them as they are. Water's blue, water's blue, they're falling through my heart. But to hold on to everything you see, to hold on to everything you see, you gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. You gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. skies, open skies, I like them as they are. Water's blue, water's blue, they're falling through my heart. But to hold on to everything you see, to hold on to everything you see, you gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. You gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. Open skies, open skies, I like them as they are. Water's blue, water's blue, they're falling through my heart. But to hold on to everything you see, to hold on to everything you see, you gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. You gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. Open skies, open skies, I like them as they are. Water's blue, water's blue, they're falling through my heart. But to hold on to everything you see, to hold on to everything you see, you gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. You gotta promise. everything you see. You gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. You gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. Open skies, open skies, I like them as they are. Water's blue, water's blue, they're falling through my heart. But to hold on to everything you see, to hold on to everything you see, you gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. You gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be.
जिन घरों में शौचालय था भी वो भी प्रयोग नहीं कर रहे थे, और गांव के प्रवेश के सड़क पे दोनों ओर कुर्डियाँ होती थी, गंद के ढेर, और गंद के ढेरों की ओट में शौच ही शौच, खुले में शौच जाना वाली, इट वॉज अ रैम्पेंट हैबिट। तो हमें एक चीज़ निकल कर के आई कि लोग इसमें बार बार ये सोचते हैं कि सरकार क्या करने वाली है।
संपूर्ण स्वच्छता अभियान कुरुक्षेत्र में आया था, ये लगभग 2004 में आया था। तो उस समय हमें सिर्फ यही पता था कि शौचालय बनाने हैं। एनजीओज़ के माध्यम से, उनके कोऑपरेशन से लेकर के हमने जो है, उस समय 600 रुपये कॉस्ट होती थी शौचालय की, तो हमने लगभग 1 साल के अंदर अंदर 10-12 हज़ार शौचालय बनवाए।
लेकिन सरकार के मदद से जो शौचालय बने भी वो प्रयोग तो नहीं हुए। इसका मतलब एक बात सिद्ध हो गई कि सिर्फ पैसे से शौचालय नहीं बनता।
वैसे क्या लगता था कि घर में बनाना ठीक है कि नहीं है?
सारी तरह के लोग थे, कुछ कहते हमारे तो टॉयलेट में बैठ के लैट्रिन आती नहीं है।
उस टाइम तो तभी भी बाहर खुली जगह पड़ी है, वही खुले में जाते थे।
बारिशों में खड्डे भर जाते थे, फिर खड्डों में भरे पीछे कहाँ बैठे, फिर झाड़ियों की ओट लेनी पड़ती थी और क्या करना है।
कई शौचालयों में गोसे सूडे हुए थे, कईयों ने लकड़ियां घेरी हुई थी, कईयों ने बकरियां तक बांधी हुई थी। और एक गांव है गड़ी रुडान, उसमें तो एक परिवार ने शौचालय में चूल्हा बनाया हुआ था।
तो हमें लगा ये गांव खुले में शौच मुक्त कभी भी नहीं होगा।
सारे आगे, ये पानी है ना, इसको पियोगे आप?
लोगों को जो है WSP और फीडबैक वेंचर वालों से मिलवाया। उनसे पहली मुलाकात में जब हमने बात की उनसे, तो उन्होंने बताया कि खुले में शौच मुक्त गांव जो है 1 दिन में हो सकता है।
मैं आपके सामने ही ये मैंने एक बाल तोड़ा, ये बाल देखा ना, ये घुमाया और ये इसमें से अब पियोगे।
उन 5 दिन की ट्रेनिंग में हमने इसको सीखा कि किस तरीके से बेसिकली ट्रिगर टूल है। ट्रिगर मतलब कि एक उसका जो लाइफ में टर्निंग पॉइंट किस तरीके से आएगा।
इस टट्टी को मक्खियां अपने पैरों पे लगा के वहाँ छोड़ती हैं भोजन के ऊपर, तो इसने भोजन के ऊपर क्या छोड़ दिया? टट्टी छोड़ दी। और हमने रोटी के साथ साथ क्या खा लिया बताओगे? हाँ, अब ताली बजाओ इस बच्चे के लिए। इससे
जैसे उनको ये बात समझ में आती थी ना, एकदम से उनको लगता था यार ये तो मैं बहुत गंदा काम किया मैंने।
मैं आप माताओं से पूछता हूँ, घूंघट तो ऊपर से कर लिया, और जब ये चीज खोल के सुबह सुबह बैठ जाते हैं, असली इज्जत ढकनी ये जरूरी है कि ये जरूरी है? हाँ।
फिर इज्जतमान कैसा? अगर तुम्हारी बहू बेटी घर से बाहर जा रही है शौचालय करने, उसको कोई छेड़ भी सकता है। तो ये निकल कर के आया कि महिलाएं अमूमन ये चाहती हैं कि घर में शौचालय होना चाहिए।
तो क्या इस गंदी प्रथा को आप अपने गांव से, अपनी बस्ती से दूर करना चाहोगे? सब तैयार हैं? हाथ खड़ा करो जो सब तैयार हैं।
और हमने कम्युनिटी लेड टोटल सैनिटेशन कैंपेन हमने चलाई, यानी समुदाय इसको संचालित करेगा।
तो ये बताते थे कि भाई हम तो डंडा लेके खड़े हो जाएंगे, सवेरे अपने गांव में किसी को टट्टी नहीं करने देंगे खुले में।
हमें खुद बनवाना होगा शौचालय। कमाई नहीं करते, हम क्यों बनवाएं भाई? ठीक है, आगे से ऐसी गलती नहीं करेंगे। भैया तू रोज गलती करता है, बार-बार आगे से गलती नहीं करेंगे, नहीं करेंगे आगे से गलती नहीं भैया। नहीं करेंगे, कल आएगा तो लट से पीटेंगे तेरे को।
2008 में जो है 7 दिन की स्वच्छता यात्रा स्टेट गवर्नमेंट ने प्लान की थी, और 4 डिवीज़न जैसे हमारे यहाँ पे हैं, गुड़गांव, हिसार, रोहतक और अम्बाला डिवीज़न। तो वहाँ से 4 जगह से, अलग अलग जगह से स्वच्छता यात्राएं चलाई गई। वो स्वच्छता यात्रा का एक मैसेज ऐसा गया कि हर गांव में ये मैसेज गया कि हमने जो है अपने गांव को साफ़ सुथरा करना है, और खुले में शौच से मुक्ति से एक कदम और आगे जा कर के गाँव की साफ़ सफाई पे बात आने लगी।
स्वच्छता यात्रा निरंतर जारी है।
हरियाणा सरकार ने भी हमारे को इसके बारे में पूरा 5 लाख रुपए का इनाम और उसके बाद प्रशंसा पत्र मेडल हमारे को दिया। उन्होंने भी हमारा पूरा मान सम्मान किया, भाई इतना बढ़िया काम किया सरपंच ने, इससे बड़ा और क्या होता है।
जैसे गाँवों में सिस्टम ये था कि लाइट का पूरा सही तरीके से नहीं आना, और आना भी तो कोई इसका टाइम टेबल नहीं था कि जो है कि ये लाइट जो है 8 घंटे आएगी या 5 घंटे आएगी या 4 घंटे आएगी। तो कुछ लोग यहाँ पे आए गांव में और बोले कि हमें सोलर लैंटेन का सिस्टम एक लगाना है। तो वो बोले कि हमें ऐसा एक आदमी चाहिए जो ट्रेनिंग ले करके जो है गाँव में जा करके वो लैंटेनों को ठीक कर सके। तो पहले हमें गांव में ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा 2 घंटे 3 घंटे लगते थे ये गांव में। फिर धीरे धीरे हमें समय बढ़ता गया, रिपेयरिंग बढ़ती गई, तो हमें एक एक गांव में एक एक दिन लगने लगा। तो जब दुकान हमारी खुली तो उसके सहूलियत हमें ये मिल गई कि जो है कि हमें गांव में जो जाना होता था वो हमारा पूरा समय बच गया, और जो हमें 10 मिनट का काम हमें 2 घंटे ट्रेवल करना पड़ता था, उस 2 घंटे में तो हम 2 गाँव की लालटेन रिपेयर करके दुकान पे हम लोगों को दे देते थे। आज की डेट पे हमें यह है कि जो है हम 2 लड़के भी रखे हैं और अपनी दुकान पे भी बैठे हैं, रिपेयर भी हो रहा है और प्लस इंस्टॉलेशन का भी कुछ काम चल जाता है और कुछ नए प्रोडक्ट भी बेच लेते हैं। और हम तो ये चाहते हैं कि कम से कम आगे जो है हम थोड़ा 2-3 दुकान वाले मुझसे अगर खरीदें तो ज़्यादा बेहतर होगा। थोड़ा होलसेल वाला अगर काम हो तो ज़्यादा बेहतर होगा।
पहले इतना गरीबी था कि आदमी अगर लकड़ी नहीं बेचता तो खाता का, फिर मजबूरन हम लोग के लकड़ी बेचना ही पड़ा। यहाँ हम लोग अगर वह चीज़ नहीं करते तो भूखे मरते, कोई धंधा हम लोग के यहाँ था नहीं। लकड़ी काटने में कष्ट था ये कि पेड़ जैसे गिरता था तो सीधे पेड़ नहीं गिरता है, हाय न जरूर करता है। अपने दिमाग में आदमी सोच लिया हाय उसका ये हाथ काटने वाला पड़ जाता है, तो वही से कान पकड़ लिए हम कहे कि ये धंधा हमसे नहीं हो पाएगा। वो हम लोग के ये सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट ट्रेनिंग कराता था। ट्रेनिंग कराने के बाद तो हम लोग के जानकारी हो गया, तो सब गांव के टोन भी सियान थे लगे कुआ लगाने के लिए वह रेशम। फिर हम लोग भी देख करके फिर वह काम करने लगे, हम लोग के भी पैसा मिलने लगा, तो हम लोग का चिस्का बढ़ गया कि नहीं ये अब लकड़ी छोड़िए, अब ये रेशम का धंधा करिए। अब आज तक हम लोग समझ लीजिए कि पाल रहे हैं। साल में कम से कम 30,000 40,000 रुपया 2 फसल में हम लोग कमा ले रहे हैं। आज उसी में होकर के आदमी आराम से कर रहा है, और उसमें तो डेली आदमी पैसा तो डेली मिल रहा था, लेकिन बचत नहीं मिल हो रहा था। हम लोग सुरक्षा जंगल को कर ही रहे हैं, हमको तो ये से फायदा है ना भाई। हम लोग अगर नहीं बचाएंगे, कटाना होने देंगे, तो हम लोग का बच्चा नाती पोता कहाँ जाएंगे।
school. Oh, yes, it was. Hey, Rob!
to hold on to everything you see, to hold on to everything you see. You gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be. You gotta promise, you gotta promise, a promise to be.
History indicates that the Buddha wandered in these floodplains of India somewhere in the 6th and 5th centuries BC. A few millennia later, in a renewed world, this is one of the largest cities in the mid-Gangetic plains of India, Gorakhpur. Located in the foothills of the Himalayas, the city falls in the basins of the Rohini and Rapti rivers. Its bowl-like shape makes it naturally prone to floods. But now, things are getting worse. Climate data over the last 3 decades shows that Gorakhpur has been shifting towards a muggy climate, meaning there is more temperature and moisture in the atmosphere. Climate projections indicate that this trend is likely to become more intense in the future, resulting in more rains and more floods. Is the city prepared for such a future? But wait, before we delve into the future, it's worth spending some time on Gorakhpur's present and not so old past. In an earlier time, this was a city of over 100 lakes. Today, 2/3 of these lakes are dead. They are either sites for illegal construction or dumping grounds for solid waste. As there is no organized solid waste management system, waste is disposed of wherever possible. Open drains carry sewage from homes, as most parts of the city are not covered by an underground sewage system. This raw, untreated sewage is then pumped straight into the already stifled lakes of the city. The housing needs of a burgeoning population are being met through rampant construction in the city's green belt. So the big question is that when every inch of Gorakhpur is encroached upon, including its water bodies, its green belt, and its peri-urban land, what does it mean for the city? It means that when a regular monsoon comes calling, the rainwater finds no drainage and leaves every nook and corner flooded and waterlogged. Slum dwellers like Bibi Shah Jahan bear the brunt for several months after the monsoon. They live in a toxic island of rainwater, waste and sewage. Where does all this lead to? Beginning July, the pediatric ward of BRD Medical College in Gorakhpur faces a severe manpower crunch. Hapless parents scramble to get their children treated for various water and vector-borne diseases. But the more shocking tragedy unfolds in the pediatric encephalitis ward, where nearly 500 children succumb to the epidemic every year. Such are the tales of today's Gorakhpur. Science predicts that tomorrow's Gorakhpur may be worse off due to an unfamiliar, unfriendlier climate. But is anyone listening? In 2008, an initiative by the Rockefeller Foundation called the Asian Cities Climate Change Resilience Network brought together 10 cities in Asia to demonstrate practical strategies for responding to climate change. Gorakhpur was one such city. It took a couple of years and a vigorous engagement among local experts, climate scientists, the city government, and the citizens, particularly the poor, before Gorakhpur got its very own climate change resilience strategy. The task of implementing this strategy began in the bylanes of Maheva, an urban slum devoid of every basic amenity. Come monsoons, and the ward submerged. Change was triggered by the Gorakhpur Environment Action Group, which involved every household in the ward in microplanning and built community groups around health, waste, and sanitation. And then the community members themselves led the action on ground zero. Waste that was thrown on the streets got collected from every doorstep. Drains were fixed through community participation. new tap connections were put in place. Quite clearly, Maheva was reborn in a new avatar and became a learning model of an urban, climate-resilient community. But the question still remained on how to take this learning beyond the confines of Maheva.
We found it very useful and important to look at the regulations and policies that are impacting or that are steering urban development process in cities like Gorakhpur. And a detailed recommendation strategy was prepared by TERI for Gorakhpur city, of course at a state level and the city level, to see how they can climate-proof their city through resilience options, integrating them within their regular urban development process.
TERI's recommendations have given Gorakhpur a clear roadmap to transform into a climate-resilient city. Yes, the challenges are enormous, but not impossible. There is reason to believe that if citizens persist, governments respond, and together they can rewrite the tales of Gorakhpur.
इक्कीसवीं सदी का हिंदुस्तान शहरों में क्या खूब चमकता है, कितनी हसरतों को अंजाम देता है। दिन हो या रात, बस भागता ही रहता है। मगर यही हिंदुस्तान गांव के गलियारों में खामोश है। यहां लगभग 740 लाख घरों में अंधेरा है। यहां अब तक बिजली नहीं पहुंची है, पहुंची भी है तो आती नहीं। जलती बुझती बाती और मिट्टी का चूल्हा सदियों के साथी हैं। इनका धुआं आंखों में आंसू और सांसों में जहर बनकर उतरता है। और हर साल 10 लाख लोगों की जान ले लेता है। पर तस्वीर बदल रही है। एक नई पहल अंधेरे को मात दे रही है। सूरज की किरणें बिजली बनकर रात को चमका रही हैं। चीकू का नाइट स्कूल, सईदा की रसोई, राजू की दुकान, डॉक्टर रफीक का दवाखाना और हीरा का खेत, ये सब सौर ऊर्जा से रोशन हो चुके हैं। नौशाद जैसे ट्रेन नौजवान इस बिजली को घर घर तक पहुंचा रहे हैं। तस्वीर बदल रही है। 3 लाख घरों तक सोलर ऊर्जा पहुंच चुकी है। लेकिन 740 लाख घर अब भी अंधेरे में हैं। आइए इन्हें रोशन करें। लाइटिंग अ बिलियन लाइव्स कैंपेन से जुड़ें।
राक्षस आया गंदा पानी बनकर, कचरा कनस्तर टूटी बोतल लाया था भर भर कर। सोनू भागा मोनू भागा, हरिया बेनी का मन घबराया।
टेम्पो में लुढ़क गया था, घोड़ों पर भी उठ गया था।
डॉली बोली सोचो हरिया,
अब हम जाए सपनों सा ये सुंदर जहां, हमारा कहाँ पे ले जाए। तभी वहाँ पर रस्सी आई, हरिया और बेनी को पुल के ऊपर खींच लाई।
मैं हूँ मटकू जेंटलमैन, हरिया और बेनी का फैन। तुम्हें घुमाने ले जाऊंगा, अपना घर भी दिखलाऊंगा। पूंछ पकड़ के बैठो हरिया बीनी, तुम भी जकड़ के पकड़ो। मैं उड़ता हूँ पेड़ों पर, कभी जामुन पर कभी इमली पर। वो बूढ़ा बरगद मेरा घर है, चलो वहीं पर चलते हैं।
हरिया बेनी खुश थे आकर, मटकू बोला पास जाकर।
कभी यहाँ जंगल था, अब इंसानों की बस्ती है। और हुए कम पेड़ यहाँ तो ना खाना ना मस्ती है।
मटकू बोला सोचो हरिया,
कहाँ अब हम जाएं सपनों सा ये सुंदर जहां, अब हम कहाँ बसाएं।
तभी बरगद पर पंख फैलाए, दादा जागीर उतर कर आए।
बेनी और हरिया के बीच बैठ के हौले से मुस्कुराए।
जो मैं हूँ दादा जागीर, दूर देश से आया हूँ। नील गगन में तुम्हें घुमाने नन्हा सा झूला लाया हूँ। इसमें बैठो हम चलते हैं, संग हवा के हम बहते हैं। बदलू बादल बुला रहा है, उसके घर चल कर मिलते हैं। नीचे शहर में गाड़ियाँ, कारखाने और चिमनियाँ, धूल धुआं उगल रहे थे। दादा हरिया और बीनी के दम मानो उठ रहे थे। पुल पर मेला लगा हुआ है, एक ही स्वर अब गूंज रहा है।
सोचो हरिया कुछ तो सोचो, अब हम सब कहाँ जाए। पहले सा सुंदर जहाँ अब कहाँ पर पाए।
हरिया पढ़कर जान गया था, उसको अब क्या करना है।
एक साथ खुशी से रह सकते हैं, ये सबको समझना है।
मछलियाँ पक्षी जानवर प्यारे, ये सब है दोस्त हमारे। हवा नदी हरियाली सारी, शहरों में है ये जरूरी। शहरों के भागम भाग में हम लोग को ना जाए भूल, रहते हम साथ साथ। आओ ऐसा शहर बनाए, आओ ऐसा शहर बनाए, आओ ऐसा शहर बनाए।
प्रयोग नहीं कर रहे थे और गांव के प्रवेश के सड़क पे दोनों ओर कुरड़ियाँ होती थी, गंद के ढेर, और गंद के ढेरों की ओट में शौच ही शौच, खुले में शौच जाना वाली, इट वॉज अ रैम्पेंट हैबिट विद पीपल। तो हमें एक चीज़ निकल कर के आई कि लोग इसमें बार बार ये सोचते हैं कि सरकार क्या करने वाली है।
संपूर्ण स्वच्छता अभियान जब कुरुक्षेत्र में आया था, ये लगभग 2004 में आया था, तो उस समय हमें सिर्फ यही पता था कि शौचालय बनाने हैं। एनजीओज़ के माध्यम से, उनके कोऑपरेशन से लेकर के हमने जो है, उस समय 600 रुपये कॉस्ट होती थी शौचालय की, तो हमने लगभग 1 साल के अंदर अंदर 10-12 हज़ार शौचालय बनवाए।
लेकिन सरकार के मदद से जो शौचालय बने भी वो प्रयोग तो नहीं हुए। इसका मतलब एक बात सिद्ध हो गई कि सिर्फ पैसे से शौचालय नहीं बनता।
वैसे में क्या लगता है कि घर में बनाना ठीक है कि नहीं है?
सारी तरह के लोग थे, कुछ कहते हमारे तो टॉयलेट में बैठ के लैट्रिन आती नहीं है।
उस टाइम तो बाहर खुली जगह पड़ी है, वही खुले में जाते थे।
बारिशों में खड्डे भर जाते थे, फिर खड्डों में भरे पीछे कहाँ बैठे, फिर झाड़ियों की ओट लेनी पड़ती थी। और क्या करना।
कई शौचालयों में गोसे सूडे हुए थे, कईयों ने लकड़ियां घेरी हुई थी, कईयों ने बकरियां तक बांधी हुई थी। और एक गांव है गड़ी रुडान, उसमें तो एक परिवार ने शौचालय में चूल्हा बनाया हुआ था।
तो गांव खुले में शौच मुक्त कभी भी नहीं होगा।
सारे आगे, ये पानी है ना, इसको पियोगे आप।
लोगों को जो है WSP और फीडबैक वेंचर वालों से मिलवाया। उनसे पहली मुलाकात में जब हमने बात की उनसे, तो उन्होंने बताया कि खुले में शौच मुक्त गांव जो है 1 दिन में हो सकता है।
Ladies and gentlemen, we're just waiting for the last few colleagues to join us from the thematic tracks. So do the rest of you take your seats. We'll be getting underway in about 2 minutes' time.
Cool. Oh, yes, it was. Oh, no, sir.
So the moderator, you can take the lead. Yeah. Show us where to go.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. The session is now beginning, so do please take your seats and suspend your conversations to enjoy them over dinner later, please. One of the joys of being at DSDS is that it is a magnet for some of the real movers and shakers in sustainable development today. We get to sit here all in one place, and they come to us, and that is a real treat. And right now, we've got three remarkable speakers to share their visions on sustainable futures with you all. And to introduce them, I have one of the most thoughtful advocates on sustainability in India over the past few years. Dr. Pradipto Ghosh is a distinguished fellow and director at TERI, and he's been a member of the Prime Minister's Council on Climate Change and a wide range of other hugely influential bodies in India and worldwide. So to introduce our keynote addresses of the evening, Dr. Ghosh, thank you.
Good afternoon. We have with us two distinguished speakers, His Excellency Mr. Kjell Magne Bondevik. He was Prime Minister of Norway during 1997 to 2000 and again in 2001 to 2005. And he has, of course, a long resume which is with you in your folder. I won't introduce him, by reading out his resume, but suffice it to say that he is the president of the Oslo Center for Peace and Human Rights, and he will speak on resource management and good governance. May I request His Excellency Mr. Bondevik to take his seat. Our second speaker is His Excellency Dr. Bharat Jagdeo, and he has been president of Guyana for 12 years, from 1999 to 2011. That's a very long period of time. And he's an economist by profession, and he will speak on opportunities for developing countries in the context of climate change action, particularly with respect to the upcoming Paris Accord. So, Dr. Jagdeo, may I request you to take your seats. Now, both these topics, that is resource management and good governance, as well as the opportunities for developing countries in the context of climate change action, are extremely salient when we speak of sustainable development and climate change. And on the first, and both of them are extremely salient in current political discourse in India. So on the first, let me just say that unless natural resources, including energy, are priced to the actual user at their true opportunity costs, there will be wasteful use, and this will not conduce to sustainability. And in India in recent years, we have seen how, for example, spectrum and coal, that these have been underpriced owing to essentially discretionary allocation processes, which is an example of poor governance. Of course, these have subsequently been rectified, but the rectification was after a great deal of political debate and indeed turmoil. On the second, let me give an example. Now, although this is an example from a particular industry, but I think the lesson is more broadly relevant, though of course, Dr. Jagdev, I understand, will be speaking more on the transformative types of opportunities for developing country economies. But let me come to my example. Now, we all know that recycling is environmentally much more sustainable than production of resources from mined raw materials. And India, Bangladesh, and China have had a vigorous shipbreaking industry, which is very highly labor intensive, because to break a ship, you have to actually dismantle it bolt by bolt, cut it panel by panel, and carefully remove all the materials. But this industry yields a lot of valuable recycled materials: steel, glass, copper, plastic, rubber, and other materials. Now, the question arose some years ago as to whether this was socially sustainable, because a number of NGOs, activist NGOs, alleged that the workers in the process of shipbreaking were exposed to asbestos, which is a hazard for lung cancer. Now, they took this matter to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court set up an expert committee to carefully look into the truth of this assertion. And this expert committee found that essentially this assertion was unsubstantiated, though there were other risks faced by the workers, and these were then addressed through an action plan. And so after implementation of the action plan, the shipbreaking industry continues to prosper in India as well as Bangladesh and China, yields large quantities of recycled materials, and provides employment to many thousands. I will now give the floor to our speakers, and I request His Excellency Mr. Boncevic to go first.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me first of all congratulate TERI and its Director General Pachauri for organizing this annual conference, because I think it is a contribution to keep sustainable development on the top of the international agenda. And as former Prime Minister, I know that is important in itself. A country that is blessed with valuable natural resources, as Norway is, faces many exciting opportunities, but also some demanding challenges. Several surveys have been conducted comparing the economic and democratic development in countries with significant deposits of natural resources with countries that have no or limited amounts of such resources. Surprisingly enough, these surveys show that countries without natural resources tend to have a better economic growth compared to countries with abundant natural resources. This negative relationship holds true even taking into account variables found to be important for economic growth, such as initial per capita income, trade policy, government efficiency, investment rates, and other variables. A sound, responsible management of natural resources involves, in my view, three main challenges. First, to ensure that revenues from these resources benefit the entire population. Two, to ensure that these resources are mined or extracted in accordance with responsible good management principles, locally, nationally, as well as globally. And three, to ensure that the resources are exploited in an environmental sustainable way. Corruption is very often strongly associated with the extraction of natural resources. The money goes into the pockets of the financial or political elite rather than to improve living conditions for the benefit of the entire population. The temptation for people in various positions of trust to steal from the community values and resources is probably the same in all parts of the world. However, the lack of legislation and the absence of control of monetary flows are important reasons why corruption is so serious and widespread in many developing countries. In these countries, corruption is a major reason for the lack of economic development and makes it difficult to establish a well-functioning trade and industry. There is one powerful instrument to counter widespread corruption, namely keeping a maximum transparency connected to the significant cash flows that follow the extraction of natural resources. It should be an inevitable requirement that cash flows that emanate from taxes, signature bonuses, etc., should be monitored at every stage of the transfer chain, both in the states and the various companies' accounts. Due to lack of regulations and legislation, many countries have far too modest incomes from the exploitation of the country's natural resources. Knowledge transfer may also be limited because companies prefer to bring in their own people from outside rather than to train the country's own labor force. When money flows into the treasury, another danger is lurking. The temptation to pour too much money into the economy over a short time to meet basic needs for education, for health, infrastructure, and other important purposes. However, experience from unrestrained spending is scary. A sudden increase of foreign currency, appreciation of the exchange rate, inflation, and decreasing competitiveness in other exporting sectors. It is therefore so important to find a good balance between investment, consumptions, and savings. Taking into account that these resources have been built up and deposited over millions of years, there is another good reason why the exploitation should have a more long-term perspective. Namely, that it is not fair to deprive future generations their legitimate right to benefit from the country's natural resources. In Norway, the so-called government pension fund Global is saving for future generations. One day, the oil and gas will run out, also in our country. But the return on the fund will continue to benefit the Norwegian population. The Norwegian Pension Fund is today the world's biggest sovereign wealth fund. The fund's market value per January 2015 is 6,600 billion Norwegian crowns, or about 850 billion US dollar. The fund was set up to give the government room for maneuvering in fiscal policy should oil prices drop, as it's doing today, or the mainland economy contract. It also serves as a tool to manage the financial challenges of an aging population and an expected drop in petroleum revenues that will come sooner or later. The fund was designed to be investing for the long term, but in a way that made it possible to draw on its resources when required. One fundamental principle of Norwegian fiscal policy is the so-called budgetary rule, namely that the government can spend only the expected real return of the fund, estimated at 4% per year. This helps to phase the oil revenue into the economy gradually, and in this way avoid overheating of the economy. Spending only the return on the fund rather than eating into its capital also means that the fund will benefit future generations. As Prime Minister, I experienced that people in Norway demanded that we should use more of the fund for all good purposes, and some politicians in opposition joined their voices. And this was a real political challenge. It was not easy, especially when we were campaigning before an election, but it was necessary to oppose these popular demands and to act in a responsible way. A balanced and moderate production rate is also in better compliance with sustainable environmental and climate considerations. But by help of new technology, it is possible today to extract natural resources quickly and efficiently. Mining companies, oil companies, and other companies engaged in the extraction of natural resources will, for obvious business interests, push for the most efficient operation and optimum returns. However, key economic, social, and environmental considerations make it necessary for the authorities to regulate both the pace and how the operation should be organized from the search starts throughout the manufacturing process and ultimately to how the company will clean up after themselves when production ceases. Climate change and environmental degradation pose substantial threats to the living conditions and to the well-being of citizens of every country. These processes have the potential to undermine important gains in poverty alleviation, basic food and water supply, and human health, particularly in the most vulnerable developing countries. Though the poorest countries historically have been the least responsible for climate change, they face the most severe consequences of its effects. Therefore, any planned exploitation of natural resources has to go through a thorough assessment of positive and negative impacts such an exploitation would entail. A short-term economic gain cannot be balanced against the long-term serious and negative consequences for people and the environment. Obviously, natural resources do not always appear as a blessing for a country. Such resources can also be a source of serious, protracted conflicts. From Africa, we learn how poor nations with natural resources can experience intrastate conflicts between the government army and different rebel movements. Civil wars in Angola, Liberia, Sierra Leone, and Democratic Republic of Congo are all examples of conflicts that largely are fueled by greed for natural resources as a basis for economic and political power. A democratic political system will, in the longer perspective, in my view, be the best guarantee for a sustainable and responsible management of natural resources. Real democracy implies power sharing and transparency. The Oslo Center, where I am the founder and president, is running democracy assistance projects in several countries, contributing to develop democratic political institutions and processes and good governance. We see our efforts as a contribution to responsible management of natural resources. To conclude, there are plenty of temptations and pitfalls along the road to develop a responsible and just extraction of natural resources. But at the end of this road, a golden opportunity emerges to transform natural resources into economic growth and improved standard of living, covering to the benefit of all people on the precondition that it is environmental sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, for this masterful overview of the ingredients of what is known as the curse of natural resources and how Norway has consciously, through enlightened policy, ensured that the natural resources endowment of Norway becomes not a curse but a blessing, and also that when we talk about it as a blessing, that it is a blessing also in terms of sustainability. Our next speaker is His Excellency Dr. Bharat Jagdeo, and as I said earlier, he will be speaking on opportunities for developing countries in the context of the upcoming Paris Accord on climate change.
Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, most of you would have been here for 2 days, and by now you would have heard quite a bit on the issue of climate change, and I don't want to repeat what most of you would have heard. Forgive me if some of the things that I have to say today in this theme, looking at opportunities and challenges for developing countries in the context of climate change, if it were to stray into another area or some of the topics yesterday, because I was supposed to be here yesterday, couldn't make it, so I guess they stuck me in this session. But I think the last time we came here, a year ago, many of us were speaking about the loss of momentum since Copenhagen. We were worried that although we have had intervening conference of parties, that we did not have enough momentum to lead to the type of agreement that we need at the global level that would put us on a trajectory to save the world. And so most of us now, I'm sure, can look back over the year and say that there have been some changes that lead us to be a bit more optimistic that in 2015 we may be able to get an agreement that may not fulfill all the ambitions that we have, an agreement that may not be the one that is ideal, but an agreement of some sort. And what are these things that have happened over the years, over the past year? We had lamented that the United States of America was not taking enough of a lead. In 1 year, we have seen President Obama using the EPA under the Clean Power Plan to mandate a cut in their greenhouse gas emissions at a nationwide level. We've heard him give a speech in his Congress on the State of the Union address saying, this is the biggest threat, climate change is the biggest threat to the future of mankind. We've seen him go to China, the APEC meeting, and work out a deal with China, with pledges made to cut the US greenhouse gases emission by 28% by 2025. We've seen him go to Australia in the context of a very difficult situation there and pledge $3 billion to the GCF and say again that a deal is both possible and necessary in 2015. So, and then we've seen more recently President Obama come to India and focus again on the issue of climate change. We badly needed American leadership in the past. We have been critical of the Americans that they haven't done enough. President Obama is doing it. The jury is still out on how sustainable this will be because still doesn't have a Congress and a Republican Party that is very supportive of his efforts. But that leadership was vital. We spoke about China, and China has itself spoken about capping its emission by 2030. The European Union is speaking about cutting greenhouse gases a minimum of 40% in the next decade or so. So we believe that the momentum that led to Copenhagen, that although Copenhagen itself was disappointing in its results, that momentum is building back towards Paris, that you have key elements and big players willing to step up and argue for an agreement. And that is the first signal that we needed. The second thing is Lima itself. Lima was successful in many regards by having a text ready, and I think it's a good stage from which to get to Paris. However, there are still things that we have to work on. We cannot become starry-eyed that this agreement will happen by itself. If we want the agreement to deliver the results that we all want, we have to now work on the building blocks. And sometimes in the declarative statements and in many of the speeches that proving the case over and over, the science of climate change and the necessity to do something and what countries declaratively are doing, that we lose sight of the building blocks, the heavy lifting that we need to do to get to a good agreement. So I believe that there are some elements we have to work on before before Paris. The first is the INDCs. This is positive. For the first time, all the countries in the world, which came out of Lima, countries will have to make commitments. They will have to explain those commitments. And for the developing world itself, many of these countries have not thought through the issue of climate change. And by preparing the INDCs, I think this is an opportunity to get them, many of the small countries that I have interacted with in the Caribbean, in Africa, in the other countries, to get policymakers for the first time to focus on the issue of climate change in a nationwide context. So they will have to decide what their levels of commitments would be. how they're going to achieve those commitments, what sectors those commitments are going to come from, how those will impact on national growth or welfare in the country. And I think that if the developing world, particularly the developing world, were to go through this exercise in the manner that it should be gone through, then they can set commitment levels which might be different from their ambition, and then argue that the difference between their commitments and their ambition has to be financed. So, positive outcome of preparing these indices would be forcing the countries to think through the issues first of all. I know the 14 countries of the Caribbean, none of them have gone through the climate issues in a manner that is required by the INDCs. They know what the impact anecdotally will be. They know that a hurricane can wipe out the equivalent of 60% of GDP or 75% of GDP in a overnight, but they have not thought through the issues detailedly. So I believe that if we were to do this and to get these commitments in very early, then we would, into the UNFCCC process, we would be establishing a baseline for help. The second issue is the whole issue of financing. And I think we all know now that Lima was short on financing. The developed world cannot think that it will get everyone to pledge, as we have all promised to do through the INDCs, and then walk away from the table not addressing the issue of financing. And $10 billion to the GCF is simply not adequate when you look at what is required to achieve the results we want. It is not adequate. So unless that issue is solved, Paris may get an agreement with a legal outcome. It may get an agreement with ambition, high ambitions even, although I'm doubtful about that. But it will not be an agreement that the developing countries will buy into if it doesn't include finance. And if anyone thinks that they're going to walk away from this issue, it's not going to, there would be no valid agreement or credible, legitimate agreement. So we need to stimulate a process even now to start talking about how we will raise $100 billion by 2020. A few years back, the UN Secretary General appointed a group, a high-level advisory group. I was part of that group with some others, and we did a report that showed that it was possible to raise $100 billion per annum. We looked at several issues, alternative financing, and that report is available. If there is political will, again, it comes back to the issue of political will, $100 billion can be raised easily per annum without it all coming from the treasuries of the developed world, because that is a big concern. They do not believe that public financing should be used in every case. So I would urge you to look at that report. But these are the two things that I think that are important. The INDCs and doing it early, and secondly, financing issue. If we can resolve some of these issues before Paris, I believe that the Paris Agreement will form the basis for changing the trajectory from this destructive one we're on. If it doesn't, even if it has a low ambition level, because we can use bilateral agreements, US-China bilateral, US-India bilateral, to raise the level of ambition beyond what is legally agreed there. But if it doesn't include financing, then there would be no credible agreement. It would simply not work. And so I just want to forewarn, because in the euphoria about the rebuilding of momentum to Paris, many countries and delegations believe they can just get away with a good agreement by making pledges. It's not going to be a good agreement. There has to be the issue of financing tackled. And the earlier we start working towards that, then, and looking at alternative sources, not just the treasuries of the developed countries, then the better the agreement with. It is propitious that I'm sharing the floor with a former Prime Minister of Norway, because we have used climate finance, an agreement with Norway on the forest, the sale of forest carbon, to catalyze in Guyana an entire series of low-carbon investments and to almost shift the trajectory of our development to a low-carbon trajectory. We set out to prove that there is a path to development that is not polluting, that you don't have to use the traditional polluting path to development, and that you can do so without compromising welfare. And so the funds garnered from the sale of forest carbon to Norway has been used, say for example, to catalyze a big investment of about $850 million, most of it in private flows, to build a hydropower that has a tiny footprint, carbon footprint on the forest, but will supply over 90% of our power needs. We're using that to transform the economies of 165 villages where indigenous people live, so that they don't have to rely on cutting trees for welfare and for their prosperity. And that's the only way you'd save the forest, not by philanthropy or handout, but creating alternatives for people. We're using these funds to build a center for biodiversity studies so that we can export a new product, educational services, and a whole range of other things, adaptation, etc. So climate funds can present huge opportunities for developing countries to, in a new growth model, can help to catalyze change. But unfortunately, until now, a lot of those funds are not flowing, in spite of the many charts you see and the graphs about disbursements. I chaired a committee that did a report for the Commonwealth Secretary General that I presented to the Commonwealth heads of government about climate financing for small countries. And there's a huge gap between perception and reality about how much money actually flows to these countries. And so I'm not going to get into that now. But if money flows to the countries through those are climate funds, but in a transparent manner, in a dedicated manner, it could help a lot of the developing countries address many, many of their concerns and even deal with resource management. I spoke with some Africans in FAO recently, and they said, we get advice piled on about how to manage our resources every single day. But if we don't have enough money to buy a vehicle for the forester to go out and to stop people cutting the trees, or to even buy a motorcycle for him to get out of the Forestry Commission, how are we going to manage the resources of the forest? They don't even have money in those agencies. So climate funds generally, coming back to the theme, can be used for transformational purposes. They represent a huge opportunity for the developing world to grow and to create welfare, etc. But those have to be available. And currently, they're not available at the scale that is necessary. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jagdeo, and you struck an optimistic note when you said that the momentum for a climate accord, which seemed to have been lost after Copenhagen, has been regained in the past year owing to the involvement of big players, and in particular mentioned President Obama. And you also spoke about the two critical issues which will come up at Paris, the question of INDCs and how this presents an opportunity to developing countries to think through in policy terms about the entire issue of climate change as it relates to their countries, and secondly, the critical role of finance. And you also pointed to the role of the Commission, of which you were a member, which actually showed that it is possible to raise $100 billion a year, as had been indicated in the Copenhagen Climate Accord. And you also gave some examples of how forest carbon payments have actually helped Guyana to transform the lives of people in the villages, lives of indigenous peoples in the villages. Now let me throw the floor open for questions. These have to be questions, not speeches or comments. So kindly raise your hand and introduce yourself when I give you the floor. Yes, please. This gentleman at the back. Mr. Ahluwalia?
Mr. Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity. My question is actually to both the honorable panelists. The way it comes across, listening to you, sir, is that it's really just a question of financing. And should the financing become available, everything else is done. You know, Norway's sovereign wealth fund has, how much is it, sir? About $1 trillion now in it. You know, they could just hand over 90 billion for good works on climate change. But do we really believe that that is the problem? Is financing the issue? I don't think so. I don't think that we even need to discuss $100 billion, the availability of $100 billion, if there are good projects on the table, which have a return, which are measurable, which can be finished on time, and which will give results, you know, which are aligned with climate change goals. I think the real problem is the capacity of developing governments to deliver. And that is not something that can go away in 2 years. Everyone knows capacity development, institutional change is a matter of 30 years. So are we missing the wood for the trees?
I think you made your point. I think Dr. Jagdeo would like to respond first.
Okay. I find it offensive sometimes that every time the developed world speaks about developing countries, they always believe that it's a capacity issue. We don't have capacity to fix something, so what would help us is the World Bank giving us $2 million that we have to jump through hoops to get to build capacity. What is needed often is financing at scale. Had we started in Guyana with this whole issue of capacity building, we would have never reached agreement with Norway. We had an enlightened country that said, let us together work at building the capacity. And I know many countries in the, so let me get through this one first. And we said, what do we want to work at? Our Forestry Commission doesn't have the capacity to track the change in forest carbon. But we are going to work together to build a world-class MRV system. We work together, we build a world-class MRV system, and we can track minute changes in the forestry. We didn't have that capacity. But that capacity was built as we were attracting financing at scale. So in the Caribbean, people have limited budgets. If you have to divert, most of these countries are fiscally stressed. They're running budget deficits of 10% of GDP. If they have to divert funds from their budgets now, so from education and healthcare, to go into building adaptation purposes, building schools that can resist a hurricane, or a hospital that can resist a hurricane, then it comes at the expense of welfare. These countries are running huge deficits. Their economies are monoculture in nature, tourism or financial sector, and both are in trouble when there is a recession in the developed world.
So you have to understand the nature of these countries. Financing for them is vital to address these, and not financing for capacity alone, but financing to build things, to actually do things. So that's all.
I think, Dr. Jagdeo, you were spot on, because the person who asked you the question, Mr. Ahluwalia, he is a former World Bank official.
Yeah, okay. Oh, I didn't know that when I made that comment. I'm sorry.
Right.
It sounded World Bankish.
So, Mr. Silas? Yeah.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Silas from Cameroon, and I'm also a student at TERI University. And my question goes towards the opportunities for developing countries in these climate change negotiations. So my basic question is, what are the platforms are you providing actually before the Paris meeting for the young people to voice out their own concerns about this climate change issue? Thank you.
What are the opportunities being
Should I
provided for
repeat?
young people to basically contribute, to the debate on climate change? That I think is Mr. Silas's question.
What are the opportunities for
young people, to actually
What are the
participate and contribute
platforms?
to the debate?
Oh, platforms. Yeah. Well, you raise a very important issue because I think process is as important as content. I think organization of the COPs is vital. Copenhagen, I think, partly failed because of poor organization. You had heads of state and many delegations sitting in a room. I saw leaders of big countries in the world just sitting around waiting, not knowing what was happening for hours, 5-6 hours in a room. Whilst there was a little discussion somewhere else taking place, and that subsequently came out with the agreement, and it had to be baptized. Mexico made a serious effort to involve countries. The Mexican government sent out delegations to the smallest countries of the world, across the Caribbean, in the Pacific, in Africa, talking to people, listening to them, finding out from them. They felt involved. I think Peru did the same thing. And so if there's one thing we can say to the French government, that pay attention to the process leading up. Try to get as many opinions, voices, etc. Now, in many developing countries, it's almost esoteric. A small group goes off to the negotiations. They do not do much consultation at the national level. So I don't know how many opportunities there are for young people to contribute to the working out of national positions. In Guyana, what we did with our low carbon development strategy, we sent out about 90% of the country, maybe 95% have cell phones. So we sent a text to everyone, please read the low carbon development strategy. We had 300 public meetings in schools, etc. And we have talking to people about it. We have a steering committee that was chaired by the president. I chaired it. The current president chairs it too. That included women, young people, labor movement, the private sector, indigenous people's organization. And we met once a week to look at the elements of the low carbon strategy. So involvement of people. You're right on, you should involve as many people as possible, the NGOs, etc. Because then it gives it legitimacy, any agreement that comes out of it.
Yeah, just a brief comment. It is one of my experiences when working with democracy assistance projects in developing countries, that in several countries, the political leaders are living very often in more or less isolation from common people and from the youth as well. So it is a challenge in many frameworks, also with regard to the important debate about the climate change, to change that attitude. I'm used to from Norway that we as politicians were living very close to common people and we met them many times a week. through NGOs and public meetings and reaching out to them. So to change the situation in several countries concerned, to bring people in a dialogue with the political leaders is of crucial importance. It's a real challenge. And it has to be done also with regard to the discussion about climate change, of course. Without, we don't get any concrete result. Because many people believe that climate change and environmental challenges is a debate for experts and not for us. This attitude must be changed.
We have time for just one last question, and the gentleman, no, please, you've been asking questions in all the sessions. The gentleman at the back.
I'm Praveen Verma from TERI. Sir, I have a basic doubt. Now, because of the demographic profile, the manufacturing from developing countries is being done of the developed countries. Now, that means the carbon footprint which I have available for my needs gets reduced, because I end up producing Apple phones, whereas I need maybe real apples or food for my starving millions. So the growth which is available to me gets reduced, whereas for the developed countries, this excess is available, as also the capital flows back to the developed countries. Don't you think that whatever the negotiations take place on the carbon footprints should be based on actual consumption within the country rather than the total production? Thank you, sir.
Okay, so this is actually, in a sense, suggesting a paradigmic shift, that you base countries' obligations on the consumption, on the embodied carbon in the consumption, rather than on the production. And this, of course, is a very live debate, but I think our two distinguished panelists might like to address this question.
There are several models. You have a carbon budget model, you have a consumption-based model, taxing products that based on their carbon intensity. There are several approaches to this issue. But clearly, addressing the problem requires changes, commitment on the part of everyone, but a greater commitment on the part of the developed world that has a greater capacity to address the problem, and that caused the problem in the first place. We're not trying to apportion blame here, because it's a common fate, but that's a reality. They do have a greater capacity to address the problem. In many of the developing countries, there is no even a social welfare system or a social welfare. So this is all that we're asking, that those who have a greater capacity to address the problem contribute more, both in terms of pledges and in financing. That is, I think that's the essence of the problem. But you can find various models on which you base those issues without shifting the burden to the developing world of addressing this problem. The model must not do that.
Yeah. First of all, I think it's so important to emphasize that all countries of the world have to contribute. We have a common challenge and we have a common responsibility, no doubt. But as I also touched upon in my intervention, the developing countries has created a smaller part of the climate problem, but they get most of the serious consequences. So it's obvious that developed countries and a rich country like Norway, we have a special duty to contribute to resolve these problems. So this debate about the burden sharing is an important debate at all international conferences, and I assume also now the upcoming conference in Paris. But I think nobody can believe that we can escape in a way and do not contribute. That will be a failure.
Okay, we now have to conclude this session because we are well over our allotted time. So let me thank both our panelists and request a round of applause
for our two distinguished panelists. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start the next session with a very special guest. And in a few moments, I'll invite Dr. Pachauri to come up and introduce him to you. Dr. Pachauri.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted and privileged to introduce Shri Piyush Goyal, who on account of the elections which are being held in Delhi tomorrow was not able to be part of the inaugural session yesterday. But he's been very kind and offered his time and his wisdom to speak to you in this brief special session that we have put together. Shri Goyal is a brilliant student, scholar, has been so throughout his scholastic career. I have had the privilege of being a member of a body that he was also a member of, which was for linking of the rivers in this country. He's been on the board of India's largest commercial bank, the State Bank of India, as well as the Bank of Baroda. And he's been in leadership programs at Yale University, at Oxford, at Princeton, and is heavily involved in the alumni activities of the Harvard Business School. And he's been a bright star on the political horizon and was mentored by one of the greatest prime ministers that we've had in this country, Shri Atal Bihari Vajpayee. And he comes from a family of leaders, of social workers, and I'm really delighted to have him here now. I referred to him a few minutes ago as the energy czar of India, because the Prime Minister has had the sagacity and wisdom to see that the energy portfolios of power, coal, new and renewable energy are under Shri Goyal's charge. Earlier, you know, these were fragmented and they functioned in silos, but he's brought these silos together. So without further ado, Shri Piyush Goyal, Honorable Minister for all these different portfolios.
Thank you, Dr. Pachauri, for this ever gracious introduction. In fact, I value my friendship and association with you very deeply, Doctor. And I always believe every time I have met you, I have learned something new. It's been an experience. And in some sense, I almost feel like a student when I'm with you, Doctor. We have a very distinguished set of participants in this conference. I just had the privilege to meet several ministers, several former prime ministers, and frankly, it's only Dr. Pachauri who can put together such a distinguished gathering of eminent and concerned world citizens. And I must compliment you, Doctor, for this excellent initiative to have a sustainable development summit to bring to fore the challenges before the world and the imperatives of taking this subject very seriously, taking it forward to the next level. India, for one, is a country which over the years, and in that sense, the new and renewable energy ministry was started some 32 years ago. And India as a nation has always looked at energy conservation, newer forms of energy, innovative forms of energy, and a serious respect for the environment, both as intrinsic to policy in India. If one was to go back to tradition, to the old Indian way of living, one will observe that several traditional practices had an element of respect for the forests, had an element of concern for the quality of air that we have around us, had an element of reusing whatever is the output or whatever is the waste from any source. It could be even the waste of sanitation. It could be the waste that is generated out of foodstuff. And India traditionally has maintained that there is no waste in our life. Everything can be reused, everything has a purpose, everything can be taken to its next level of consumption. And in that sense, I'm very glad that the world today recognizes the importance of recycling, recognizes the importance of leaving behind a better climate for the next generation. And deliberations such as the one you've had over the last 2 days and will continue tomorrow will only help us fine-tune ideas, bring to the fore new concepts, new theories, possibly solutions to this big challenge that is before the world. In one sense, India very often has had this dilemma of balancing its development imperative with concern for the environment. We clearly need to have more electricity, more energy. We clearly need to expand our infrastructure, improve the lifestyles of people, and a lot of this will revolve around larger consumption of electricity. It's a reality we cannot do away with. But the other reality is that India's contribution, while it may seem large on an absolute basis to the pollution that we have or to the environmental degradation or the climate change, the carbon dioxide emissions that we talk about, on a per capita basis is 1/11 of what large parts of the Western world does. If we look at our coal consumption, which also happens to be under me, India consumes the same amount of coal on a per capita basis as the United States consumed in 1860. That's 150 years ago, when the United States was consuming half a ton of coal per capita, is the level at which India is today. So certainly, India cannot take the responsibility for what has happened to the environment, what has happened to the large amount of pollution we have all around us, as a responsibility of India alone. But our basic thinking, our understanding of the importance of environment leads us towards seeing how we can increasingly use renewable energy sources, what we can do to reduce the carbon footprint, what we can do towards energy conservation. And in that sense, while Prime Minister Modi and President Barack Obama were addressing the press very recently, this question was asked of Prime Minister Modi, under what pressure are you doing your renewable energy program? And Prime Minister very categorically and very correctly mentioned that for us, there is absolutely no pressure or force because of which we are doing renewable energy. It's the pressure of leaving behind a clean future for the next generation. It's the pressure of our own consciousness. It's the pressure of our own deep desire towards a better environment for the people to live in that prompts us to redefine something like the solar mission, which had planned to add 20,000 megawatts in India by 2022. The pressure which is internal to us, the pressure which we believe we have as a conscious citizen, as a conscious world citizen, which makes us redefine that 20,000 megawatt to 100,000 megawatt by 2022. It's our own deep commitment, it's in the DNA of this government that we should look at expanding the horizons of clean energy, renewable energy, to such an extent that India, which today has only 6% share of renewable energy when it comes to the actual energy consumed, we are wishing to take it up to 15%. And mind you, this is on a base which is twice the existing consumption of electricity. So effectively, India, which is consuming 1 trillion units of electricity, of which 60 billion units comes from renewable, is planning to double its energy consumption to 2 trillion, have 15% of energy come out of renewable sources, which would translate to about 300 billion units. And in the process, we are looking at a 5x growth in the next 5 to 6 years in our renewable energy production and output. And that is what is the paradigm shift in thinking. That is what spurs us to think big, think to scale, think to speed, to make sure that this program is executed well, is executed fast. And all of this is backed up with a very concrete agenda, a very concrete plan of action. So we are very clear that how much of this will come through the rooftop program, which we are accelerating in the next few days. We have about 40,000 megawatt, which we have identified as the immediate potential through the rooftop program. We are setting up solar parks all across the country, which will add about 20,000 megawatts from the solar parks alone. And these will be concentrated and plug-and-play systems within a park where land and evacuation and all those concerns will be taken care of, and one can go and set up his solar plant there. We are looking at uneducated, unemployed youth, setting up off-grid and microgrid solutions for the remote parts of India. And we are trying to create a robust and bankable framework to make all of this financeable, to encourage banks to finance this kind of initiatives and to ensure their long-term viability. Similarly, on the wind, we have redefined the original targets and now hope to take up our wind installations from the current 22,000 to 60,000 megawatts. That's another paradigm shift in the way the wind industry has worked. It's usually had a 3,000-4,000 megawatt accretion every year. In fact, the last 2 years, 2.5 years before we came into government, the growth had dwindled to about 1,700 megawatt per year on the back of withdrawal of some fiscal incentives. And all of this leads us to believe that given the sincerity of purpose with which we have planned out our entire renewable energy program, I'm very confident of achieving these targets. The government stands committed to ensure not only a clean environment but also the energy security of the people of India, which can only happen when we move out of oil and petroleum products into more and more of renewable products wherever it comes to tapping the energy sources within the country. And in that sense, breaking the silos which have typically held back this kind of ambitious targets, the Honorable Prime Minister has certainly brought these ministries together, but he has also ensured that all organs of the government, the bureaucracy, the political establishments across different ministries, whether it's the Ministry on Environment and Climate Change, led by my esteemed colleague Prakash Javadekar, who was with you yesterday, or the Ministry of Railways, headed by Suresh Prabhu, which is going in for a massive program for encouraging rooftop on all the railway stations across the country. Or if it's the Urban Development Ministry, which is stipulating more stringent building codes to ensure both the conservation of electricity through better building design and the generation of renewable energy through rooftops or maybe wind turbines on the roof. All of us are working in tandem as a team, supporting each other's endeavors and efforts to make this vision a reality, to make India the global hub and the world's capital on renewable energy, and take this mission forward into the next generation with an ultimate objective to make India a truly green country, a country committed towards the environment, a country committed towards and conscious of its responsibility in the Committee of Nations to leave behind a better place to live in. We also have embarked on a very massive program, initially on LEDs, to replace all LEDs in the street lights all across the country, and the traditional incandescent bulbs with LED lights, both of which we are rolling out in the next 2 or 3 years, which will probably be the fastest rollout to convert from traditional sources of energy or lighting to LEDs anywhere in the world. Coupled with that, at the next stage, we are taking up air conditioning and fans. And simultaneously, we are working with industry to see if we can get the industrial consumption of electricity, where personally I believe there's a clear potential, Dr. Saab, of about 20 to 25% saving, only through more efficient use of energy, better turbines, better generators, better powering machines for the equipment. We believe that India can easily look at a saving of about $10 billion, and in terms of electricity, maybe about 300 billion units of electricity. Should we get the support and encouragement of all of you, should we get the participation of the people of India, of industry, of local bodies, state governments, I'm fairly conscious and confident of a target like 300 billion units being achieved in the next 5 or 6 years on an annualized basis. Also leading to a significant saving both in our import bill, in the amount of carbon dioxide that we give out into the environment, and also bringing that consciousness in the youth of India about their own responsibility to the environment. In fact, on World Energy Conservation Day on 14 December, I'd had a very lively and interesting interaction with students from all across India. There were students from the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, from Lakshadweep, from Sikkim, from Tripura, all across the country. And I found the consciousness amongst the children towards energy conservation to be fascinating. And the ideas that they shared with me were truly brilliant. I believe the next generation, thanks to efforts of very illustrious leaders like Dr. R.K. Pachauri, TERI, which he has led to glorious heights as an indisputed leader of climate change in the world, and programs such as the one you've held today, sir, certainly help to build up the awareness for energy conservation, for climate change, for improvements in environment protection. And I would like to compliment all of you for the serious deliberations that you have had. I would urge Professor Pachauri to share with us what are the deliberations and findings that this conference throws up for us as policymakers to implement, to make sure are actually actionated on the ground. And I assure you, sir, of our commitment not only to make renewable energy a grand success, but to save and protect this, the environment of India, to ensure that the rivers are kept clean, the rivers run perennially. Our commitment to ensure that ecological damage, if it is happening anywhere in the country, is not allowed to happen, and proper environmental impact assessments are done while we are setting up projects. All in all, I believe we can balance the development imperatives and concerns for the environment very comfortably, given the support and cooperation of people of India. And I assure the distinguished gathering here, this government stands committed to a better tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are behind time, but I think it would be quite in order and perhaps appropriate to allow maybe 2 questions, which I would request you to articulate. Please announce your identity and make the questions that you ask very short and focused. So you asked a lot of questions. Let me go to the gentleman at the back, if you don't mind. Yeah.
Good evening. I am Raju Palaniswamy from Tirupur. Honorable Minister knows we are in the 40% of the wind we are
Just ask the
generating.
question.
Yeah.
Please
See,
ask the question.
as far as renewal concerned, we are expecting clarity in policy. Second, regarding the REC, it was not properly sold, so now you have taken step to dilute that. But the RPO compliance will be once in a year. So no business or no discount will try to buy monthly or quarterly. That could be initiated to like advance tax. Every month there should be buy for their compliance.
That's a brilliant suggestion, Dr. Pachauri. I like that. I've never thought of it in that sense that it should be monitored on a monthly basis. I think I like the suggestion. But at the macro level, in the new Electricity Act that we have sought to amend and is before Parliament, introduced by me in December, I would believe it should become law by April. We are bringing in more stringent penalties for not meeting with RPO obligations. We are introducing a new concept called Renewable Generation Obligation, RGOs. The idea being that all those who generate electricity through thermal power should have an obligation to also supplement it with renewable energy. We are introducing that concept also. And lastly, I'm trying more and more to bring in policy framework which is not dependent on government SOPs. I'm trying to move away from a subsidy-based regime, which has its own limitations when you try to scale up, to a regime which makes this whole business of solar energy, business of renewable energy, stand on its own feet, become viable, achieve grid parity at the fastest possible time. And if at all any support is required, it is more support in terms of bankability of agreements, lower financing costs, assured offtake so that there is a must-run status, a long duration of power purchase agreements to give stability of policy, as you rightly said, and ensure that life cycle returns make the project viable. But I like the idea of the monthly monitoring. We'll look at that also.
Thank you. I'm going to be unconventional. Lord Prescott is here, former Deputy Prime Minister of the UK, and he's been a great supporter of renewable energy. Maybe I'll request him to ask a question. John, may I?
Well, catch me. It's very exciting what you said today. And indeed, listening to the other environment ministers, I certainly get the impression that India is going to be a major player. I don't know, anyway. It's very exciting. I've met the other environment ministers. I've been involved in this since Kyoto. And I must say, the position of India is now more of a major player, not only in the international, but in what you're doing. You are a doer as well as a talker. I like the concept of the monitoring, which was talked of here. But I hope you feel strongly also that in the promises that are made internationally in coming to Paris, do you still accept there should be a monitoring process to see that governments are carrying out what they promise?
Lord Prescott, I think you raised a very valid point. Historically, a lot of people have had these concerns about politicians in India talking a lot and not delivering results. Fortunately, I have a Prime Minister to whom I report who has an excellent track record. When solar power came to India, he moved the needle faster than anybody else. So you have the largest solar installations today in his state where he was Chief Minister, a place called Charanka. He was the one who initiated massive research and development and innovation towards renewable energy. In fact, when Vice President Al Gore came out with his thesis reflecting on the inconvenient truth and highlighting the concerns of inconvenient truth, Prime Minister Modi, in his characteristic style, brought out convenient action. Because he's always been an action-oriented person, doesn't only necessarily flag off the problem, comes up with a solution. And I'll give you two examples, two conversations with him which will reflect his thinking. On one occasion, ladies and gentlemen, it's very interesting, it gives you an insightful look into the Prime Minister's mind and why I believe renewable energy will be a success under Prime Minister Modi. We were talking, the three secretaries of power, coal and renewable energy. We were all talking through a review meeting of what's happening in the energy sector, particularly when this government stands committed to give 24/7 affordable power to the people of India. In the course of one conversation, a point was made that this particular action will cost a government company a loss of some $500 million. And this point was sought to be articulated and stressed upon to prove a point that a particular policy should not be followed. To which the Honorable Prime Minister turned to me and asked, he said it in Hindi, I'll say it in Hindi, but I'll certainly translate it for your benefit. But why I'm saying it in our local language is only to give the sense of his anguish when he said it to me. And ladies and gentlemen, he said, कब तक हम इस देश में एक डिपार्टमेंट या एक कंपनी के प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस को देखते रहेंगे? कभी किसी ने इस देश के प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस का अकाउंट बनाया है क्या? Sir, what he said was, till when are we as a nation going to look at the profit and loss account of a particular company or a particular department of the government? Has anybody ever sought to make the profit and loss account of our nation? And in that sense is a hidden message, is a hidden signal, is a hidden instruction to me that when it comes to renewable energy, when it comes to my responsibility towards climate change, when it comes to the fact that I am a custodian of this nation and the work that is happening in this nation for the next generation sitting there, and to leave behind a better place to live in for them, then I have to be conscious of what I am doing to the nation's wealth, to the nation's future. And in that sense, that for me was a defining moment for my own work, for how I should be looking at my own work. And a second instance happened barely 6 or 7 days ago. I was just spending time with him to debrief him on the deliberations we had at Davos. And clearly, Davos this time around was largely about the renewable story and sustainability. The main theme of Davos this time around was energy, sustainable energy, and climate change. And in that sense, it was a great learning experience for me too. And while I was, and of course, India was the flavor of Davos. I can tell all the ladies and gentlemen here, this Davos was all about what's happening and what's going to happen in India. But sir, when I was giving the debrief on what deliberations took place, on a particular point, I was flagging off that the energy conservation program, the street light replacement and incandescent bulb replacement program by LED, was very well appreciated in various fora at Davos. At that point, he immediately switched to me and asked me, what is the progress of the program we had launched on 5th January? It's barely 3 weeks since that program had been launched when we met. Within that 3 weeks, we are in the process of taking the program to the people, tendering, having reverse bidding process to purchase all these equipment. All of those processes are going on. But his immediate question was, what's the latest status? How many people have registered? How many lights have been replaced? What's happening in Mumbai where you launched it? What's happening in Delhi? And I was a little taken aback because I didn't have information real time till the previous day. The last review I had taken was probably 8 or 10 days before that. And he said, no program is going to be successful unless you monitor it regularly and you hold people accountable for what's happening. And then we got into the Jan Dhan Yojana, the financial inclusion program that the government has just recently concluded, which to my mind is probably the world's single largest exercise of this nature, where Indian bankers went to the doorstep of the poor and deprived sections of society and gave a bank account coupled with a debit card, coupled with a free life insurance, coupled with an accident insurance policy to 115 million homes. 115 million homes in less than 4 months in the length and breadth of the country. In fact, that program was lauded by the Queen Maxima of Netherlands, by the World Bank President Dr. Kim. In fact, when I was highlighting our process, how we did it, Dr. Kim actually told me, I'm a big fan of your Prime Minister after this program and the success of this program. It only reflects, and the Prime Minister shared with me, he said, this didn't happen just on its own. I said, yes, I remember in the cabinet we used to have a discussion on this every week. He said, cabinet was reporting. I was monitoring it on a daily basis. And that is how the success to reach out to 99% of the homes in the whole country. And you will be amazed, a city like Delhi had 2 million accounts, 2 million homes which didn't have a bank account. 1.946 million accounts have been opened in a city like in a state of Delhi, which itself was a shocking news for all of us policymakers and government, that after 67 years of gaining independence, our national capital had 2 million homes without a bank account. So really the tasks ahead of us are colossal, but we are conscious of these challenges, and we believe that this is a great opportunity for India to come out of the past and look for a glorious future. I assure you, each of these targets, I will personally stand accountable for it, and we shall make it happen. Thank you.
So ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure what you've heard is very inspiring, it's very encouraging, and I think all of us as Indians feel extremely hopeful of the future. We feel very proud of the initiatives that this government has taken, and it's also very reassuring to see that these are not mere empty promises. They're going to be implemented. I'm also happy to learn that this very modest effort on our part, the Delhi Sustainable Development Summit, which has been focusing on what the world and what we should do over the next 25 years, and the theme of this has finally been picked up by Davos. So I would request all of you to please make sure that this particular event gets the kind of attention that perhaps Davos gets, and I promise you much better weather. Okay? So to end this session, may I request you once again to give a big hand to our Honorable Minister, who has been, who as you can see, has been absolutely brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Privileged to be there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Follow that. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to commence our next session of the evening. It's on financing transformational change and achieving the SDGs in Africa. So stay with us. That will start in a moment or two. Okay, welcome to our next session, Financing Transformable Change and Achieving the SDGs in Africa. Now, Africa as a continent has gone from a laggard to something of an economic powerhouse in the last couple of decades, but ensuring that it will be equitable and a pro-poor powerhouse remains a challenge. So how to achieve it? What are the barriers? What are the opportunities? That's what we're going to be hearing about now. And I'd like to introduce our chair, Dr. Fatima Denton, who's the Director of the Special Initiatives Division of the UN Economic Commission for Africa. She's a lead author of the IPCC and an expert in climate change, food security, gender, and governance. So I'm sure this will be a great session. I will hand now over to Dr. Denton. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Perhaps if we could settle down, that would be great. Thank you and welcome to this session, which is essentially about transformational change and achieving sustainable development in Africa. We're very privileged to have a very distinguished panel. These are all people who understand the business of transformation. This is their core business, it's what they do on a daily basis. And I guess there is enough energy here. This is the last session in the day, so there's enough energy in this panel that will fuel the debate, and hopefully we'll have a very rich, productive and animated discussions after this. Just maybe 2 or 3 words, I guess, to frame the discussion. My first observation is I think most of us understand 2 words in this theme or in this title. These 2 words are sustainable development and transformation. They almost have a universal resonance. We all understand it. But I think it's how do we graduate from an understanding to actually an implementation so that we can actually see what is it that will drive sustainable development, what kind of financial architecture do we have that we can draw from, and how does this kind of development help us in ensuring that we don't leave anyone behind? How do we make it more inclusive? What is the quality of development that we aspire to? So I think this is a key part of the discussion. It's not so much about the theoretical side of sustainable development, but it's more about how do we enable it? How do we make it happen? The second observation also is that our development in Africa is very strongly correlated with the production of raw materials. But I think most of you would agree that the problem we have, it's not so much that production, but it's the way in which we manage the production of raw materials and the way in which we add value to this production. So I think that's also a very important part of the discussion. You know, how do we begin to add value to our production systems? We've all heard about Africa Rising, and I think this is a very important time, or very important times. We're all in this Africa Rising debate, but it's also very important for us to understand what underpins this rising. You know, how fragile is this growth, or how resilient is this growth? And what do we do to ensure that this growth is sustainable? How do we transition, for instance, to a green economy, and how do we allow that to happen? What infrastructure should we put in place that would enable this transition? And how do we do it to make sure, again, as I've said, that we're arriving at structural transformation, that we're taking all the productive sectors that are important to Africa's development, and we're doing this not in an abstract way, but in a demonstrable way that allows us to exploit our agribusiness, our energy resources, our water resources, and to take agriculture with us. There's no single industrialized nation that has developed and hasn't done so without agriculture. So we're obligated in many ways to ensure that our development is underpinned by agriculture that is a performing agriculture, that lifts people out of poverty. So without further ado, I would like to invite, or basically introduce our speakers. I perhaps would start off with Her Excellency, Madam Tumisimi. Rhoda Peace Tumisimi is the Commissioner for Rural Economy and Agriculture, the African Union Commission. I was just commenting to Madam Tumisimi actually 2 days ago, because she's a great champion of all things agriculture, rural economy, sustainable development, climate change, and I've often wondered where she draws her energy from, both her intellectual and physical energy. Madam Tumisimi, without further ado, I would like to invite you to the podium, or perhaps you'd want to give your talk here. But perhaps if you could also help us and give us a bird's-eye perspective of what the African Union Commission is doing in this area of structural transformation and how this structural transformation can be financed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Denton, Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Let me say that it's an honor and privilege to be here in New Delhi to take part in the ministerial session of the 15th Delhi Sustainable Development Summit. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, under the able leadership of Dr. Rajendra Pachauri, has, as you know, contributed significantly towards generating consensus on climate change as a reality. In the same vein, we value the Delhi Sustainable Development Summit as being timely and pertinent in the sense that it provides a platform to consolidate the ideas in the movement towards the desired success of the climate change within the SDGs, also to discuss other related processes and thinking through the difficult aspects, including but not limited to finance. For us in Africa, the picture is such that while the economies are growing, we are worried that if the world does not get united on a common front to fight climate change, that growth will be reversed. And indeed, we know that the gains will be eroded. Africa's predominant economic activity is agriculture. African agriculture is basically rain-fed. However, as I speak, the rains have reduced. Frequency of droughts have increased, and the effects of climate change are intensifying across the continent. As part of the global village and in the build-up to the United Nations Conference on Sustainable Development, Rio+20, African stakeholders, including our technical institutions like UNEP, like African Development Bank, like United Nations Economic Community, came together and highlighted important areas to be underlined at Rio+20, spanning the social, the economic, and environmental dimensions of sustainable development. Fortunately, quite a number of our concerns expressed in the African Consensus Statement were incorporated in the outcome document on the world we want. Currently, we are again engaged, but we are also anxious about the outcomes of the three different but interlinked processes. One, as you may be aware, next month in Sendai, Japan, we shall dedicate our collective efforts to a global framework of action on disaster risk reduction. Two, as you know, in September in New York, the Sustainable Development Goals process will reach its height, and this process, compared to the previous MDGs, has this time round been engaging globally in a bottom-up fashion. Africa has come up with a common position on the post-2015 development agenda. Besides, it's being an input into the global process. For us in Africa, it will define the Africa we want, and it is part of the African Union Agenda 2063, which has been adopted by our heads of state and government in a meeting which ended actually last month, at the end of last month in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Sadly, in December 2015 in Paris, as you know again, the 20th Conference of Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, COP21, will also be considering concluding the global agreement on climate change in order to bridge the gap between the aggregate efforts of mitigation pledges and aggregate emission pathways consistent with having a likely change of holding global average temperature rise below 2 degrees to avoid the catastrophic events on the most vulnerable continent, that is Africa, and the most vulnerable people, the women and the children. The Common African Position on Sustainable Development Goals has amongst priority areas the issue of finance and partnerships to mobilize domestic resources and innovative finance. On climate change, I'm happy to also inform this conference that Africa is united and will continue to speak with one voice in the global climate change negotiations through the African group of our negotiators with the guidance of the African Ministers of Conference on Environment under the political leadership of the Committee of African Heads of State and Government on Climate Change. The priority for Africa is adaptation and means of implementation. The African leaders have reaffirmed Africa's commitment to working with all parties to achieve a legally binding agreement in December this year in Paris. Having said that, I would like to point out that Africa recognizes the nexus between these processes and expects that the world will build common understanding and intensify joint efforts towards positive outcomes that will commit to reduction of greenhouse gases and increase financing for climate change, adaptation, and mitigation, and also coping with disasters, especially in developing countries, particularly those in Africa. We consider as critical the capitalization of the Green Climate Fund, also the provision of the means of implementation for adaptation, as well as the transfer of technologies and capacity building. As Dr. Pachuri said yesterday, climate disruption will also lead to social disruption. We hope that also the International Conference on Financing for Development in July at Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, will accord special attention to climate finance that will be transformative in the sense of enabling the achievement of SDGs. As Africa engages in these global negotiation processes, it is also engaged in country-level and regional-level processes to implement programs and projects to adapt to climate change and increase resilience and reduce the vulnerability of households, communities, and nations. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude, let me state that these frameworks on disaster risk reduction, SDGs, and climate change will further help to consolidate the achievements in the past millennium and also take into account emerging issues. This timing provides an unprecedented opportunity to set a clear path for international development for the next generation. These framework agreements should be seen as complementary, with opportunities for mutual benefits in areas such as resilience, economic development, climate adaptation, and low carbon development with new flows of finance. But also, as Professor earlier on this afternoon, Akim said, we expect the world not to focus on things which divide us, but focus on those things which bind us together. That is, we need to conclude an agreement on climate change come December. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Tumusimi, for those very inspiring words. I'd like to now move on to His Excellency, Honorable Minister of Mauritius, Mr. Raj Dayal, who is the Minister of Environment, Sustainable Development, Disaster and Beach Management. It's quite a portfolio.
Madam Chairperson, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, or should I say good evening. Allow me at the outset to commend Dr. Pachuri, TERI, for organizing this important and timely event on sustainable development and climate change, aim at shaping global solutions in the highest interest of mankind. I am indeed deeply honored to address this august gathering and present our views on financing transformational change and achieving Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, in Africa, an issue which is so pertinent to the African continent and to small island developing states, SIDS, such as Mauritius in the Indian Ocean. Following the call of the UN Secretary General, Ban Ki-moon, I quote, develop a new generation of sustainable development goals to pick up where the Millennium Development Goals, MDGs, leave off and agree on the means to achieve them, unquote. The African Union, following a thorough consultation with its member states, adopted a common position on the post-2015 development agenda in 2014. The Common African Position for a post-2015 development agenda covers environmental sustainability, natural resources management, and risk management of natural disasters, finance and partnership, human-centered development, peace and security, science, technology and innovation, and structural economic transformation. We firmly believe that an all-inclusive development agenda needs to pay special attention to the sound management of natural resources, biodiversity, conservation, and proper mobilization of financial resources to attain these objectives. There is a dire need to give due consideration to sustainable production and consumption, as well as enhanced productivity and efficiency in all sectors of the economy. It is therefore of utmost importance for us to reorient and redesign our policies and strategies for development that is all-inclusive and sustainable. Madam Chairperson, the financial cost of achieving development in Africa amounts to hundreds of billions of dollars annually. This can only be financed from a mix of sources ranging from official development assistance, foreign direct investment, as well as an enhanced domestic resource mobilization process. Achieving the SDGs for Africa will only be possible if the financing support is adequate, predictable, sustainable, and transparent. We embrace the position of like-minded countries, including India, for the transfer of technology and financial support. Only in Africa, with transformative socio-economic development, will be able to avoid the unattainable initiative development in a resource-constrained world. There must be a paradigm shift in the relationship between the African states and the international community. The relationship between Africa and the international community must undergo transformed change, which is rooted in the principle of equity of nations, mutual collaboration for mutual interests, and respect for the ability and right of Africans to lead their own change. We have brought a number of institutional changes and financial incentives to ease making business in Mauritius, while enhancing the protection and management of our resources. Sustainable development is now the key locomotive to enhance socio-economic development in an environmentally friendly manner. Mauritius has also learnt to value its most precious resources, which is the human resource. We are convinced that the human capacity is the most important element to gear our country towards a future that is prosperous for all, where economic success will be equally characterized by equity, ethics, and social justice. However, we are also aware that our hard-earned development can be jeopardized by external and natural factors which are beyond our control. It is known that climate change is one of the greatest challenges faced by mankind, and will impact disproportionately on the poor and most vulnerable countries. Climate change is not an issue that will affect only future generations. It is taking its toll already today in an alarming manner. Recently, Mauritius faced a superstorm, Bansi, where storm surges reach up to 50 feet in the general area of Saint-Brandon, Agaliga, and Rodrigues. Saint-Brandon was flooded up to 3 feet inland, which caused inhabitants to seek refuge on roofs of buildings, a new meteorological phenomenon coming from the South Pole. And this morning, and up to now, I am handling a situation where a foreign vessel was fishing in our coastal zone of Saint-Brandon, and which ran aground. And there was a risk for oil pollution. We are managing the situation well with our resilience and capacity building, thanks to friendly countries. But then we need what I call a strong initiative for a legal framework at regional and international level to deal with this type of situation. No continent will be struck as severely by the impacts of climate change as Africa and SIDS in general, due to its geographical situation and limited capacities to adapt. Now, how can Africa and SIDS make progress towards the next level of development when our survival is uncertain and our limited resources are being diverted towards managing the impacts of climate change? However, in a spirit of solidarity to save the planet from disastrous impacts of climate change, Africa and SIDS have committed important resources. We now need concrete actions from the industrialized and developed countries. At the dawn of the Paris 2015 summit, we need concrete and meaningful actions and forceful commitment from the developed countries. The deal must include the following elements. First, more ambitious actions for greenhouse gas reduction before and after 2020. Second, a central role for equity. Third, a strong legal framework and clear rules. Fourth, sustained and transparent access to public finance for adaptation and transition to a low-carbon economy. And fifth, clear links to the 2015 Sustainable Development Goals. There is a need for reporting and verification, tools of finance, mobilize and receive for a clear definition of SDGs finance, and better identification of developing countries' needs. We must ensure that the 2015 agreement is capable of responding to the latest science and keeping us collectively on track to limit temperature rise to below 1.5 degrees centigrade objective. Let me conclude by saying that we are at a critical juncture and we must act with urgency. Without international solidarity and enhanced financial support, Africa and SIDS would not be able to meet the SDGs targets. I thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister Raj Dayal. Thanks for giving us almost an A to Z tour of the key prerequisites that are important for sustainable development and how we get there. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
It's my pleasure to now call on the Honorable Minister Savio Kasukuwere, who's Minister of Environment, Water and Climate Change of Zimbabwe. Minister Kasukuwere.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, distinguished excellencies here present. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to participate in this very important session and gathering where we talk about financing transformational change and achieving SDGs in Africa. Let me say from the outset that Africa is a continent with a bright future. We are coming from a view of hopelessness to now lots of hope that Africa is rising. Africa is attending to some of the key issues to do with the health, fighting poverty, hunger in our society. But clearly, like the Commissioner, Madam Head of the African Commission on Agriculture has said, there are some challenges associated with water, agriculture. These are key in terms of uplifting Africa. And I want to say that we must, at the same time, safeguard the economic gains we have made to date. But in understanding and dealing with some of these issues, I would rather go straight to the heart of our problem. We've been discussing this year, COP21, again we sit down and talk about the possible support that must come to Africa as a country which itself, as a world, as a continent itself, which has suffered a lot over the years, the exploitation of air resources, and so forth. We need to address this holistically and say, how do we fund Africa's mitigation and adaptation programs? Without funding, I think Africa's contribution to the climate change debate will become just a hollow talk. We need to be more aggressive, and I want to put forward our proposal that for Africa to achieve the financial capacity, let's look at the current exploitation, raw materials being shipped from the African continent to the whole world. Let's agree on a levy that will allow for a fund to be set up, tangible, which can be used by the African continent to address the issues to do with poverty, the issues to do with agriculture, hunger, and so forth. For as long as the majority of our people live in circumstances that force them not to contribute to this very important debate, in other words or action, the debate that we're having will not succeed. I'm saying so that for as long as our people are not being supported to transform, to become people who become owners of their own means of production, to be in charge of their own destiny. Look at the exploitation in the gold sector, mining. Rivers are being turned into dangerous places today with mercury because of the inferior mining methods that are being used. And again, this is being done with the direct support of some of the developing or developed nations who want to extract cheap resources from Africa. Hence, our call is to say, let's have a levy on each and every raw material taken from Africa. Let's set up this fund, i.e. 10%, which comes back into this fund to help transform Africa. In so doing, we can start to seriously address issues of Africa's capacity in terms of adaptation and mitigation. Today, close to 90% of the GDP, sub-Saharan Africa, is linked to our natural capital, forests, that is timber, freshwater resources, minerals and biodiversity being taken out in their raw form. The report just published now by President Thabo Mbeki is instructive. It shows us the billions of dollars which Africa is losing. Yet as we talk about COP21 and going forward, we have not made progress. We would rather agree, and I'm appealing to all of us, let's debate this thing freely and carefully and say we are losing 40 billion per annum. Can't we immediately start tapping and saying let's have a levy, get that same amount of money back into the African Development Bank, into the coffers of the African Union, and use that to start changing and transforming the people of Africa. Without that, we will continue talking. A poor man can never be expected to stick to an agreement. You can't tell the people who are suffering now, stop your mining methods because you are creating problems for us from a climate point of view. They will say, Minister, what will I feed my children on? You want me to stop cutting down the trees because we must contribute to the climate debate? Where is the power? So Africa has got this very clear challenge that it must tackle. We need energy. We need to support the farmers. We need to ensure that we look after our forests. But I want to appeal to the international community and to us, this very important gathering, that let us not continue discussing the matter of climate change in that same view, politics as usual. Let's now start putting figures on the table. And the developed world must be sincere. They must come to the negotiating table, sincere in ensuring that the promises that they have made before are realized. If not, then the best way forward is for us to agree on a levy which looks at the current exploitation. This debate will continue and continue, but for as long as we do not cut to the chest and say, enough of the talking, let us now commit ourselves from a financial point of view and start looking at the adaptation mitigation, then Africa's contribution to this debate will become very difficult. I know that my contribution is provoking, and I'm sure it's important for us to provoke each other here and say the debates, the discussions will hopeful, yes, but are we really going to see the dollar on the table? Is Africa going to start attracting or getting these funds for us to change the status of our people, fighting poverty, improving agriculture, or will we continue to see degradation? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister, for indeed that very bold, strident and innovative proposal. I now have the pleasure to invite Mr. Idrissa Balde, who's a technical advisor at the Ministry of Environment and Sustainable Development of Senegal. Mr. Balde, you have the floor. I think I forgot to mention that Mr. Balde is most probably going to do his speech in French, and we'll try and get some notes and then...
Merci. Bon. Bonjour, Madame, Monsieur. Je vais avoir le courage sénégalais de parler devant un public à majorité anglophone. Mais je ne pouvais pas, ce courage-là est motivé par le fait que je ne pouvais pas ne pas représenter le Sénégal à cette tribune où l'Afrique est interpellée sur les questions de développement, sur les questions de financement des objectifs de développement durable. Donc, je vais commencer par remercier les organisateurs, remercier toute l'assistance pour avoir convié le Sénégal, pour avoir convié le ministre Abdoulaye Baldé à cette importante manifestation. Pour parler du sujet financer le changement transformationnel pour atteindre les objectifs de développement durable, nous pouvons partir d'un accord à la base. Tout le monde est d'accord qu'il faut financer le changement pour atteindre les objectifs de développement. Et donc l'objectif est l'atteinte des objectifs de développement durable. Je me permets de simplifier ainsi les choses sans retracer les passages des OMD aux ODD et sans préciser davantage les résultats attendus parce que je m'adresse à des experts de la question. Le sujet ne retient que la seule option du financement pour atteindre les résultats. Est-ce à dire le seul moyen ou c'est seulement le moyen qui reste à mobiliser? Cette analyse du sujet de la concentration nous amène à retenir que deux axes majeurs dans notre intervention: réaliser le changement transformationnel et respecter les engagements de financement des objectifs de développement durable. Sur le premier point, après avoir écouté les éminences, Madame la Présidente de la Commission africaine, nous limiterons notre vision à rappeler la vision commune en nous tous sur la nécessité de réaliser et de mettre en œuvre un programme transformateur de développement pour l'après 2015 et informer sur les stratégies ou processus de mise en œuvre de cette vision au Sénégal. Il était convenu par la communauté internationale d'œuvrer pour un développement inclusif en faveur des générations présentes et futures, eu égard aux défis multiples auxquels les populations font face, notamment en matière d'éducation, de santé, de lutte contre la pauvreté et l'extrême pauvreté et des changements climatiques. Dans cette perspective, le gouvernement du Sénégal, dans son document de référence de la politique économique, sociale et environnementale, qui est le plan Sénégal émergent, s'est résolument orienté vers le développement durable par la création de richesses et la transformation structurelle de son économie. L'application d'un programme transformateur de développement nécessite une mise en œuvre effective des grandes décisions sectorielles. En matière d'environnement, le Sénégal estime nécessaire d'intensifier les actions susceptibles de mieux préserver la nature. Cette volonté nationale a été exprimée dans une lettre de politique sectorielle du ministère de l'Environnement et du Développement durable. L'objectif était de la politique environnementale et d'assurer une gestion rationnelle de l'environnement et des ressources naturelles pour contribuer à la réduction de la pauvreté dans une perspective de développement durable. 3 objectifs sectoriels ont été déclinés à partir de l'objectif global. Dans un premier temps, il fallait améliorer la base des connaissances de l'environnement et des ressources naturelles. Ensuite, intensifier la lutte contre la tendance actuelle à la dégradation de l'environnement et des ressources naturelles dans le respect des conventions internationales. Et enfin, de renforcer les capacités institutionnelles et techniques des acteurs dans la mise en œuvre des actions de conservation de l'environnement et des ressources naturelles. En résumé, la démarche empruntée par cette lettre, cette politique donc, était de partir de la connaissance du secteur de l'environnement et du développement durable, d'en identifier le problème et de disposer de ressources humaines et moyens technologiques adéquats pour résoudre les problèmes. Il faut aussi indiquer que chaque objectif sectoriel est décliné en plusieurs axes d'intervention. Cette lettre, élaborée en application des dispositions des textes législatifs et réglementaires nationaux, est en phase avec toutes les conventions en matière d'environnement et de développement durable que le Sénégal a ratifiées. Il ne pouvait en être autrement, parce que dès après la conférence de Rio +20, le chef de l'État, M. Macky Sall, avait proposé à la communauté internationale d'adopter une nouvelle gouvernance verte articulée autour de politiques économiques et sociales équilibrées et adossées à des technologies et des modes de production écologiquement rationnels. C'est dans cette série de mesures en faveur du développement durable que M. le Président de la République a pris 2 mesures majeures en décidant de l'organisation chaque année d'une conférence nationale sur le développement durable et en proposant la région de Tambacounda comme prioritaire, comme le territoire d'expérimentation de la nouvelle dynamique et de sa consolidation. Le ministère de l'Environnement et du Développement durable s'active à l'organisation de la première conférence nationale sur le développement durable avant avril 2015. Cette conférence va procéder à la validation technique et politique de la stratégie nationale du développement durable. Dans cette lutte contre la pauvreté, avec le soutien des institutions internationales, l'année 2015 est une année de référence parce que constituant un point de départ vers cette fois-ci un monde meilleur, où les conditions de vie en termes économiques et sociaux seront meilleures. Après le préalable que constitue la réalisation du changement transformationnel, dans les 3 volets social, économique et environnemental de développement durable, le financement reste le pilier fondamental pour sa mise en œuvre. En nous exprimant ainsi, Nous avons apporté la réponse à notre propre interrogation de départ. Le financement doit intervenir dans le processus d'atteinte des résultats et en tant qu'intrant après la réalisation des changements qui, elle-même, est l'aboutissement d'un autre processus. La qualité des politiques est l'intrant principal. C'est elle qui suscite l'engagement du partenaire. C'est la prise de cet engagement qui entraîne son respect. Si les pays développés prévoient de continuer d'aider les pays en développement, notamment africains, avec les ODD au travers de l'appui de l'APD, il faut que ces derniers s'approprient le discours sur le développement et œuvrent dans ce sens. Ce qui implique pour les pays africains qu'en plus de l'assistance de la communauté internationale, il faudra fournir un gros effort. Cet effort aussi a besoin de financement. Cette observation pose la question: qu'est-ce qu'il y a à financer? Pour avoir des ressources humaines de qualité, pour avoir la technologie qu'il faut, les conditions de vie, de travail minimales, et même la nécessaire motivation des acteurs, il y a besoin de financement. C'est là où il faut situer l'effort des États. Cet effort, une fois validé par un engagement de financement extérieur, sous quelque forme qu'il soit négocié, doit être suivi d'une mise en œuvre effective pour récompenser et encourager les efforts des États et donner l'assurance d'atteindre les objectifs de développement durable. Il faut rappeler que les experts ont suffisamment décrit les lenteurs dans la prise de décision et leur exécution, les insuffisances de l'aide au développement, le non-respect des engagements pris en matière de financement est lourd de conséquences sur l'atteinte des objectifs. Mesdames, Messieurs, voilà ce que je voulais apporter comme contribution du Sénégal. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Balde. I'm going to try and give you a snapshot of the key points that Mr. Balde made. I think he started off his discussion by basically interrogating the theme, and he wondered whether finance is the most important element in terms of realizing sustainable development. And whether if we do tick the finance box, does that mean that we have actually achieved sustainable development? So that was one of his first points. He later went on to say that there are two issues to consider. The first one is how do you arrive at transformational change? And the second one is how do you respect the financial commitments that would underpin sustainable development goals? He also talked about how do you achieve, or at least posed the question about how do you achieve a post-2015 transformation. And he talked also about a plan that would more or less be aligned with Senegal's vision. How does the post-2015 transformation, how can this be aligned to Senegal's vision? He mentioned that the international community has an obligation to work towards inclusive development, and a development that does not just embrace present generation, but as well as future generations as well. And a development also that responds to multiple challenges that are ranging from poverty, health, education, etc. And he gave us an insight into a reference document in Senegal, which is a policy document that underpins Senegal's approach to sustainable development, which I think it's called Plan Sénégal Émergent. So this document is strongly aligned to sustainable development, wealth creation, and structural transformation. He also underlined that transformational development can only be realized when key sectors or key sectoral decisions, I should say, are embedded in this transformation process. And he went on to say that Senegal's main rationale in the area of environment is very much geared towards resource efficiency, and the efficient use of natural resources. And this, he said, is reflected in 3 sectoral objectives: to improve the knowledge base of the environment and natural resources, to redouble efforts in the fight to curb environmental degradation in line with the major international conventions, and to strengthen institutional and technical capacity in the implementation of action towards environmental conservation and natural resource management. He gave us a little bit of an insight, or rather a contextual history in terms of Rio Plus 20. And he talked about the President Macky Sall and how he, I think, in the aftermath of Rio Plus 20, has adopted a new green governance policy, I think, which is strongly rooted in ecological modes of production. And I think he used a town in Senegal, Tambacounda, to basically create space for the demonstration of this very notion of sustainable development. He also went on to say that 2015 is a reference point, and I think this is a point that was also very well made by the Commissioner, for which a new world that would also take into account social and economic conditions, and how these social and economic conditions could be made better for vulnerable communities. And he ended up by saying that finance is a key element of the way in which we implement sustainable development, and that finance is central to the way in which we deploy skilled human resources that will help us also access smart technologies and better working conditions. He deplored the slow pace of the negotiations and the slow progress vis-a-vis implementations and the inadequacies related to public aid. But he said that financial commitment is key, and the way in which this is respected may have serious consequences, respected or not, I guess, may have serious consequences for Africa. So I guess those are the key points, at least that I picked up from Mr. Balde's intervention. But just to sort of frame the discussion in terms of what follows, I think you've heard from all our speakers. There was a strong, at least, framing about the fact that Africa has actually traveled a long way, and that as part of our journey, we should try and ensure that we safeguard economic gains without reversing and returning back to the old trends of poverty, hopelessness, and privation. And I think those are still with us. The point was also made that finance is a central piece of the transformation that we seek. The structural transformation can be rooted in finance. But I think all of our speakers have said that finance is not the only lever that should design and regulate, if you like, the kind of transformation that we seek. The minister from Mauritius gave us some insights into this by basically talking about the importance of a fair and equitable treaty, one that has ambitious targets to emissions reductions. The Commissioner talked about the necessity for strong partnerships that are rooted in the desire of Africa to speak with one voice. And this is all enshrined with the common African position. We also heard about the fact that Africa's economic reality is still defined in the way in which we manage our natural resources and the quality of management related to our natural resources. Minister Kasukweri gave us a lot of food for thought by talking about the more than $50 billion that Africa loses in terms of illicit financial flow. And I think he defied the rest of us, or the international community for that matter, when he referred to the necessity, or at least a proposal that he made, of a 10% levy on raw materials which he thinks that once we have this 10% levy on the raw materials that we produce, or the exports of these raw materials, that amounts of money, or those amounts of money could also help in terms of financing effective adaptation and mitigation. So I would now like to open the floor to questions. Well, let's say questions. I'm sure we'll get a lot of commentary, but it'd be really great if we could hear some pointed questions based on what you've heard from our distinguished panelists. So I'll pause for a minute and then take some questions. I have a gentleman in the middle there. If you could just tell us quickly who you are and then the question and who it's directed to.
Good evening. Actually, I am from South Chennai. We actually developing as our sustainable commitment barren land development. As everyone told to investment for agriculture. We are a group of industry are ready to invest in couple of millions or thousands of acre development of sustainable agriculture in Africa. The question is, how to take the land either by lease or outright purchase, and the security for our investment. There may be any United Nations or somebody will sign the contract, because previous stories are not good. And as Madam Tusmi said that most of the land are rain-fed, and what will be the possibility of getting, there may be source of groundwater or canal water. Don't mind, we will put our own dam or micro irrigation. And for in India instance, for agriculture we are getting it to 40% subsidy from the government. So any kind of subsidy is available by the local government or from the international agencies. These are all my questions.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, perhaps? Yes, the lady in the front.
Good evening. I'm Ekta from the Times of Africa. First of all, thank you all of you for your enlightening views. My question is for Honorable Jayeshwar Dayal. Sir, you talked about the need for a paradigm shift between the relations of Africa and the world. Can you please elaborate on this point a little?
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe we can take one last one and then move to the answers. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me? As it stands, India is not doing very well with protecting our wild animals. And Africa is a great continent with wild animals still there, and they are also being threatened, I understand. But what particular steps the African Union might be taking to make sure that the biodiversity that is still there in Africa, and I suggest it is probably the largest biodiversity in the world, in any other continent, that is maintained and preserved.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So we've got three questions. Perhaps we can start with Honourable Minister. You had a very specific question on the paradigm shift and whether you could elaborate on that. So if we could take that answer first.
The specific is very specific in that as things are, it's one-sided. So it has to be two-sided. At least that's a minimum baseline. And if you want things to be done, it has to be in partnership with equity. understanding the needs of those who are vulnerable. And we are talking about the destiny of humanity as far as climate change is concerned. So therefore, it's a major threat that has to be tackled with major resources, finance, transfer of technology. Unless and until we don't merge our hearts and minds in the same direction, the objective will be unattainable. This is my firm view, and I'm sure if we do it, the future will be there for us and for generations to come.
Thank you very much. Perhaps I can throw this question to you, Minister Kasukureri, about how do you enable a business environment that will promote sustainable agriculture? At least that's what I understood from that question.
Well, I think I want to agree with my colleague that once we adopt an inclusive approach, an inclusive strategy that is equity, that society at large feels it's a fair deal, you are more likely to make more progress. But the moment inequality exists, you then cannot guarantee certainty in society. Hence, for us to create that environment, the point that my colleague has raised, the minister from Mauritius, is very pertinent. Let's have an inclusive strategy that will allow that both the developed and the developing share in this growth trajectory. The moment we are happy or we allow a situation where those who are already burdened remain with the burden, there is no shared ownership, there is no shared responsibility, then we will not make any progress.
Thank you very much. Monsieur Baldé, est-ce que vous aurez quelque chose à ajouter par rapport à ce qui a été dit, surtout sur la notion du développement, enfin d'une agriculture durable? Comment maintenir une agriculture durable? Quel est l'environnement qui doit nous aider pour aller vers cette agriculture durable?
Bon, en fait, je crois que si vous avez remarqué depuis le début, je ne parle que de ce que le Sénégal est en train de faire. Parce qu'en fait, c'est vrai, nous sommes dans la solidarité africaine, mais il vaut mieux parler des choses que nous connaissons. En matière d'agriculture, je vous ai parlé tout à l'heure du plan Sénégal émergent. Nous avons dit aujourd'hui que l'agriculture doit nous aider à arriver au Sénégal à une autosuffisance alimentaire. Et aujourd'hui, l'agrobusiness occupe une place importante dans ce programme que nous sommes en train de développer au Sénégal. Et également, donc je disais que l'agrobusiness occupe une place importante dans ce programme-là. Et notre président de la République vient de finir une mission sur l'ensemble du Sénégal du Nord pour voir aujourd'hui quelles sont les potentialités que le Sénégal avait en agriculture. Et là, il a révélé, avec des techniciens, qu'en fait, on peut arriver à l'autosuffisance alimentaire. Et aujourd'hui, le partenariat public-privé est un acteur et un moyen aujourd'hui pour que nous puissions arriver à développer ce secteur-là et arriver aux objectifs que nous voulons en termes de développement. Et c'est la première phase d'ailleurs du plan Sénégal émergent. Maintenant, il faut effectivement compter sur nous-mêmes et compter sur l'extérieur. Et c'est pour ça que le plan Sénégal émergent constitue aujourd'hui une plateforme incontournable parce qu'elle a été validée à la fois par les acteurs nationaux et internationaux et des sources de financement sont disponibles pour arriver à financer l'agriculture durable au Sénégal.
Thank you. So Mr. Baldé was talking about the Plan Sénégal Émergent, which is this policy that enshrines the way in which Senegal would be able to arrive at sustainable development. And he also talked about just how important agribusiness is in this in Senegalese economy, and he also talked about the importance again of food sufficiency and how important it is that they should also rely on themselves as well as relying on the international community. He said that the plan Sénégal Émergent has been validated by both national and international stakeholders. And I guess this is the plan that they're using to be able to design a lot of the concrete actions that they're doing vis-a-vis agriculture. Madam Tumisimi, I was wondering whether you could react to the question on... What was the first question?
On investment in agriculture.
Wildlife.
Oh, okay. So then we haven't answered the first question, have we?
No.
Okay. Maybe you could tell us what the first question is, because I missed that part.
The first question was, we have somebody from the south of India who is very much interested in investment in the agricultural sector.
Yeah.
What are the guarantees and what are the subsidies? I know for one that there are plenty of opportunities in Africa, but let's hear it from the chair.
He's putting the chair on the spot. No, I didn't quite get the question. Is the question about incentives or is it about...
incentives, subsidy for investment in Africa.
Incentives
in agricultural sector.
Okay, perhaps Madam Tumisini, if you could respond to that question about investment and incentives from the AU perspective, or AUC, what are you actually doing?
Well, the question which was raised within the limitation of time, I know it is quite late. I would like to say that there are opportunities in Africa for investing in agriculture. And for example, about 60% of the land in Africa is still available. But the issue which he raised about the subsidies and incentives, I think when you are going to invest, you don't start from subsidy point of view. And each country has got its own rules and regulation. But at the continental level, we have a land policy initiative, which the members of Africa signed to. So they guide the investment opportunities in Africa. And I would like to say that Africa welcomes foreign direct investment. But then the issue which he has raised on sustainable development is priority for us. We must ensure that whatever agriculture we do is done sustainably. And there are rules and processes at the country level, especially with the national environmental management authorities, which we have. All countries have got that. So the negotiations have to be between the investor and also the country itself. But most of the countries have got a lot of incentives, tax incentives, they have facilitation, one-stop center for investment. So all those are available. It's the entry point which should be the country itself.
Thank you. Madam Tumisini, would you also like to take the question on the biodiversity issue about how you preserve a culture of biodiversity, what we're doing to protect our wild animals in Africa?
Well, I'm sure you know that biodiversity is important and is valued by Africa. But unfortunately, there has been a situation, and I think that is why somebody who asked also, he has already left the room. He didn't, oh, I can see he's talking, yes. That is why there is a lot of really outcry about poaching of livestock, and it is a concern. The issue of flora, conservation of flora and fauna is so critical and very important. It needs a global community because there is international interest, there is local interest, but we have to ensure that we fight it together. And in fact, quite soon also the continent is going to come together and put in place strategies and mechanisms to ensure that we protect our biodiversity. We value it so much.
Thank you very much.
Maybe just
Yes. Minister.
Yeah, I might just add on the very important question raised to do with African wildlife and what the AU is doing. But at the country level, for instance, Zimbabwe, we consider our biodiversity very, very seriously and as an important part of our economic development. For instance, tourism. For us to sustain tourism, we need to ensure that these animals are valuable, they are looked after, conservation is done, and more importantly, communities adjacent or communities living within areas where we have our biodiversity must start benefiting. As Zimbabwe, we have run a successful program, the Campfire program, that sees communities participating in looking after the biodiversity and benefiting out of the process. But what tends to happen again, unfortunately, is unnecessary interference, whereas you find measures are taken against given countries which affect the culture, established culture, i.e. around the Campfire programs. And these tend to distort benefits accruing to Africa. Let me say that all of us in Africa, it is our responsibility to look after this God-given resource. And each and every government that we interact with has spared no effort, no little effort in looking after the biodiversity that we have. So this is very important for all of us in Africa. It creates employment, it's part of our tourism, it's part of what sustains our communities. And so we must press ahead and look after this important biodiversity.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister. We could perhaps take one or two last remaining questions before we end. I'm looking round. Yes, yes, please.
Suggestion, since we are the torchbearers of the future we want, can't you have...
Can we please get the mic over to the lady here in front? Thank you.
Hello, I'm Ananya Dasgupta from All India Women's Conference in Asia. I just want to say that since the youth are the torchbearers of future we want, why can't we with Africa have some cultural exchange programs with the youth and the students?
Would anyone like to take that question?
At the African Union level and India, we have a lot of collaboration and interaction since you come from India. We even have, at the heads of state level, the cooperation is so high. At the training level, education, the cooperation is very high. And also on cultural, socio-economic, the cooperation is very high. So there is an exchange program. In fact, we have young volunteers. They come to India to learn from the countries in Africa, to learn on how the educational system is like, to learn on to be attached to institutions. In that way, there is cross-fertilization of understanding of cultures and also appreciation of the different values of different societies. So there is.
There is equally in Mauritius a very interactive process where students come to Mauritius and then from India, and students from Mauritius go to India. And they have very fruitful interaction.
Thank you very much. Perhaps one
Yeah,
last...
I was just saying that at the level of Mauritius, we have a very positive interaction with students. Many Mauritian students, they come through a special program of interaction with the counterparts in India, and it's vice versa. And it's working fantastically well.
Okay, thank you very much, Minister. We have one question there in the back and another one, so maybe we would just end with these two. Can we start with you? Yes, sir.
Yes, please.
Hello? Hello? Yeah. Hi, I am Ashok Kumar. My name is Ashok Kumar and I am a development journalist. My question is, the climate funding has emerged as an important area of concern. One of the eminent panelists, the Zimbabwean minister also raised this question. And before this, the former Guyanese president also raised the question of climate funding. And the honorable panelists also suggested that, a 10% levy on raw materials can be done, which is a good idea. But unless, there is a global support for this kind of thing, a 10% levy for one particular area could be a disadvantage, because when the raw material goes outside the country, it will become incompetent. But since it is for a good cause, it is for a global cause, do you think there is a need for a global framework, or maybe the UN can be roped in, because this is something which is going to help everyone, and maybe a viable solution? Otherwise, these kind of talks or summit, they'll be just mere talks, which would be, at the end of the day, deliver nothing. Like DSDS is happening in Delhi for the past 15 years. And as a matter of fact, Delhi still remains one of the most polluted countries of the world. So the message fails to, just crawl behind these walls. So do you think we can have something of a global framework where such noble ideas, where people are taking initiatives, but they need some global support? So my question is that.
Thank you. Thank you. Then the last question here. Yes.
I'm Praveen Verma from TERI University. Don't you think that Africa has a lot of similarity to large parts of India, leaving aside few very prosperous areas? And we could learn a lot from the African experience on how to deal with inequities, how you dealt it, because a lot of things are very similar. But somehow I suppose there's a fallacy that we don't want to take your experiences. The thin attendance here reflects the same, I suppose. But I just wanted to know from the panelists, what is all that India could take from the experiences of specific your countries? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Minister Kasukuwere, I think that question about the 10% levy is really geared towards you. Would it gain traction? Can you retell the idea to the international community, and why should they buy into it?
Thank you very much. I'm happy that I found support, and I think this is where we start. It's necessary for us to be practical. And why I raised this issue of the levy is because whilst we talk about the continuing talks after talks, right now there is damage being caused to the environment. As we continue to extract resources, like I said, 60–70% of the GDP in Africa is financed out of natural resource extraction, raw materials. I don't see how the world can refuse such a clear and straightforward proposal, which will help all of us to start doing something practical in dealing with the adaptation and mitigation. Because if we continue talking, we've been in Kyoto, Mexico, and so forth, and now we'll be talking about Paris. The negotiators have been at it for the past 21 years, and there's not even $21 million which has come out of these negotiations. In other words, not even $1 million. Yet, on a daily basis in Africa, the damage to the environment continues. And the people in Africa, in terms of poverty, continue to recede. In other words, they are now becoming more and more poorer. Yet we want to see everyone, the African community, the communities that we have, the women, the girl child and so forth, participate. But they can only do that if the finances, which each and every one of the speakers here have spoken about, we need to see on the table financing for us to positively start impacting on climate change. So I think we must sell this message to the world. And I think this is the beginning, and I have no doubt that the UN must come in from a technical point of view and say, guys, how do we do it? So that at least effectively we start making that part and parcel of a sustainable program that will help us achieve the objectives that we have all set in terms of climate change.
Thank you very much. We've also had a question which was, I guess, about South-South partnership. And I think the point here is that the situation in Africa and in Asia are not radically dissimilar. So how do we create space for South-South partnership? The Commissioner was talking about cross-fertilization. How do we enable that beyond just the rhetorical talk about South-South partnership? Minister, I'm looking towards you.
With your smile, I think, we're all convinced that with goodwill, a lot of things can happen. I was talking about the smile of the chairperson, and I started thinking about goodwill. With goodwill, a lot of things can happen. And in partnership, this is very important. I would say it's vital. So the framework do exist. I think there is a need for human factor engineering in terms of those who have got leadership role to guide through this type of collaborative effort. As far as diplomacy is concerned, and as far as relationship is concerned, it is in the interest of everyone to get going. And once we get going, I think the sky is the limit. So we have to move forward with this goodwill that something can be done in terms of South-South partnership. There is scope for it. We just have to take the lead. This is what I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we've had a very rich discussion. We've examined and cross-examined this whole discussion on finance. We've looked at it from its different contours. And we've talked about transformation and how we can achieve transformation. And I think you've also pointed to a lot of signposts from now to Paris that would enable us to at least leap towards this transformation. So I would like to really thank all our panelists, our distinguished panelists, for your innovative ideas, for your determination to take Africa forward and to ensure that Africa is central to this debate. I'd like to thank you, the audience, for your stamina and your energies and your patience, especially for having given us the question that has allowed our speakers to elaborate further on their very rich issues and points that they have debated today. So thank you very much for coming, and thanks for staying the course. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Denton, and all our speakers for the session. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the last session, end of the last session on plenaries for the day. May I now request you all to please join us for a cultural evening, which is happening across the lobby in Shah Jahan Hall. Thank you, and have a good night.
Actually, I just joined as a month.
Minister, thank you very much. Well done.
You're very good. And you made your point.
I made the point. That's why the other colleague was now saying, so how do we go from here? Yeah. Thank you very much. We will propose.
That's my portfolio.
Yes, yes. It just have a bit, if you have any kind of project, so please let us know manufacturing and everything.
Give me my card. You can get me
Like for you, like what
solid waste is my baby. It's my ministry, and I'm thinking of recycling 95% of the waste.
And like the solid waste, right? You're considering what is the last
into what I call resources.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much, sir.